All right. I think we're ready to rock and roll. It's like all the streaming checks and the upload rate and all that looks good. And looks like our bots are working, the moderators. So ready to go. All right. Where are we right now? Last hour, we've seen a pretty decent amount of storm development in a couple locations. The morning cluster of storms has kind of reinvigorated itself across parts of the Ozarks and into northern Arkansas. Some of that pushing into the Mississippi River Valley into western Tennessee. A couple more severe warnings out here. The Storm Prediction Center is looking at a severe weather watch. So right now, I think it was like a 50-50 chance that they put out a severe weather watch in this area. So we'll keep an eye on these storms. They're going to continue to move to the south and east. Isolated damaging winds and an isolated quick spin-up tornado is not out of the question. There are a couple storm chasers out here, and earlier they reported some brief rain-wrapped tornadoes in northeast Arkansas. So some of those storms are moving into the areas just south and east of Jonesboro, as well as now pushing into areas in Tennessee. And hey, Addies, how's it going today? Right now, you're pretty good right now, but more storms building off to your west. It's going to be a very wet night across southern Missouri, Poplar Bluff area. And then later tonight, that's when the heavier chance of primarily a damaging wind risk moves into this area. Your first round of storms has already moved through, so a little bit of a break, then some more storms. Most of those shouldn't be too severe, kind of in this zone right in here. We'll watch for some more storms a little south of there, though, in that kind of range. And then there are some new storms firing in northern Oklahoma. Let's take a look at that camera, because I actually have a new camera up. This was a clear and sunny day when I started streaming prep today. This is at Big Cabin, Oklahoma, US 69 at I-44. This is now a considerable threat, severe thunderstorm working into this area. So we'll take a look at that. That's in this area near Veneta, Oklahoma. See that new warning there. Yeah, it's going to be a late night severe threat across the, especially that eastern portion of Missouri. Those storms are just starting to get going up along the Kansas and Nebraska border. And this is another area that's had a lot of rapid development just in the last hour or so. We're seeing a couple of considerable threat warnings. It looks like some of our shear rate products are also coming up a little bit. See shear rate coming up. So this is a storm that has a little bit of spin in it. It's getting into an area that's a little more favorable for tornadic development. The first watch of the day was this tornado watch. It includes northeast Kansas into kind of north central Kansas, as well as parts of western Missouri around the Kansas City area. And let me get the details here. A couple tornadoes possible, scattered hail up to tennis ball size likely. Yeah, there could be some really big hail in this area. And then scattered gusts up to 75 miles an hour likely. This will transition to a wind event over especially the eastern and southern portions of this watch area. Basically, once this storm cluster kind of gets towards the I-35 corridor, the models kind of indicate it's starting to bow out as more of a organized convective system. Yeah, it's a good night for that. Good night to just kind of hunker down and just keep an eye on the weather. If you got any plans for like dinner should be okay. Like if you're going out or something like that early, just some rain and some general thunderstorms around. But yeah, we're watching this whole cluster here to develop, and that'll work through into the overnight hours. Yeah, by the time it gets to the southern end of this watch area, so I would guess we'll probably get eventually a new watch somewhere in this area. Could be a tornado watch, depending on the MCS and how many QLCS spins we have. Could be a more of a wind-driven watch. This QLCS will have a risk for some line-embedded tornadoes as well as a damaging wind risk, basically across this whole area. Southeast Kansas, southwest Missouri, northern Arkansas, and also northeast Oklahoma. That goes into the overnight. Real quick, let's just take a look at some of that latest model data. Yeah, so slowing it down a little bit. This is doing a pretty good job showing storms really uptrending here in the last little bit. You can see it basically went from nothing, very similar to what the model says, to a couple different supercells. They may even be uptrending a little bit faster than the model shows. But yeah, then we can also continue to watch these storms kind of reinvigorated across those areas like Mountain Home, Jonesboro, and into the Memphis and Jackson, Tennessee areas. That'll continue kind of slower progress towards the I-40 corridor, but it may bring some severe weather across the Memphis metro from really any time about dinner time towards the Memphis metro, and then into those times like 8, 10, even south suburbs of Memphis towards the 10, 11 o'clock hour into northern Mississippi. And then you can see back here, this is where we have a fairly quick transition with some supercells and multi-cell clusters early, especially if any does kind of stay really discrete. That's where we have a higher end chance of some really big hail, as well as a tornado risk. And then starting to see kind of this broken cluster of multi-cells and supercells start to kind of organize into a convective system. The latest model data has trended a little bit south for that convective system, and it's likely because there is kind of a rain-cooled boundary across a little bit of Missouri. So some of the models favor kind of southeast Kansas for some of those highest concentration of the damaging wind threat. But we'll see how that kind of transitions. Either way, somewhere in here, later into the evening, a transition from those supercells and multi-cell clusters into more of a mesoscale convective system. It may be in that Kansas City area or just south of there, all the way back down to Independence, potentially getting into northeast Oklahoma. And then you'll see that continue to basically slam through the Ozarks into 1 a.m., 2 a.m. sort of time frame. All the way. It's going to keep going. It should weaken once it gets down towards the I-40 corridor. But yeah, it's going to be a late night risk. And then, yeah, it should continue to diminish into tomorrow morning. We could still, even tomorrow morning, have a couple feistier cells, especially looks like eastern Oklahoma. Like this batch could be a little feisty. And then you still have to watch like the leading edge sometimes, especially gets down into some moisture air in the mid-south. Yeah, so you can see kind of how that evaluates. Shouldn't be too high across parts of Indiana for today. Let me double check, because we did get a new outlook just a minute ago. Or not a minute ago, but a little while ago. Let's do this. Yeah, most of our tornado threat is fairly limited to this area in the enhanced risk. But there is a little bit of a tornado risk down here across the mid-Mississippi River Valley. Officially, by the Storm Prediction Center, that tornado risk is centered, yeah. And they have expanded it just a little bit. I was talked about that in our weather brief this afternoon. I thought it needed expanded a little bit to the north and west, and they have done that. They've pushed it up into areas north of the I-70 corridor. Because earlier today, that tornado risk, the 5% hatch, was basically down in this small area. But there were storms across northern Missouri and southern Iowa earlier today. Those left an outflow boundary. There's a frontal boundary back here. And yeah, this outflow boundary is a little bit of a focal point for convergence and also wind shear. There's winds kind of spilling in from the east, northeast like this. And then there's the low level jet and winds from the south kicking in like this. So right along there is a little bit of a convergence point. And I'm glad to see the Storm Prediction Center did bump that up a little bit across that northern part of the severe area. As we've seen already this time of the year, though, anytime you get a severe thunderstorm, you have to worry at least a low chance of a tornado, especially a quick spin-up tornado. There's a tornado in a 0% risk area yesterday, just based on a boundary collision east of the Little Rock area. So anywhere you have severe storms, you could get a tornado. It's a non-zero risk, but mostly across Indiana today, the severe risk in general is lower. It's a level 1 out of 5 marginal risk, essentially west of 69. And most of the focus energy is going to be kind of in this corridor, kind of right in there. And then tomorrow, that all sweeps to the east coast. So Indiana gets a little bit of a break on most of the higher impact severe weather. The wind risk, they've actually upped this a little bit. It's now a 45% hatched for the wind risk. That includes Kansas City down to Independence, includes the I-44 corridor, Joplin, and Carthage over towards the Springfield Metro, almost down to, I think Branson's like right there, almost down to the Branson corridor. So yeah, this is an area that has that more enhanced wind threat. And it looks like they've also shifted this a little bit south and west, because earlier today that higher end wind threat did reach a little eastward towards the St. Louis area. So this has kind of shifted a little bit back south and west. It's like the Storm Prediction Center may be seeing what I just mentioned, how some of the latest model data takes that convective system forming kind of like on this path, where earlier some of the model data put it more like this and tracked it more east. So that question about Poplar Bluff earlier, according to some of the latest model data, and it looks like backed up by the Storm Prediction Center, they have backed off a little bit of that higher end risk. You're not in that hatched zone anymore for the wind, and you're in that 2% tornado risk, which probably should go down to about the I-40 corridor. I wouldn't be surprised if in a new outlook later this evening, if they bump that back down to this area. I think you still could get a isolated tornado down towards I-44 this evening, or I-40 this evening. That would include like Jackson, Memphis, the Little Rock area, especially north of there. And then hail continues to be more of a major threat back here across Kansas. Yeah, especially while those storms stay discrete. And then they also do have a little bit of a hatched lower probability of hail across this area. This is for some of those storms that are firing now, as well as the ongoing storms like the Jonesboro area. Once this gets more to a transition to a wind event, the hail should come down. Just surprised they haven't bumped that a little further back. Right now, there's some bigger hail back in this area, in the yellow risk area. So pretty higher end severe weather day. It hasn't, definitely not going to be our highest end severe weather day, but it has uptrended in the last 24, 36 hours since our last live stream. So yeah, it's a decent severe weather day. They're calling, I think, between that, in that hurricane force range, that's that red and pink color is hurricane force winds, about that 70 to 80 mile an hour possible. It depends exactly where that convective system forms. Yeah, like this model actually does a pretty good job showing that forming across that risk area, but that does include 45% hatched, does include the risk for some damaging wind gusts. I believe they lay it out in this. Yeah, it's going to be in that 70, 75, maybe some gusts around 80. I don't think we'll have that like Salina, Kansas 113 mile an hour gust, but yeah, something in that. I mean it depends on the strength of the windows. Honestly, if it's a historic house with historic windows, that doesn't take as much. Most of those modern windows they should be rated for hurricane strength winds, especially if you're in an area that has severe weather or along the Gulf Coast. But and obviously flying debris like trees falling or stuff like that can obviously increase the risk for windows. But that's why, yeah, you do want to stay away from windows, especially during a severe thunderstorm event. Stay away from windows. Kind of be not definitely on the highest floor, be on the lower levels. And if you do feel like it, into your room. All right, there's that. Oh, and we are just getting a new tornado warning. First tornado warning here of this afternoon cluster. There has been a cluster of storms earlier. Real quick, I do want to look at this cell near Veneta. It is also starting to show a little bit of rotation here, just over this area near Big Cabin. Yeah, there is some rotation starting to pick up in here near Big Cabin. This is a supercell near Veneta, Oklahoma. Yeah, it went up really quick. Crazy. There's Big Cabin. This was a clear day just a little bit ago when I was doing the stream setup. There's some puffy white clouds. It's now a full-blown supercell. Does have a hook on it. We'll keep an eye on this one. There's your hail core in here too, just to the south and east of Big Cabin. So right now, weak, broad rotation. It looks pretty impressive on radar. They have increased that threat with a tornado possible tag. So if you're in here, especially it looks like south and southwest of Veneta, Oklahoma, towards Ketchum, Disney, and Langley, be ready to take tornado safety precautions pretty quickly there in case that continues to wrap up. That's moving towards the Grove area, Anderson, Knoll, and maybe into northwest Arkansas, Bella Vista area. We'll keep an eye on those locations. Right now, it looks like we've lost a few of those severe warnings across Arkansas. Hey, Sarah, how's it going today? Thanks, you too. I appreciate all of our followers, but yeah, Sarah, you've been one of the kind of the OGs. You've been a long time follower, so I definitely appreciate you. Yeah, this cell has continued to uptrend near Marysville. 2-inch diameter hail that's tucked up in there along US 36, and then rotation has significantly increased in the last few minutes. Still a little broad, but you know what? It was a little bit tighter just a couple minutes ago, right when it was tornado warned. So that's what they were looking at. And yeah, fairly significant uptrending there with the rotation. You can see a little bit ago, this was only about 20 minutes ago. There wasn't much rotation in here, just kind of weak and broad. And then that significantly tightened as well as increased in velocity. And then, yeah, right in there, they definitely needed a tornado warning, and it looks like it got that. This is sliding off to the south and east. It is radar confirmed right now, or not radar confirmed. It is radar indicated. East Central Washington and West Central Marshall County. There are a decent number of chasers out here today, so I wouldn't be surprised if there is anything crazy that goes on in this storm. We'll get a pretty good notice quickly on it. It's a little bit of a rain wrap circulation, but if there's any chasers out here towards the Waterville area, even towards Blue Rapids, you can probably get a view up in there to see if there's a confirmed tornado. And on the last radar scan, it has broadened a little bit, so we'll keep an eye on that. There is large hail showing in this cell, and it is a little V-notched as well, so that indicates a pretty powerful, potent updraft. Yeah, it's also V-notch showing in the ZDR. Pretty impressive storm. And it is in a favorable environment. This is one of those storms that I flagged earlier in our weather brief that's kind of along that outflow boundary. This is along a little bit of a convergence boundary in here with a cold front back off to the west. So it's kind of acting not as much like a warm front, but more in the sense it's acting as a convergence point between these southerly, southeasterly winds and some northern and northeasterly winds. So those are where those storms have fired, and pretty much kind of where expected. A couple other areas near Concordia, Kansas. That cell's showing some rotation. Yeah, kind of broadly rotating in there. Ping pong ball size hail with that cell. And then another train spotter report of lime size hail, considerable threat, 70-mile-an-hour winds near Cuba, Kansas. And yeah, seeing some pretty potent winds in there. That's just east of the Belleville, Kansas area. That storm has crashed to the southeast pretty quickly. Moving to southeast at 30 miles an hour. It's a pretty shot of that backside of the updraft of that cell near the Veneta and Big Cabin, Oklahoma area. Keep an eye on a little bit of rotation down there too. This is a shot here out of the Belleville, Kansas area. A little bit spicier earlier, but you can see there's some pretty heavy rain still falling in that camera location. That's on 81 near the Belleville area there in Republic County, Kansas. A big hail core passed the Belleville area a little bit ago, so it should start to clear out across those parts of the of northern Kansas. Yeah, still seeing that area here pick up just a little bit. This is some really big hail. Let's take a look at this on ZDR. Yeah, seeing big hail in here. This could potentially be in that lime size range too. I wouldn't be surprised if that starts to produce larger hail as more of a considerable threat too. So if you're north and east of Concordia, Kansas, along Kansas Highway 9 over towards Clifton, Kansas, you do want to be in a sturdy structure away from windows on that lower floor, especially if there's any wind-driven large hail in there. That can do some serious damage. And then the Marysville area, that is the Washington and Marshall counties. Still seeing rotation in there. Let's look at a couple different angles. Got broad rotation. Looks like a big broad mesocyclone right now near Schroyer, Kansas. We're getting pretty good radar data. Yeah, out of this area here, the area around Alma. So that's not too far from this location. Only looking up a few hundred or a few thousand feet, about 4,500 feet near the Schroyer area. That's going to continue sinking southeast. Let's see. Yeah, that area is rotating, is moving a little bit more southeast than this warning polygon is set for. So keep an eye on this if you're over here towards Blue Rapids, Kansas, and some of these areas here in Marshall County. This will be interesting stories, I'm sure, on social media. This area here in Marshall County and Blue Rapids had a bit of a social media what's the word? Flare up or drama, I guess would be the best word, between the local sheriff and storm chasers. The last time there was tornadoes in this area, the local fire department blocked off roadways and chasers were trying to get around the roadblocks. But apparently some of the chasers said those roadblocks were the chasers exit options. So obviously, like, there was some drama that the sheriff was saying they should have followed the fire department roadblock orders, and chasers were saying, well, they were creating a dangerous situation by blocking some of the escape options. So we'll see if there's any chasers in that area. Be a little cautious. Law enforcement may be a little extra picky today. Yeah, still seeing big hail in here. Highway 9, just north and east of Concordia. This is some really big, robust hail signatures starting to come up near Cuba and Hayworth in northern Kansas. I think we're going to start verifying some of the larger hail reports for this watch. This watch did include some hail up to tennis ball size, likely. So I think we are going to start to verify some of those pretty quickly here. Some of the hail should come down before it gets to the I-35 corridor, but especially if you're west of there, Topeka, Rock Creek, Holton, Horton, Hiawatha, Westmoreland, Manhattan, Kansas area. If you have a few minutes now, I would go put my car in the carport or the garage and get everything tucked away. Let's see. So seeing a pretty strong storm pushing through areas in Tennessee, Greenfield, Gleason, and Dyer. Looks like storms have relaxed just a little bit. We're not seeing as many of those severe warnings across northeast Oklahoma or northeast Arkansas and now into western parts of Tennessee. Yeah, I see look how fast those outflow boundaries rocketed out of those storms. Right in there. You know, the Terrell, Kansas or Arkansas area. Look at that outflow boundary. Now, there are some storms that have gone up on those outflows. We do have to watch. Sometimes those can be a quick spin up. There was one of those yesterday in central Arkansas. So they're really hard to spot. They're really brief, but they can do damage like the one yesterday in Arkansas. So we'll keep an eye on those. That may also lead to some new storms later into the Memphis area. So Memphis, I said dinner time, but I guess it is about 5:30, but you may get storms sooner than that with those new storms going up on those outflow boundaries. And then, yeah, seeing a pretty decent cluster. This is outflow dominant, though, as well. Look at that outflow just surge out. But yeah, we may get some new storms. You can see here on the radar, there's flow out of the south here. This is south flow. You can see the streaming moisture and then this outflow boundary is crashing to the south. So that leads to some convergence. So wouldn't be surprised if we get some more storms across that I-40 corridor. They did re-up that tornado warning. Looks like they just trimmed it up a little bit to include just the area around Schroyer. Yeah, still seeing kind of a broad circulation. We'll see if it localizes. There's a couple areas where it could start to localize. It's weakened just a little bit, but continue to stay in your safe place there in Marshall County, Kansas. And then heads up Blue Rapids, especially between Blue Rapids and Frankfort, Kansas. If you live there in Kansas along Highway 9 near the Highway 77 junction, that's an area there that's probably going to be prone to some larger hail and also that tornado risk. I wouldn't be surprised if they extend a new warning out, something like that, because it's had decent enough rotation in here that it probably can continue that warning, as well as the larger hail in there, up to about, I think any of these storms actually in Kansas right now are probably capable up to about that lime-size hail kind of range. Yeah, they all three could have some lime-size hail. Seeing the pretty potent ZDRs too. There's your hail core back here. There's your hail core here. And that other one has a hail core right up in there. So a couple areas there. Yeah, pretty much spot on. You can see it on reflectivity as well as our other products here on radar. Yeah, dangerous storms. They're starting to sink to the southeast. So heads up next, Morganville, Cottage Hill, Blue Rapids, Westmoreland, Kansas. And then we'll continue to watch those sink to the southeast. This may be the storms that start to cluster and then work further south. Check this area around Grove. They backed off the considerable threat warning down to 1-inch hail. Let's check our Grove camera. Or not our Grove, Big Cabin. I believe it's actually a newer camera. So this is first time using this on our stream. Oklahoma Transportation added a couple new cameras today, or I guess recently. And actually, we have two of them. One looking south, and then one looking north. Right there at Big Cabin. That area looks like split a little bit. Have we had a left split? We kind of have. It's more of an outflow boundary left split. These storms kind of went up on that outflow boundary. This is still a supercell, so we'll see if it kind of reforms here. It's kind of upscaling maybe a little too quickly. Yeah, it had a little tighter rotation just when we were starting the stream and noting that. That has weakened fairly quickly. So yeah, we'll see if it tries to kind of reform that mesocyclone. Whoa, there's some really big cloud to ground lightning straight ahead of us on that camera. That was a nice lightning shot. Some other storms down into northern Arkansas and southwest Missouri. This area is under a flood watch, but also flash flooding could be a significant problem. And the Weather Prediction Center outlines an area here that has some extensive rainfall outlooks. Let's see. Yeah, there's the area there by the Weather Prediction Center for the excessive rainfall. A level 3 out of 4 moderate risk for excessive rainfall. That includes these areas here out towards West Plains, up towards Rolla, Lebanon, Iola, Kansas, near Independence, and then back down into areas in northeast Oklahoma and extreme northern Arkansas, like the Bentonville, Bella Vista, Berryville, over towards Bull Shoals, Joplin, Springfield, up to Nevada, Butler, Clinton. So, yeah, areas that have had a lot of rain recently, and that looks like it's going to continue. Yeah, this is a model guidance here by the Weather Prediction Center, so you can see where those higher pink and reddish colors are is where the Weather Prediction Center really highlights some higher rainfall totals in there. And yeah, this is one area that does not need a lot of rainfall. If we do get some rainfall in Arkansas, that's actually a little bit beneficial. There's a very tight gradient between an area that has had a ton of rain this spring across southwest Missouri and northeast Oklahoma, basically along the I-44 corridor, and then some pretty significant drought in place down towards the Arkansas River Valley and then up into northeast Arkansas. So some rain in that area is a pretty good thing. You can also see Oklahoma is split roughly in half. The eastern part of the state, especially the northeastern part of the state, has had a decent amount of rainfall this spring, but the western part has had a pretty dry spring. We haven't had as much severe storms out in this area, so you can see some of those drought monitors really starting to increase there. And it looks like we're getting a new severe weather watch, so we can grab details on that. Still have our one tornado watch in place. Scattered hail up to tennis ball size, scattered wind gusts 75 miles an hour possible, and frequent lightning. That includes areas like Hayes, Great Bend, Pratt, Dodge City, and Liberal, Kansas, and then the Oklahoma Panhandle, Guymon, Perryton, over into western Oklahoma, Woodward, and Alva, and then the northern Texas Panhandle, Dalhart, Borger, and Canadian, Texas. That goes until midnight in the central time zone. And if I didn't say it yet, I forget if I did. The other severe watch is up through areas like Lincoln, Red Oak, Maryville, northern parts of Missouri, north of St. Joseph, and then southwest or southeast Nebraska around Pawnee City, Beatrice, Hebron, Nelson, back into areas like Stockton and Osborne and Mitchell County in Kansas. That one was for 11 p.m. Central Time. A couple of tornadoes possible, scattered hail up to 2 inches possible, and 70-mile-an-hour gusts are possible. And the tornado watch, that includes the Kansas City metro, does include a couple of tornadoes possible, scattered hail up to tennis ball size likely, scattered wind gusts up to 75 miles an hour are likely. So in addition to the tornado threat, the tornado watch here across central and eastern Kansas into the Kansas City area does include a risk for some of those hurricane force wind gusts. Yeah, there is it's a slight risk, Sarah. I'm sorry, just catching up to some of the comments here. They've yeah, slight risk across the St. Louis area, eastern parts of Missouri. They have nudged the enhanced just back just a little bit. And yeah, primarily it's going to be a wind risk later today. Along with that nudge of enhanced back further, they have trimmed off some of the higher wind risks off. This did push out earlier towards the east. They've trimmed it back just a little bit. So still a night to keep an eye on the weather across St. Louis and down into the Boot Hill, Missouri. But it does appear like some of this energy has shifted back further into southwest Missouri. Let's see. Hey, Caleb, how's it going? Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it. Let's go check that again. Um, as that hail comes up, we're probably going to get more of that where we get some side lobe. There is rotation in there, though. It's just not as, probably not as strong as it looks on radar. And like right in there. That's side lobe mostly. This is side, yeah, that side lobe down here too. Otherwise, that tornado warning is out of that polygon, which it's not. It's not as side lobey as it was. Yeah, for a little bit, it was probably a little side lobe here. And actually, we can take a look at that, but it should be decently in the same spot. I'll pull up some different levels here. Yeah, it's still rotation. It does have side lobe at some of the lower elevations, but side lobe tends to move, and that's the lowest level of elevation for the radar. That's 0.9, 1.3, 1.8, 2.4, and 3.1. Yeah, so it does show there is a rotating column up through that storm. But yeah, at times there are some side lobe contaminations on that, and probably in a few of these others too. Let me make sure I'm back on. Yeah, back on 5. Cool. And because that rotation has come down a little bit, they may just extend this out. Yeah, it's a little bit more, less of a concentrate air of rotation. Maybe still a little bit in there near Reedsville. It looks like are going to continue this out as a considerable threat. Interestingly, it's not tornado possible. I'd probably keep it tornado possible in case this goes back to needing a tornado warning. But it has kind of gusted out just a little bit. That area of rotation now got kind of occluded by the gust front that's now out in front of this. So yeah, we'll see if it can relocalize an area of rotation, but right now it's probably not imminently tornadic. Looks like things are upscaling fairly quickly. That's going to limit some of that tornado potential. If these storms continue to upscale and bump into each other, and they're starting to merge and connect into each other, that will limit some of that tornado risk. That has also brought down the hail in that middle cell. This was a cell that was warned for, I think it was at least lime-sized hail a little bit ago near Hatem, Morrowville, and Washington. That cell getting squeezed off a little bit from some of those areas there with the other storms out to the east. We also have new storms riding along the Kansas and Nebraska border towards the areas around Bern. Hail core kind of going up in those. Yeah, 1-inch hail is probably a good warning there. And then also a new cell with ping pong ball size hail around the Bob Brown Conservation Center, pushing across the Missouri River into northern parts of Missouri along the I-29 corridor. That's going to be for Doniphan and Holt counties.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
Yeah, ping pongs there coming towards White Cloud, Forest City, Oregon, and eventually over towards Fillmore. I would say, Sarah, even if the severe weather chance is not as high as maybe it looked like the other day, and they've shrunk and shifted that enhanced risk, I think that southern parts of Missouri and eastern Missouri, probably a decent chance of getting at least some strong storms, and certainly heavy rain is going to be an issue there. Yeah, there's a little bit of well, it's just the atmosphere's used up a little bit too. There was this morning storms. Let's see. And yeah, there's storms a little bit to your south. So this area is a little bit more, at least right now, a little bit more stable into eastern Missouri, east central Missouri. But there should be some boundary recovery. We can look at some of those things too. Let's look at. First, let's just look at dew point and see what the model says for dew points. Yeah, there's a decent number of dew. So the dew point is good enough. Let's look at let's look at some CAPE and see. Yeah, there's your little stable layer. Those morning storms kind of zapped up some of that convective available potential energy. But this model does show, again, kind of back into the evening and overnight. Some of those storms will work into this area. Even if this area doesn't get storms to develop with the slightly more stable atmosphere, storms that are out in more favorable atmosphere can work into that area. Yeah, no problem. Looks like we're dropping that tornado warning, which is probably the right idea. New cells are going up into central Kansas, the area around Ellsworth. New cell there with some hail. Let's see, both of these probably escalating pretty quick. Yeah, this is that's about a half hour. Went from basically little blips to severe thunderstorms capable of producing hail and damaging winds. For both of those, it looks like. So some rapid upscale development here. Yeah, within the last 20 minutes, that cell near Kannapolis in Kansas. So that's why there's this severe weather watch down into parts of Oklahoma and Texas now. And then, interestingly, seeing some cells across northern Oklahoma. Let's take a look at this cell again. Still a little bit of a supercell in here, but it's kind of gusted out. Yeah, it's not as healthy as it was earlier. Let's see. Yeah, that's still the better view at Big Cabin. Just south of Minita, continuing there towards Grove. Severe thunderstorm, capable of producing some gusty winds, and the hail has come down in that one. New severe warning. This was out of the areas in Memphis. Quarter-size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. Atoka, Rosemark, and Arlington, Tennessee. And then this is probably one of those cells that went up on those outflow boundaries, but it's moving a little different direction. This is a storm to watch with some hail and wind. It's another cell that's quickly developed just in the last half hour or so near Lobbleville. Severe thunderstorm warning there for Perry and Humphreys counties in Middle Tennessee. So yeah, severe warnings now. Looks like we have 12 of them. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, 12 severe thunderstorm warnings. Most of those are in Kansas right now, 1 in Oklahoma, and 2 in Tennessee. There were a couple isolated storms across the south and southeast that had some severe warnings earlier this afternoon. It's like those have calmed down. And then we're already seeing flash flood warnings issued. So yeah, these storms already causing some flash flooding. And yeah, this is probably more of a wind risk right now, less of a tornado threat. So I agree that area probably not imminently tornadic. Now there are some cell mergers and stuff that's going to happen here in the next few minutes, so that's going to be a little bit of a wrinkle in things. Here's one of those cell mergers happening now, so we'll see how that cell kind of comes out of it on Highway 9 near Palmer and Cameo. Barnes towards Cottage Hill. That area's starting to gust out a little bit. And yeah, those two cells are kind of merging into one cluster. So we're already starting to see some of the multi-cell clusters form. Earlier, even when we were just starting the stream. And that one was a pretty rapid upscale too. Like when we were just starting the stream and this was tornado warning, they all actually had some broad rotation on them. But with large hail, they're going to be supercells producing large hail. But yeah, the hail cores have come down in all 3 of these cells. And the wind has started to pick up, especially in this middle cell. That's that area that's bulging out between Palmer and Cameo down towards Morganville in north central Kansas. So that may already start more of a wind risk with some of those cells. We'll see. Considerable threat still for some lime-sized hail. Limes may start to come down. It might be more like the golf ball size hail. And we'll start to see potentially more of those 70-mile-an-hour damaging wind warnings pick up. How's it going, Highland? How are you today? I think I saw yesterday you guys had some isolated severe cells across those northern and higher elevation areas of the Carolinas yesterday, right? That area that Highland covers is a bit of a radar hole too. One of the more annoying ones in kind of western North Carolina. Yeah, these are uptrending pretty quickly as far as development. Now, not even isolated. There's almost a line of cells forming here. Pockets in here could have some larger hail, some of those quarters to $half size hail. Probably at least 3 of them. Looks like could have potentially some larger hail. And then this one also up here, quarters to $half size hail. Wilson to Geneseo and over towards Brookville, Kansas. Already seeing severe, or not severe storms, but already seeing storms also starting to fire back across parts of the western edge of this new severe weather watch. That's in the far Texas and Oklahoma panhandles around Boise City, and then up around Liberal, Kansas. A new storm going up there pretty quickly. This is going to be an interesting thing to see if the newest model run picks up on some rapidly upscaling thunderstorms. There's what I just said. Hey, they're going to add a considerable threat for that 70-mile-an-hour wind. They're also dropping the hail down to ping pong ball size and the lime size. So hail threat maybe coming down just a little bit. Wind threat starting to increase. And I do want to see what the and some new warnings there also into central parts of Kansas and also that northern storm in Oklahoma. Well, as Sarah kind of alluded to earlier, this newest HRRR model run does kind of hint a little bit at potentially an area less severe weather across Missouri. This still wants to put more of the convective system developing across Kansas, and especially like southeast Kansas. And it's maybe shifted it down a little bit closer to towards the Tulsa area. And these are not exact. This is just a model's guess at what it thinks it's going to do based on all the environmental factors and data it gets in. But yes, this has shoved where it thinks that strongest part of that MCS is going to go later tonight, roughly kind of in there. So that is interesting. Let me go back a different model run. We'll go back to the 18Z. 18Z similar. Let's check the 16Z. Also similar, but the 16Z did have mark it in maybe yellow. 16Z had a little bit more, see up into central Missouri. Again, not 100%. Yeah, it takes a little bit more eastward shove on the 16Z with some of those storms. So yeah, there's definitely been some model trending to the south and west over the last couple hours. Oh, I missed it. Yeah, I didn't know you. I guess I wasn't around the computer that much yesterday afternoon, but I missed it. Otherwise, I would have tuned in. I'll catch you on the next one, Highland. All right, let's check that new cell, Ponca City area, Newkirk, Blackwell, Bremen. New cell there going up. Wow, really quickly. That's about 10 minutes ago. And that's about 20 minutes ago. So 20 minutes ago, this wasn't really even a thunderstorm. near Bremen, and now that has exploded. So some very rapid development out where the atmosphere is conducive of severe weather. These storms are going up. I don't believe there's much of a cap out this way. Yeah, we can check that also for the Sierras area, eastern Missouri. Oops, draw on that. Check this again. Do I have to center it? Okay. All right, I guess we won't do that. Let's check this story. Let's see if it gives me a... No, it must be maybe loading some new data or something. I don't know. Oh, you know what? It may be right. That's what it was. Nope. I was thinking it was about to run the new model run that runs every hour. So, okay. Guess we don't have a sounding there. With how fast these are going up, I'd be surprised if there was a cap in place in some of these locations. This is already turning into a pretty pronounced system here with some heavy winds coming through the Morganfield area, Cameo. Also increasingly little. We'll have to watch this little area here. See if it tries to tighten up. Not showing it yet, but you can see the leading edge of winds in here, and then they kind of wrap back in north of the Cameo area. There's the latest radar scan. So yeah, that's pushing out towards areas around Cameo, Cottage Hill, Green, Leonardville. New warning here, considerable threat, 70-mile-an-hour winds. And I wouldn't be surprised if we start to get some spotter confirmations of some of these. Riley County, Pottawatomie County, Washington, Clay, and Marshall counties in northeast Kansas. Again, you want to take that seriously. At least stay away from the windows on a lower level of your home. I wouldn't be on like the top floor. And then also still seeing some broad rotation in here with also some pretty feisty winds right up in that area where the mesocyclone is trying to reform. That's approaching areas around Frankfort, Axtell, and eventually Centralia, Kansas, kind of paralleling Highway 9 right now. Pockets in here have probably ping pongs to even maybe a couple lime-size hail areas. And then back in here, being warned for golf ball size hail, that's probably about right at Highway 9 and 119 along Kansas, south of US 36. Oh yeah, you guys do have that slight risk tomorrow. Awesome. Well, yeah, anywhere that you have interest in, especially western parts of North Carolina, check out Highland Weather there. Is that new? Have they bumped it? I think they've expanded that slight risk, if I remember. I haven't looked too much at tomorrow, but I feel like has that always been their Highland, or have they bumped this back to the west a little bit? I feel like I saw earlier there was definitely a slight risk up in this area, but yeah, this may be expanded data. A couple areas right now of low-end tornado probabilities up along the Canadian border into Quebec, and then around the Delmarva and the Chesapeake. Yeah, okay. Yeah, there's your wind. Oh, did they up that too? They may have upped the wind across the areas there in the Delmarva and into Jersey. Low-end hail day, kind of in that same area. And there is a marginal risk all the way up into parts of lower Michigan. So we'll see if we get any severe weather up there. I don't think there has been really much up that way yet. But there's a chance we get some severe weather up there. Also some storms, they aren't severe right now, into southern parts of Iowa. We'll keep an eye on those. As well as this other cluster of storms is also working into western Missouri. A couple other severe warnings. Tornado possible tag on this cell near Skidmore, Whitman, and Burlington Junction. Kind of messy, though. And then there are also these cells near White Cloud and Oregon. Another cell that's kind of actually trended down in the last few minutes. It was a little bit more of an organized supercell earlier near White Cloud. That one's also not moving that much. It's kind of it was moving more easterly. It's now just kind of collapsed on itself because it was approaching areas around Oregon and Fillmore. It's still basically just holding on south of White Cloud right now. But yeah, these storms have gone up fairly quickly also into northern parts of Missouri. You can see that new warning there with that tornado possible tag near Skidmore. And also, again, some boundary interactions and some cell mergers. They can do some briefly weird things, so we do have to watch out for that. Yeah, there is some broad rotation in there. It's pretty broad and weak right now, and it seems to be transitioning to more of a wind risk at the moment, but we'll keep an eye on it. Wouldn't be surprised if this gets a new warning around Pickering and Hopkins, or at least some small hail. That's another cell that has trended up pretty quickly in the last few minutes between US 71 and Missouri Highway 148 around the Hopkins area. Yeah, that's a good idea, Addie, to get some sleep in now, because even if things aren't super crazy severe, I mean, they're probably going to be, as we've seen this week, there's quite a bit of atmospheric energy. There's a lot of lift in these storms. So there's probably going to be a lot of lightning. They're going to be loud storms. And speaking of which, yeah, some of these are already pushing like 55,000 feet near the Frankfurt area. This storm, 54,000 feet up near Bern. So yeah, some of these storms already have quite the tops on them. 52,000 feet there around Cameo. And now actually very interested in this cluster of severe warning cells. You mentioned that just a few minutes ago, that all of them could probably be producing some severe weather. Now they all are severe warned. And yeah, they're all up in that 55,000 foot range. So yeah, severe warnings there continue. Quarter size hail, Ford, Hodgman, and Edwards counties. And then the other one, Pawnee County. And moving up the line near Ash Valley, Pawnee, and Rush counties. And still seeing that other cell near Ellsworth and Kannapolis. Those cells are going up just along and west of the US 56 corridor from near Dodge City all the way up there to areas in Hodgman County, Burdett, and Offley, Kinsley, to areas around Albert, Great Bend, and Olmutz. Oh, yeah, that too. Yeah, especially with dogs. That's good, just to kind of stay up with them and keep them calm and all that. This cell also continues to uptrend. Considerable threat now, 60-mile-an-hour winds coming towards Bremen and Blackwell. There's 2 cells kind of in here, and those are your 2 hail cores. They are also little mini supercells, so we'll keep an eye on these. They're not really in a watch right now, but we'll keep an eye on them. Right now, they're mostly a hail threat. Here's some of that heavy rain around the Memphis area. This is I-40, just on the west side of Memphis, right about where I-55 comes into I-40. And then I'll reposition our other camera in Oklahoma. That new big cabin camera is now kind of 1 for 1. Looks like with at least catching severe weather on our streams. And this is a look out of the Bremen area, just on the Kansas and Oklahoma border, looking south. So we're looking towards this severe warning cell, or this complex of 2 cells. There's kind of 2 cells in here. They are both supercells. Not a whole ton of rotation. They have enough rotation, though, that they have a tilted updraft, and that is producing some of that larger hail. That camera is like right there at the state line, so looking south towards those storms. And in fact, this camera may get in some of that larger hail, that northern cell, if it continues to track towards the east. They're so new, it's hard to even get a really good read on which way they're tracking. It does appear like this one may be a little bit more northeasterly. This may actually lift into Kansas, so keep an eye on this if you're here. South Haven, Kansas, Arkansas City, and those areas, because this cell may actually start to left split. And then we'll see this cell may take more of the path of the warning polygon towards Bremen and Blackwell and Newkirk. Another cell also going up near Wakita and Medford. A couple new cells really close to the radar site there too. So those are good looks at those cells. And then already a pretty solid line out here. A new warning there around Barton County for Great Bend, Kansas. Quarter size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. All these cells back here have probably at least quarters to, what are they being warned for? They're all being warned for quarters, but quarters to $half size hail in pockets there. Yeah, this storm now, Kannapolis, is also going up. That one could have $half plus, maybe. Starting to get into kind of that type of situation there, $half plus size hail around Ellsworth and Kannapolis, west of Salina, Kansas. You can still see that rotation, just even on reflectivity of that supercell. That kind of lead cell is still fairly prominent. It's going to now get incorporated into this line segment, so that may kind of be the end of its supercellular life, but we'll keep an eye on it the next few minutes. A little bit of side lobe contamination, but there still is rotation in there, and this is another time where we want to probably double check the side lobe. It is a little bit distinct from the hail core, but we'll double check it here and tilt up a few elevations. Yeah, that's a little bit more of the side lobe contamination. What I was saying earlier too, where it wasn't as much side lobe. If you look here, when you tilt up a little bit, you can see a couple different how that rotation also weakens, but it also moves quite a bit. So although it does tilt a little bit in the updraft, it usually doesn't jump that far difference. So rotation is actually back in here, which actually should check out. Yeah, that the other way to check that side lobe is that was showing rotation on the forward flank, and that area is generally not an area you would expect a lot of rotation. So the actual rotation is back here north of Barrett. That's side lobe. You can also kind of tell just by looking at it here on reflectivity that that radar beam is hitting some of these higher reflectivity areas there. That's some larger hail up in this area. You can also kind of confirm with some of the other products, the ZDR and the correlation coefficient showing some larger hail. Not crazy large hail, but yeah, that all works out to be side lobe contamination. Where it says the rotation is near Frankfurt, it's actually back south and west of there towards Bartlett. And that would be where we find more of that rotation. That's right at the interface point. This cell has RFD surging out. This is RFD. And I love doing this. See, make it a little dotted line. That's RFD that's surging out on the rear flank of that mesocyclone and that updraft. And then we have our forward flank line in here, a little bit of rain-cooled air. That also does actually get kind of wrapped in. And then our inflow gets pulled in here, gets funneled by the RFD, pulled into the inflow area. So that's where we're seeing our rotation, not where it says when I wrap the velocity back down. Yeah, see? When I put it back down, it says there's rotation up here. But it's actually back there. Very cool. We have some awesome radar products and some really great tools to use. And if anyone's interested in checking out, should pull up the link. There it is, aguacerowx.com. I'm good, Stones. Yeah, how was your Saturday so far? So they've done a good job here on the National Weather Service. As this has started to line up and cluster together, they've pushed out a new weather warning across Pottawatomie and Riley counties. That includes Westmoreland, Oldsburg, and Riley down to Ogden. Also the Manhattan, Kansas area. K-State is also in there for those 70-mile-an-hour winds. Looks like they're also being proactive as we're looking at that rotation. It should continue to weaken as that supercell gets incorporated into the line segment and the more organized line cluster, and the cool air should undercut that updraft. But as it does, that forward flank is starting to become more of a bow shape. It's starting to also kind of get incorporated into this line segment. So they've also added a new warning here for the considerable threat, 70-mile-an-hour winds. They continue to also back off the hail risk as well. Couple areas in there to watch around Turtle Creek Wildlife Area north of Randolph, the Turtle Creek Recreation Area. That area still has a little bit of spin in it. It's kind of an area that we would also expect as we start to get these line segments, these multi-cell clusters on the northern side of this big surge of wind. There's a little bit of an area there. You can get inflow, the outflow surges are back around. So more of a QLCS than a supercellular tornado threat, but there's kind of an embedded little area of spin in there. Also shows on spectrum width. You can see there just south of Cottage Hill, a little bit in that spectrum width. This will cool things down. I think tomorrow it's only going to be in the 70s across the Kansas City area. So yeah, one pretty warm day and then should get a little cooler. Yeah, don't worry too much. It's more of an isolated tornado risk. We're not looking at like the tornado outbreak we saw not yesterday, the Thursday. It's more of a risk for some of those line embedded QLCS tornadoes, but especially if things continue to really cluster together like they are right now, that will kind of impact that tornado risk. Oh, and speaking of tornado risk, it looks like they've added a new tornado watch. Yeah. Oh, no, this is an interesting watch here. This is not for the Stones area. This is a new tornado watch until 11 p.m. in the central time zone. A couple of strong tornadoes possible. Scattered hail up to tennis ball size possible, and scattered wind gusts up to 75 miles an hour are possible as well. That includes areas there around Ponca City, Stillwater, Bartlesville, Tulsa, and over towards Grove in Oklahoma. And then south side to Joplin, Neosho, down to areas around Branson, and then also includes areas in northwest Arkansas, Rogers, Bentonville, Fayetteville. So interesting area there. Eureka Springs also included in that. Yeah, until 11 o'clock. It does also include the Tulsa, Bixby areas there, Wagner, and Stillwell. So a couple of strong tornadoes possible. I assume it is based on basically some of the same dynamics, but we have a lot of warm and moist atmosphere out ahead of this. We do have some rain-cooled outflow from earlier storms. So I assume that very similar to the analysis that I was working on earlier from the Kansas area, I assume there is a possibility there of some convergence along that boundary. But also at night, especially the south central plains and the southern plains, that low-level jet really gets ripping. So with a stronger low-level jet down in here and some really untapped air out here in northern Oklahoma, right along that convergence boundary, that's probably going to be a little bit extra area of spin. Little bit more vorticity in the atmosphere. And have they adjusted that? Not yet. Interestingly, they have not expanded that yet. I would guess on the next, clear a couple of these things off so we can see it a little better. I would guess on maybe the next outlook, they may expand some of this, at least the hatched risk, because right now their outlook doesn't really match with the watch area for some strong tornadoes. And that's what I was saying earlier. You can get tornadoes, even strong ones, in areas that don't have a high-end tornado risk, especially in the late spring and into the early summer with a lot of warm and moist air. So yeah, I would expect the next update, they may expand some of this tornado risk, some of the 5 hatched down across these areas. Yeah, this was a mesoscale discussion. While we're on air here, isolated storms will be possible through the evening. Coverage is uncertain, but increasing confidence in organized severe threat over the next couple hours. Isolated supercells there in northeast Oklahoma. Yeah, so exactly kind of what I was saying. Along the remnant outflow boundary from the active convection earlier. And to the southwest of that boundary, the air mass is super warm, or they say very, but super very warm and moist and extremely unstable. Dew points in the mid 70s, mid-level CAPE values 4,000 joules per kilogram. That's what we were saying earlier. Those CAPE is convective available potential energy. It's just storm fuel. And once you get storm values like that, CAPE values in the 4,000 joules per kilogram, that's like, instead of just regular unleaded gasoline, that's like jet fuel for storms. Vertical shear, not particularly strong, but with the high instability and the outflow boundaries, they're expecting some rotating updrafts. So yeah, that's been a change since earlier. And oh, let's see. The low-level jet is also forecasted to increase and strengthen over the evening. So I could have written that myself. I don't want to sound cocky. I'm not trying to sound too cocky, but I do I basically did a nowcast and said exactly what they had in their official forecast. So that helps confirm that I'm on the same page here of the experts at the Storm Prediction Center. Stones, yeah. I don't need any snow right now. I like snow. I grew up in an area that got a lot of snow. I I don't know if I love snow as much as an adult as when I was a kid. But yeah, I guess if you're sitting out in the heat and stuff, you probably want some snow, but Don't wish for it too much though today. You don't need like hail covering the roadways or anything. You don't need that kind of frozen precipitation. This cell that we were following earlier near Big Cabin did get upgraded again to a considerable threat, or some golf ball size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. That is generally sinking towards the northwest Arkansas metro, areas like Sulphur Springs, Decatur, Gravette, and Gentry. We'll see if this gets into a little more highly populated area. It's like shear rate picking up on a little bit of an increase in shear rate as well. There is a little bit of an increase in shear rate. Yeah. That's crossing the Lake of the Cherokees area there around the Grove area down towards J. And that's going to
A
continue
new
sinking to
flash
the
flood
south
warning
and
has been
east.
issued.
So through Delaware County into areas there in Benton County. Keep an eye on that cell. That's one of those supercells that the Storm Prediction Center noted as being potentially an issue down the road.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
Interestingly, we get this kind of radar contamination really close to the radars, especially later into the evening with how warm and moist and humid the atmosphere is. But it's interesting, we have that now already at only about 6 o'clock. So that does show there's some pretty warm and moist atmosphere out here. And yeah, you can see that streaming into that complex of storms. These storms here that are severe are basically riding that northern, that outflow boundary right in here. And they have up that other cell, Fairland, Grove, Lake of the Cherokees. That's Craig, Delaware, and Ottawa counties, northeast Oklahoma. 60-mile-an-hour winds, quarter-size hail. And actually, that reminds me, do we have hail falling on our camera at Raymond? Probably not. Looks like the hail core may have just missed this camera. If there was any hail, it was small hail. The bigger hail complex has gone into areas in Kansas, along Kansas Highway 136, just north of Hunnewell, coming towards Gouda Springs and Arkansas City. Areas around South Haven. That may head up towards Oxford and Tisdale and Dexter as well. Surprised they don't actually have that as a considerable threat. This is an interesting cell to watch. It's a supercell. It's had some cell mergers and some difficulties early on in its life, but you can see it continues to uptrend. That's the cell that's headed towards Bremen. And then the other cell behind it near Wakita has also gone up. It's probably borderline severe. It has some small hail also in it. It may be, yeah, it's borderline severe probably already. This hail is, or this storm has the warning for the lime size hail back in there. And I may notch this camera down a little bit. Let's see. Since that one hail core has crossed our camera position, I want to actually pop this back down to our Bremen camera looking to the north. Yeah, this is a better camera perspective. This is the camera that we saw the multi-vortex tornado near Bremen a couple months ago. The same night that we had the Enid tornado, the Enid EF4, there was the multi-vortex. I think it ended up being an EF2 around the Bremen area. Actually had a satellite tornado with it for quite a while. they've nudged with those cells across the Oklahoma border. They've nudged that severe weather watch into areas in southern Kansas, which they do. If you pay attention long enough, they will do that
A
sometimes.
new tornado warning has been issued.
A new tornado warning coming in Kansas. We'll get up to that one. But yeah, they have nudged that severe thunderstorm watch to the east. They've included a couple additional counties there towards the Wichita metro. Yeah, earlier it cut off at Pratt and Medicine Lodge earlier. So they've actually added a fairly, sometimes they'll add a county or two. They've actually added like 3 width of counties, basically almost a new weather watch, but they have added those in. All right, this is going to be that area that we were following earlier. That's an area that's had a little bit of rotation for a while. I called it out earlier, uh, north of 77 there, but it has continued to tighten up. It looks like a little bit. Yeah, it's a little bit of a QLCS. See this little appendage, this little thumb sticking out. Ooh, it's come up very quickly here in the last few minutes. But there's your potential tornado. And I'm curious here to see if there's anything in there. Doesn't look like anything really standing out crazy on the correlation coefficient. I want to keep it here and see what it looks like on the next correlation coefficient. In fact, I haven't done this too much since we switched over to Aguacero, but I do want to go into dual screen mode. These QLCS tornadoes can be a little bit harder to pick out every now and then. So let's go into dual screen mode and take a look at this and see what we have here. Dual screen mode, and let me get radar up. Okay. Yeah, it shows in spectrum width pretty good too. So that has definitely trended up in the last couple minutes. Let's go over to the relative. Wow, that's moving fast. I don't know what they are going to have it at, but the newest velocity scan is coming in, and it's diving to the south. Pottawatomie County, Riley County, southeast at 45. It's probably quicker than that, just based on where this new velocity scan is coming in. Yeah. That's going to be faster than 45. That's going to be about 55, 57 miles an hour if I'm doing the calculation roughly. Yeah, they're going to get that one out. Yeah. Hey, we're on the same page. We're on like the same wave frequency today as the National Weather Service because they did the same calculation, I think. Yeah, that was not at 45, how it jumped forward so fast. This is going to be just south of Westmoreland. South and west of Westmoreland in Pottawatomie County. And let's see. It's hard to say. Let's check the correlation coefficient again. Nothing really stands out there in the correlation coefficient. Yeah. Could be. There could be a weak tornado. We're just not picking up a lot of debris on it. We'll go back to single screen, but there's your potential tornado crashing to the south and southeast. Turtle Creek Lake. This is also going to be north sides of Manhattan, especially if you're north of Manhattan along US 24. I would start to take my tornado safety precautions if you're in those areas. And then did we get another tornado warning or is it just that one? We did. We got a tornado warning also there near Jay, Oklahoma. This is that other area that's continued to uptrend in circulation. Jay, Oklahoma, Delaware County, Oklahoma, Northeast Oklahoma. Tornado safety precautions. There's that area of rotation. It's not quite as tight as that QLCS on the northern zone, but that is still a dangerous storm. It's working a little more easterly right now. Let's see.
A new flash flood warning
It's kind of in there just north and west of Jay along Highway 28. Also along 127. J, Sycamore, Southwest City. You need to be in your tornado safe space. Dennis, it's going to be just south of Dennis. If you're on the Lake of the Cherokees, just hold up a couple more minutes, let those storms get by
A
you.
new flash flood warning has been issued.
Right now they have this working to the south and east, or east at about 25 miles an hour. Let's get a line track on that one.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
Grovette, about 55 minutes, and Decatur 55, Sulphur Springs 50. We'll keep an eye on those storms working into the northwest metro area. We are seeing still a severe warning storm across the Memphis area, South Haven, over towards Olive Branch, Mississippi. That is a outflow dominant storm, so big gust front in there, 60-mile-an-hour winds, maybe some small hail. Working across the Memphis area. That batch of storms is continuing to downtrend. It may have some isolated severe weather going into the evening, but overall, this area is downtrending a little bit. Slowly, also, some of that is starting to push towards the Nashville metro in Middle Tennessee. Keep an eye on that storm. That was a severe warning storm earlier. Headed generally to like the southwest sides of the Nashville metro around Columbia. Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that one. Lexington, and then a little bit of a feistier part of the storm complex coming through areas in western Tennessee, pushing into northern parts of Mississippi. The more important part about that morning and afternoon convection that got reinvigorated, other than the isolated severe weather that it caused, is, yeah, this outflow boundary of rain-cooled air that surged on. And that is going to play a role in our severe weather into the Kansas and Oklahoma and areas here into western Missouri. All right, let's see. Hey, Addie, welcome back from Snacks. Welcome, Cruz. How's it going tonight? Watching now a couple tornado warnings. Cruz popped in just in time with some tornado warnings in progress. Oh, nice to hear, Caleb. And yeah, I mean, CC is not perfect. You can get a tornado producing without a big CC value. There's just nothing that screams like, hey, this is a crazy tornado in progress. We're only up about 2,000 feet, so that gives me a little bit more confidence. The closer we are to our radar, the lower we can look. And so you can even pick up on weaker tornadoes at 2,000 feet. Now, yes, technically, if you look really close, there are a couple lower CC values right in here. They're not enough to say that's a tornado. I'd have to see more of those. Plus, also, even just the wind on the leading edge of this. This is also why these QLCS tornadoes can be very hard to read. Even for professional meteorologists that have been looking for radar for many, many, many years, even more than I have, because it's right on the leading edge of this wind. So, so that can kick up some debris and some dust and kind of lower correlation values along that leading edge anyway. So it makes these QLCS tornadoes even extra hard when they're embedded in potentially 70-mile-an-hour winds. And I wouldn't put it past this to be on the ground, just based on it was a pretty tight circulation. It has a pretty pronounced little hook on it, so it could be producing. I just it's just very hard to tell based on radar. Oh boy, our new tornado warned cell. This is that supercell we've also been following for a while near Bremen. Has also gone tornado warned. Still has kind of broad circulation in here, but that has picked up just on the last scan or two. Yeah, about three to 5 minutes of scans. That's picked up.
A new flash flood warning has been
from
issued.
very loose broad rotation. This is at yeah, this is about 10 minutes ago. Very loose broad rotation. A little bit more. This is at 6:30. and then that's now. So it definitely has
A new flash
uptrended
flood warning has been issued.
in the last few minutes. Areas along, looks like Oklahoma Highway 11, Deer Creek, Nardin, and then over into Blackwell and up towards Bremen, maybe just south of Bremen. Tornado safety precautions there. That's going to be for Kay and Grant counties, northern Oklahoma. Only moving east at about 20. Yeah, there's Blackwell in there. Tyner is also in there. Nardin and Deer Creek. Okay, they've done a good job. They trimmed that one up. There it is. Trim that tornado warning up. It includes areas there around Rocky Ford. Continue to take tornado safety precautions. Doesn't look quite as punchy as it did just a few minutes. Yeah. Last scan, I mean, that it could have been producing it. We didn't see it on correlation coefficient produce, but I wouldn't put it past it. It had also a pretty good spectrum width. It has weakened. You can see that spectrum width has come down as well. The velocity has also started to broaden along that area, but still potentially producing a tornado in there. It's essentially riding along the eastern edge of Turtle Creek Lake, or Tuttle Creek Lake, areas there in Riley County. And again, that's the north side of Manhattan, Rocky Ford, north sides of Manhattan, north of K-State. Keep an eye on that one as it dives south towards the K-State area. Other big storms in here, 60-mile-an-hour winds, quarter-size hail. A big windy mess right now coming towards Capioma, Whitting, Holton, and Robinson, and Hiawatha, Kansas. A little bit of broad spin in there. And then mostly damaging wind, isolated damaging wind across there. A little bit more hail and wind north of Olsburg in Kansas, down towards Riley and Bala. That'll approach Manhattan and Junction City in a little while. Severe warnings also continue. These storms have uptrended with the hail. We have pretty considerable tennis ball size hail near Geneso and Langley. That's going to be areas there that, so that already it looks like our watch is already verified for tennis ball size hail, some tornadoes, and some damaging wind. So, still early on in the severe weather day, and we've already had, looks like, verification of those.
Has been issued.
Quarters to $50 to even some isolated ping pong ball size hail in these clusters of storms back to the north and northeast of Dodge City. Yeah. Those are well off the Wichita area, but we'll keep an eye on the Wichita area later today. Yeah, that's true. Addie is correct, I believe. Oh yeah, this one tornado warning storm is on the very edge of the 2% unhatched tornado risk. The other one is just on the 5% tornado risk. They got fairly recently expanded in the afternoon. And yeah, I think they're going to have to expand this 5% hatched area eventually across most of those areas that are in the green right now. If I was a Storm Prediction Center, I would probably expand my hatched area down like this, kind of in this area here for the 5% hatched. And then I think there is a tornado risk, at least overnight, even down towards I-40 with those storms coming through. So yeah, push that tornado warning or the tornado risk down and to the south and west a little bit. There is a new warning out here also towards Gainesville in Missouri. Keep an eye on you guys. Theodosia. pretty nasty wind in there. That's near on the north side of Bull Shoals Lake along US 160. That's east of the Branson Metro. Yeah, definitely a storm to keep an eye on. Thanks, Addie. I'm sure they will. They adjust. The outlook, next outlook, they'll probably adjust that. I'm definitely not better than the National Weather Service. And everybody makes mistakes, even the National Weather Service. I feel like there's a couple different issues though in the weather community, especially the social media weather community. Is part of the social media weather community doesn't want to criticize the National Weather Service at all, even when they make glaring mistakes, which every human does. So there's a kind of a group in weather that doesn't want to criticize the National Weather Service. And then at the same time, I think sometimes the National Weather Service doesn't take criticism great. And then there's a kind of the other side of it where then there's also like on social media, like trolls that just constantly criticize the National Weather Service, even if they're just, just normal procedural issues or not even issues. Sometimes they'll just criticize the National Weather Service just to troll. So there's a couple different like things. And I think also because the National Weather Service gets trolled a ton, that's probably also why they're not as open to some constructive criticism sometimes. This circulation has completely basically fallen on its face. It's completely gusted out. Still a giant threat for some severe damaging wind coming into the Manhattan area. You can also see it's surged out a little bit of a gust front. Yeah, so not as much of a tornado threat. That tornado warning goes another 17 minutes, but continue to take tornado safety precautions if you're in that warning polygon in Riley County, especially if you're already in your tornado safe space. And then I do think Manhattan, you're under the gun for some pretty serious damaging wind risk coming towards the areas there in Manhattan. Especially it looks like the northeast sides of the city there. There's at least some areas there, 65 to potentially some 70 mile an hour gusts up along K13. And then also back north and west towards the Tuttle Creek Lake. Yeah, some 63, 64, 65 mile an hour gusts. Getting closer to the radar site, so pretty good wind data on that. Oh, did I miss him? Hey, Colorado, I hope you're doing good. I see Stone's commented on it, but I may have missed Colorado in the chat. And then they have continued this storm. This is that left split from these original two cells. They've continued that severe warning considerable threat storm, 2.5-inch diameter hail. That's tennis ball size hail. And also now 70 mile an hour winds coming into areas north of Arkansas City, Kansas, in Crowley County. Mostly in Crowley County, but also south central Butler and east central Sumner in south central Kansas. For the most part, though, that's in Crowley County, approaching Winfield, Tisdale, Burden, and Cambridge, and may get up along 77. A dangerous storm. Our other storm, this is moving super slow still, to the west of Blackwell. Tornado warning continues there along Highway 11. Still radar indicated. They've also increased the hail sizes in this. Is that hail falling or is that just heavy, chunky rain? It's hard to tell. Looks like it's just rain. But that's pretty heavy rain there, just to the areas there around Blackwell. Air rotation still kind of trying to localize. It's it looks a little bit better right there along East 0130 Road, just north of looks like Oklahoma 74. A weird spot,
A new
though.
flash flood warning has been issued.
We'll see. It's kind of messy still. This storm has had some cell mergers and some interactions, and maybe just a little too many interactions. Looks like the one may have helped it kind of spin a little tighter, and then it's It's spun down just a little bit. Yeah, it's reorganizing a new area of rotation just
A
north of
new
Deer
flash
Creek.
flood warning has been issued.
So we'll continue to watch that one. Probably not tornadic in the next 3 to 5 minutes, but we'll continue to watch that storm. This storm, max hail closer to the tennis ball or to the ping pong ball size range. Still seeing some rotation in there. That has backed off a little bit too. Supercell there near J. Yeah, it was stronger right when it got tornado warned. That one has also kind of flattened out and weakened as it's drifted to the south and east. See if it tries to refocus a new part of yeah, it's going to try and reform a new area of circulation to the east of there. It's going to try and cycle, and that would be just north and east of the J area. So J, Bush Creek, Sycamore, Maysville, right on the Arkansas and Oklahoma state line. Tornado safe place, lowest level interior room. That is all south of Grove right now. They do have a tornado possible tag for the Grove area. Yeah, these storms are kind of rating on a boundary interaction point, so they do have a little bit of extra juice for some low-level spin. That one doesn't look imminently tornadic. Grove to Bernice to Afton, but we'll keep an eye on that one.
A new flash flood warning has
That's
been
in
issued.
northern parts of Delaware, as well as southwestern Ottawa and central Craig counties.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
Stones, if you don't behave, I'm going to ban you here too. I'm probably not caught up in the chat, so I don't know what you're talking about, but maybe a conversation between Stones and Colorado Clouds. Hey, Christine, how's it going? EF1 tornado, yeah. There's been a number of tornadoes confirmed the last couple days, including 2 or 3 EF3s in Illinois and Indiana the other night. This line of severe storms with that one embedded tornadic circulation that's diminished is slowly sinking towards the Topeka metro. So we'll keep an eye on you guys. Topeka over towards Manhattan, St. Mary's, Zenedale, and then areas around Manhattan.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Grant and Kay counties. I think that's just a re-up. Yeah, they've extended out 26 minutes. But this is trying to relocalize. We'll continue to follow it there. Near Deer Creek, it may wait until this other cell kind of merges in. This may try and merge into one supercell. We'll kind of wait and see. It has a cell on its rear flank that's been kind of interfering that area of rotation. Initially, it was able to actually tap some of that extra little push. The forward flank of this rear cell, it's called a nudger. I'm not sure that's the technical term, but a lot of the meteorologists actually researching it use it and call it nudgers. But yeah, it kind of accentuated that rear flank push and helped this give a little bit extra spin in there when it got tornado warned. And you can see it has a little bit more characteristic presentation than it got tornado warned. But yeah, and then since then, that nudger has kind of surged out a little bit further and actually basically occluded that original area of rotation. It's forced that to go up into the storm with a little bit more of that cool air surging out. So that cool air surging out has cut off the circulation essentially. We'll see if it kind of either re-nudges or it looks like it may just try and incorporate all this together. If it does, then it'll potentially relocalize a new area of rotation. But right now, it's tornado warned. You definitely want to stay in your tornado safe space. Grant and Kay counties there, Blackwell, Bremen, and Deer Creek. But it's a bit messy at the moment. It's still kind of figuring itself out. Geez, 11 tornadoes. Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised if they'll sometimes go back and do forensic meteorology and confirm even more on on correlation coefficient and weeding through even more delayed reports and stuff like that too. Seeing another cell near Lipscomb. Severe warning there's 60-mile-an-hour winds and half dollar size hail. A couple other feisty cells in northern parts of the Texas panhandles. Yeah, still a ways out. Let's see. We are getting new warnings out here. I mean, you're going to get through the, not rush hour because it's Saturday, but you're going to get through the dinner time here without, looks like, storms across Kansas City.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
But we can take a check at that in just a minute. Okay, they're re-upping the J storm. Max hail, 1.5 inches in diameter. Yeah, they've updated and extended it. Still a radar indicated tornado. And yeah, what we were saying earlier, it looks like shear rate also picks up on that. Shear rate was a little bit higher to the west of J. It's trying to reorganize a little bit. We'll keep an eye on it.
A new
Yeah,
flash
it's
flood warning
in the
has been
process of
issued.
reorganizing a new area of rotation just north of J near Sycamore, headed down towards the state line. So continue to keep an eye on this. No warning yet in Benton County, but Beatty, Gravette, Iona, some of those areas, Decatur, may want to keep our eye on that storm.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
Still roughly about 38 minutes to the Gravette area. Yeah, Sulphur Springs 35, Gravette 38, and Decatur about 40 minutes. So yeah, we'll keep an eye on that storm cell. I wouldn't be surprised if we start to see more flash flood warnings across these areas in northern Arkansas, southwest Missouri. See, there's a lot of just general storms right now. Most of them aren't severe. One is severe east of Forsyth along 160, the Theodosia and Gainesville area. That storm is a pretty strong cell. Looks like there might be a little bit of hail in there also. Yeah, quarters and 60, that's probably pretty close to right. So right now, 2 tornado warnings in Oklahoma. And then this tornado warning, they're probably just going to let it work out of the warning polygon. It's no longer really tornadic. It's completely gusted out. Those winds are already on the leading edge, just out ahead of the storm, crashing through the Manhattan area. That's going to be some pretty strong winds into Manhattan, Kansas. And then let's get some, yeah, we'll get some timing here in a minute. Here's a look looking towards Manhattan on Kansas 18 at Scenic Drive, looking at that big surge of wind, the outflow. See, it's already windy on this camera perspective. You can see the grass is growing, blowing there. Yeah, they're going to extend that warning out for that cell that's still kind of reorganizing, still figuring things out across the areas around Bremen and Deer Creek and Blackwell. The other cell actually also has a little bit of rotation on it now too, so that's an interesting thing. I do think these 2 supercells are going to probably merge into one at some point. If they don't, they're just going to keep affecting each other and potentially limiting both of their tornado potentials. But yeah, so a better goal for them would be to merge into one. But yeah, there's that leading edge, kind of the lip of that shelf cloud. Not a full shelf cloud look, but that's where some of those heaviest winds are surging out.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Okay. rightly so. I think this storm has had enough rotation that they're going to extend this out into Benton County. And still a radar confirmed tornado. We've been talking about these communities for a little while. Gravette and Sulphur Springs and areas there in eastern Delaware County, western Benton. So we've given them plenty of warning time. Hopefully, you guys, if you know anyone in this area, you can give them a heads up too. They do now have a official tornado warning, so that likely means that the sirens will sound and everything like that. This has pushed a little bit closer to those areas. Still at about 25. Because that new area of circulation cycled a little bit closer, that's also pushed it up just a little bit, the timing of things. 35 minutes or so to get to that Arkansas 59 corridor. There's flash flood warnings that have also gone off just to the areas around the Memphis area, so keep an eye on that. If you're in Memphis, that is a area that has a lot of traffic, and it's pretty wet right now. We don't have a lot of cameras in western Benton County. So we have a lot of cameras once it gets into more populated areas. Okay, that's probably the best. This is it's a little bit hazy, it's hard to see, but this is generally looking towards that darker area is the tornado warned storm. It's a little far away from the camera perspective right now, but that's at the 49 and the Bentonville interchange. Oops, let's see. I wanted the draw tool. That camera's like right there. Right about there on the X. So looking towards that tornado warned storm, and actually would be fairly center line for that area of rotation, but it's pretty far away still. But yeah, we'll keep an eye on that. There's also another cell that's also kind of merging in. This whole complex may also merge into one supercell. There's been the lead cell, and then there's other cells that have kind of caught up to it. So it looks like it's also going through some cell mergers and stuff. Yeah, that may weaken this lead area of rotation, and we'll see if it may try and form a new area of rotation actually back near the J area. So J, even though this rotation is technically past you guys, you still need to stay in that tornado safe space because it's starting to lunge out just a little bit. It looks a little bit like it's going to try and surge a new area RFD back along this side. So I do want J to stay in their safe place. Hey, Michael, how's it going today? Watching from Bartlesville. You guys are quiet right now, watching those storms off to your west, though. Severe warning cells with a tornado warning back along I-35, Bremen and Blackwell. Yeah, nothing in Bartlesville right now, but keep an eye out to the sky later tonight. You guys do have the tornado watch. It goes until, was it midnight or 11? It's a couple different watches out. Yeah, 11 p.m. You guys do have that tornado watch still. A couple of strong tornadoes possible. And if you're in these areas like Bartlesville, down to the Tulsa metro, it is clear right now. No severe weather right now in your area there. If you have time to tuck the car in the carport of the garage, I would do that too. Tennis ball size hail is also a possibility this evening. That left split is continuing to work its way to the north and east around Douglas. That's in Crowley County, Kansas. Latham, this is going to stay south and east of the Wichita metro, but considerable threat continues there. And let's see, these two cells are kind of doing the same thing as that cell around J. They're trying to merge into one cell. And yeah, that lead area of rotation continues to back off near Highway 11, approaching I-35, but I don't think it's going to get there. Yeah, that cell is starting to spin down a little bit. Where we're kind of watching for rotation to pick up is back along Highway 11, back to the south and west. That's where this new cell is merging in. It already has a little bit of rotation of its own, but after this merger happens, this will give this cell a little bit better chance to mature its mesocyclone. Right now, it doesn't even have a tornado possible tag, but hail up to about lime size is possible. And they've backed off, actually, both of them. Probably more like ping pong ball. Ping pong to golf ball size hail, potentially. Blackwell, Tonkawa, and up to areas south of Bremen. And then we still have that other cell that's in the Texas Panhandle, severe warned. A couple other storms have also gone up north and east of Pampa, Texas. So we'll keep an eye on those. Canadian County in the Texas Panhandle. We're quickly losing our severe threat to the north of the Kansas border, so they still have a little bit of a severe weather watch across the areas in Nebraska, but Nebraska has not been a super favorable environment for severe weather. This is some pretty hefty wind at Netawaka, approaching areas around Effingham, Kansas, north of Highway 116. Yeah, 60, 62 mile an hour winds in there. And then still seeing the considerable threat tag on this cell for the Manhattan area. Especially it looks like east sides of Manhattan, where some of the higher end wind is located. 60, 65 mile an hour gusts showing up in there. This is currently outflow dominant. We'll see if it continues to be. It may try to lunge ahead. Also had new cells go up near Salina, Kansas. Wow, yeah, that's gone up fairly quickly there around the Salina, Brookville area. $half size hail, 60 mile an hour winds. And then there's this big batch of cells in here. Still a tornado possible tag, and also the tennis ball size hail around the Geneseo area, Galt, and Langley. This is another cell that there is rotation that is going to be a little bit side lobe. So we'll have to kind of adjust and see this cell from a different picture. Yeah, a little bit of side lobe, but there is rotation in there broadly in here, just north of 56. Keep an eye on it. It's a well-structured supercell. It's got a V-notched. Trying to get a hook in there. Not quite yet, but it's trying. And it's in a better spot than some of these other cells. It's kind of out ahead of this cluster, so it can access some of that inflow and some of that building low-level jet into the evening. Bunch of the other these cells, ping pong ball size hail is a potential there. You're going to get kind of a different experience if you're in some of these locations because they don't have massive hail cores. But yeah, if you're in one of those hail cores, it could be a bad day. Even down there west of Greensburg and then up there west of McPherson. This is that area that had storms the other night too that were pretty severe. All right, timing for things. Let's get a look at that. I'm curious too. I do like to check the model data every so often, especially every couple hours. It's good to check the model data.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
This is some interesting new model data. It does it wants to still put some clusters out here, but it's a little bit slower to really condense things into more of a structured convective system, which is interesting. That would up the tornado threat, especially across these areas here in northern Oklahoma or northeast Oklahoma into extreme southwest Missouri and also northwest Arkansas. But it also keeps more multi-cells kind of in here. That would keep the hail threat up. You can even see the model trying to depict a few of these little kind of multi-cell clusters with individual hail cores. And even on this cluster that we're watching across Manhattan, the model actually may overdo the individual aspect of this one. This one is a little bit more of a cluster that's bowing out a little bit, but at least on this model, it wants to keep things a little bit more separated, which is an interesting thing. Yeah, that would increase the hail, especially across these areas in eastern and central Kansas and across maybe western Missouri. Increase that threat for hail and as well as a couple tornadoes if it stays a little more multi-cell and also discrete cells. But generally, it's taking it towards the Kansas City area between about 8 o'clock, 8 to 9. And I don't know the timing on things, but Kansas City has a big World Cup match tonight, right? For soccer. I thought they did, but maybe not. I don't know. But Kansas City is hosting the World Cup, or one of the sites for it. But I thought they do, but I can't find the timing real quick. Do you know? Holy Donut? If so, it's looking at about that 8:30 kind of 9 o'clock hour. Okay, then yeah, they may be going on right now then. And some of this latest model data does continue to weaken those storms. What we saw on the last time we looked at model data, it does weaken storms across Missouri rather quickly into the evening, where earlier model runs kept more severe weather towards the St. Louis area. But this does still want to start to cluster things together later today. So there could be a couple of rounds still of severe weather. You have to watch here into the evening for these initial supercells across extreme southern Kansas, but also northern Oklahoma and into northwest Arkansas. And then eventually there is the second round, and that will get in at some point. This is about 11 o'clock at night. Yeah, so Stones, your severe threat for Kansas City is going to be that probably closer to that 8 o'clock hour through about 10:30 before your guys are on the backside of that, whatever line of storms works through. All right, let's get back into it. We'll check our tornado warnings again. This one wasn't doing that much right now. Still seeing some broad rotation in there. It's still trying to kind of merge together. The lead supercell has kind of been overtaken by this secondary cell. So it does have some broad rotation in it, but not imminently tornadic. Still kind of broadly rotating there west of I-35, just near Highway 11. It's a big cell. It's going up about 61,000 feet, so still some nasty storms there in north central Oklahoma. This one continues. Train weather spotter confirmed considerable threat there. That's for the 70-mile-an-hour winds and the tennis ball size hail. They backed it down to lime size hail near Winfield, approaching areas around Barden and Atlanta, Kansas. And then back here into areas around J, Oklahoma. Tornado warning continues there. And as I suspected, this one was also going through some cell mergers. The lead supercell that was tornado warned has also been overtaken by that secondary supercell crashing in from the northwest. That lead circulation that was along Highway 20 has continued to weaken, but a new circulation has developed over the J area, or trying to still kind of organize around the J area. Not quite fully reorganized yet, but it's also pushed it a little bit further south. So this may, if they need to, this may get readjusted a little bit back towards the south, since that new trajectory puts it a little bit more towards like the Gentry and Decatur area rather than towards right along the state line towards Sulphur Springs. Yeah, Sulphur Springs, you're in the tornado warning still, but you're actually kind of on the northern side of that forward flank already. Still dangerous storm, basically there west of Gravette to about J, Oklahoma. Continue to take your tornado safety precautions. Bingo, got another one. They have... see, this is where I can be a little critical. I think I would have probably just extended this through the Gentry area at least, just kind of to match the other warning. But anyway, they did extend that to the more to the south, just to reorient the direction that that's going. Yeah, to the east-southeast now. I'm going to do that as well, since we tracked this out a few minutes ago for anyone in this area. I'm going to track this out also to the south and east. Still at roughly about 20, 25 miles an hour. So it's back to about 50 minutes to Gentry, 49 to Decatur, and 60 minutes to Springtown. We'll keep an eye in case it really starts to dive to the south. It probably won't, but in case it starts to really dive to the south, we'll keep an eye on that one around Siloam Springs as well. Okay, thanks, Holy Donut. So yeah, they, depending on when it started, they may get that match through without the severe weather. Severe weather, those storms continue to build back into northern Kansas right now. Horton, Lancaster, Atchison. Severe warning there, 60-mile-an-hour winds, quarter-size hail. Hail should be less of a threat. And then 70-mile-an-hour wind, considerable threat. St. Mary's, Zendale, and through the Manhattan area now. Yeah, this camera's changed from earlier. We could see a little bit of that shelf cloud kind of look, the lip of that leading edge of the storm. This actually may be in a little bit of hail also along Highway 18, just south and west of the Manhattan area. It's hard to say, but that may be a little bit of hail falling on that camera. I don't think anything crazy large, but yeah, that's where some of the heaviest wind is also, just now through the Manhattan area to the south side. That area kind of actually has just flared up in the last few minutes, but particularly some 70-mile-an-hour winds coming through Manhattan, Kansas, Eureka Lake, Hunter's Island, and then that'll head down towards 177 and the interchange with I-70 south of Manhattan. This may also get towards the Junction City area. It looks like most of the heaviest should be to the east of Junction City. Let's see. There's a shelf cloud look. That's at 70 and 199. I think it's somewhere right down in here. So yeah, that looks off to the west. Or no, 70 west of 199, looking to the northeast. That makes sense. Yeah, that's somewhere down. I think it's like right here near the radar site. So that's looking at like this part of the storm surging out. That is a shelf cloud. The wind is out ahead of that, though. This is outflow dominant at the moment. So that's going to push that windy, gusty line out ahead of that. And then, yeah, back right under there, there's a secondary big gust of wind. And that's where we have some of that severe wind now pushing through Manhattan and the south sides of Manhattan. This is starting to show some higher gusts, 75 plus near Hunter's Island and Ashland Bottoms. We're only looking up about 1,000 feet from the radar site over here near Alma. So this could be some considerable wind in here, south sides of Manhattan. Continue to stay in a sturdy structure. And there's also some hail in there too. So some wind-driven hail is certainly a danger there. Manhattan down to Ashland Bottoms. All right, you can see it moving on the camera too. It's moving. Trying to look at a camera that looks towards that storm near J a little easier. Because with the southern movement, the camera I had lined up for that J storm is actually a little bit further to the north. This is I-70, so that shelf cloud and that heavy wind is going to push off towards I-70. They've reoriented, yeah, pretty much what we kind of expected. They've also reoriented that new area of circulation. It's in here near Blackwell.
Warning has been issued.
Basically over this camera perspective, so it's going to be interesting. Or sorry, no, this camera is actually at Bremen. South of there's this area of circulation. Yeah, that has trended up just in the last couple minutes. It's also crashed to the south too. So areas around Blackwell, tornado warning there for southwestern K County. It's moving east, southeast at about 15 miles an hour. Keep an eye on this one. It's on the west side of Ponca City as well. Only 15 miles an hour. But that puts it towards Ponca City, downtown Ponca City, in about 53 minutes or so. And yeah, still a dangerous storm. Rotation in there, just starting to pick up. Taking a look at a couple different radar products. Yeah, there's spectrum width also showing that area of rotation intensifying. Look at that just in the last couple scans. Not much there. And then you'll see that bright increase there of the chaotic winds and the higher wind speeds picking up. And that correlates there with the area of rotation. So that is rotational wind speeds right in there. Just to the southwest sides of Blackwell, Oklahoma, Tyner, Ottawa, and Ponca City. Be prepared there. That is kind of that secondary area rotation. And yeah, I do think that's going to organize into one big supercell. So keep an eye on this one out on US 60 from Ponca City to Burbank and some of those really small communities in there. See if we change the map settings. We can put a little bit more on there. Caw City also be one to watch for the storm eventually. Fairfax and Pawhuska. Bunch of different smaller communities in there, but there are some folks that live out there. I think that's the right idea. They are going to list a severe thunderstorm warning out ahead of this, because even out ahead of that rotation, there is an area of hail. So Ponca City and those areas on the eastern edge of the warning polygon, you're going to get the hail and wind a long time before you get that tornadic circulation, which continues to increase in intensity there. The winds are starting to pick up a little further. Yeah, to the areas just south of Blackwell. You need to be in your tornado safe space right there. Tyner, and those areas just south of Blackwell. I did find a new camera. We can actually, for that tornado warned cell in eastern Oklahoma, we can use this. This is looking at that tornado warned cell from Siloam Springs, right at the Arkansas Welcome Center at the state line. So we can use that one. Hey, Catman, how's it going tonight? Yeah, those cell mergers, I think, are going to start to organize into one cell, because for a little while, those two cell mergers, or before the cell mergers, just wasn't working for both of the cells. They were just a little bit too far disorganized. But yeah, they're in a little bit better shape now. Let me see here. Oh, we just got on the backside of that storm in the Oklahoma camera. There we go. That quickly cleared out. This is at Bremen. That looks towards those severe warned cells in southern Kansas. But yeah, I'll go back to our Siloam Springs camera. That has picked up in intensity the last couple minutes too. That continues to organize area of rotation just south of Blackwell near Tyner. Let's see, the last hour of this fascinating storm system. We looked at it earlier too. A little bit of a nudger that helped that original storm become tornadic and tighten up an area of rotation. But then that nudger kind of overtook everything. Even though it was tornado warned, it quickly became not imminently tornadic. And then, yeah, we're starting to see those storms just merge together into one big supercell. It's starting to reorganize too. You can see it kind of pull that forward flank back in. So it's creating a new flanking line just in the last few minutes. New cell also kind of got pulled into that. But yeah, you can even see on reflectivity, this is kind of getting pulled in. This is starting to crash down a little bit. You can see that overall general new organization surrounding that new mesocyclone. So yeah, it looks better organized, not just on velocity, but also just the overall picture of this cell just looks much better organized than it did a few minutes ago. So yeah, tornado warning there. It may try to produce a tornado south of Blackwell. And yeah, Ponca City, you guys are not technically in the warning polygon. If I was in Ponca City, I'd probably start to gather stuff and get ready to go to my safe place. Yeah, this also, we'll see if it starts to increase and consolidate a new hail core. I wouldn't be surprised if we start to see some hail uptrending in this part of the storm as well. That's a very dangerous storm. Blackwell, Tonkawa, Ponca City, Kildare, eventually over towards Call City and Burbank. Yeah, I think so. That one's one to watch for sure. And this is its original like left split. It continues to work north and east pretty quickly too. It's yeah, moving northeast at 40. That continues to show large hail Elk County, Crowley, Butler, and Greenwood counties at 40 miles an hour. It's going to get up on the 400 corridor. Pretty heavily traveled area there too, so we'll keep an eye on that part of the storm. This is a pretty beautiful shot out of Kansas. This is that shelf cloud that's worked across the I-70 corridor. And I do want to go look at that one because that one had potentially some 70-plus mile-an-hour winds in there. Still being warned for 70-mile-an-hour winds across this considerable threat warning. That includes all of the Topeka Metro, Dover, Grove, Perry, Lecompton, and then back across areas, especially south and east of Manhattan, near the Alma area. Yeah, there's a pocket pretty close to the radar site showing about 73-mile-an-hour winds. That's approaching Kansas 177 at the I-70 interchange. And then things will start to calm down fairly quickly here across Manhattan. There's K-State, there's Manhattan and Rocky Ford. Still continue to stay in a sturdy structure away from windows the next few minutes. But yeah, this is going to be a problem here for the Topeka Metro in the next little while, then eventually getting into areas like Lawrence and all those areas closer to the Kansas City Metro. Hey, Titus, how's it going today? Titus, I was glad to hear that you guys fared okay the other day. Titus was up in those tornado warnings in northern Indiana. Since we've covered most of those storms already in Kansas, I do want to check a couple of these other storms in Tennessee near Middleton, Hickory Valley. Looks like 60-mile-an-hour winds, quarter-size hail. May get a little loud tonight here into northern Mississippi. Those storms have kind of slowed up across the Memphis metro, and that's why we're seeing these flash flood warnings have continued to expand across the Memphis area. Also, those are outflow dominant storms, so the severe chances are a little bit more limited, but they are going to run into a little bit of low-level jet too, so that may keep these going for a little longer. Collierville, South Haven, Hughes, those areas that now along the south side of Memphis are the primary heavy producers for the storms. And then, yeah, a little bit of a leading edge area of heavy wind. So I have a couple other stronger storms closing in towards on the Nashville area. Looks like those have backed off in intensity a little bit. Yeah, not seeing as much in the way of the hail threat in there. So mostly a damaging wind, isolated damaging winds, Centerville, Bon Aqua Junction, Mount Pleasant, potentially over towards Spring Hill and Franklin, especially on the southwest sides of Nashville. Otherwise, I think our severe weather is mostly concentrated where it is. There is a isolated severe chance across parts of the Great Lakes. One severe warning in Illinois right now near the Hoople area, New Bedford. Quarter-size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. So far, at least in the afternoon round, the areas there in Nebraska and Iowa have been pretty quiet. And then still seeing primarily this line of storms with damaging winds now pushing towards the Kansas City metro. What do they have this at? Forward progress. Some of this is moving at about 65 miles an hour. So that we said about 8 in the 8 o'clock hour, it would get towards the Kansas City metro. That's probably still somewhat accurate. Especially if it continues to move to the south and east at about 55 to 60 miles an hour. For this, I'll use the line tool. I'll split the difference because a couple of those warnings say 65 and a couple say 55. So we'll take it at 60 and see what that gets us. That puts it into Topeka, the leading edge. I took it out from the leading edge. That may give you an extra minute or two as well. But downtown Topeka, roughly about 5 to 8 minutes for that leading edge of the wind. And then areas like Lawrence, Kansas, it would be about 19 minutes. Over towards the Kansas City Speedway, that's going to be about half hour roughly. Yeah, that's about 8 o'clock. Downtown Kansas City, 42 minutes. And then areas like Overland Park, 40, Spring Hill, 42, and Lee's Summit, about an hour. So, yeah, storms, your chances of storms increase here in the next hour or so for Kansas City. Ignore that one. Okay. Considerable threat, 70-mile-an-hour winds, moving southeast at 65. They have dropped the hail quarters now for the areas around the Topeka metro. And then I want to get back down and, yeah, take a look at this cell anyway. This is our reorganizing supercell from a couple different mergers. So even a little bit more impressive than it did a few minutes ago. The hail does seem to be coming up. Yeah, there's actually more hail now showing near Blackwell. Still kind of messy in here. Still not fully localized. Although still is trying there between Tyner and Blackwell. Yeah, this shows a little bit better without the hail contamination, but close enough we can still get it. Still localizing in here. It's actually still crashing to the southeast a little further. So this may be another warning they also need to reorient around Tonkawa. This may get a little closer to Tonkawa, just looking at some of the latest storm movement of that is a little bit further towards the south. Not right now, Stones. They're mostly looking at a damaging wind threat, but we'll keep an eye on it. You're still in that tornado watch, though, but right now it's almost all those storms in Kansas, in northern Kansas, are looking like a damaging wind risk. They have issued, looks like, a new severe thunderstorm warning for those areas in north and west of Kansas City. So Atchison and Rushville down to Edgerton, Platte City, Smithville. That includes areas like up by the Kansas City International Airport, Leavenworth, Lansing, Fairmount, down to areas around DeSoto along the Kansas River, Tonganoxie, and then into areas in Wyandotte County. So not quite into Kansas City direct yet, but getting closer. That particular warning, though, does have it at about 30 miles an hour to the southeast, so that would change some of the timing of things. I think it's still faster than 30, though. It might be more like 50 miles an hour. And yeah, 70-mile-an-hour winds and quarter-size hail. Pretty solid line there from northeast Kansas all the way down to areas around Harrington. And yeah, a couple other warnings. This may also connect with some of these cells that are moving up from central Kansas. This area has not really consolidated into an organized cluster or anything yet. It's still just kind of scattered, not really organized hail-producing thunderstorms. Some of those have come down in intensity a little bit. Yeah, there was a tornado possible storm there around Geneso earlier, and that has, looks like, kind of collapsed on itself with some of this line pushing in. Our other tornado warning right on the Arkansas and Oklahoma state line. Still seeing broad rotation in here. It's continued to also kind of crash to the south. Also not quite as healthy as it was earlier before those cell mergers. This cell merger didn't help it. It has very broad rotation in here, just over the state line. Arkansas 43, areas west of Decatur. But yeah, seeing those velocity values come down a little bit. They're staying kind of broad. Maybe golf ball size hail, potentially. Probably not as much even of that right now. It's still it's still supercell, and it's also still generally tracking towards Gentry, Springtown, and Highfill. We'll keep an eye on this one, as it's getting much closer to the Rogersville and Rogers and Bentonville areas. There's a look at that storm from Siloam Springs. Not a direct view of that storm, but close enough we can get an idea of the storm around it. Those heavy winds are pushing into Topeka. You can see kind of dusty right now on the leading edge of those heavy winds. This camera is a little bit elevated, so if it shakes around a little bit, just know the winds are a little bit stronger up here. This is like a tower camera. And then here's another view of those that tornado warned cell. This is looking from the I-49 corridor to the north and west. And you can see the cell that is tornado warning is back on the left side of that camera. That forward flank is kind of surging out. That's looking at like this area right there. That camera is out of Lowell. Yeah, Lowell's right there. So it's about right there, looking off to the northwest. So that leading edge, those lower clouds, you're looking at kind of the leading edge of that forward flank. Still a pretty nasty cell. It may try and reorganize again. They have added a new severe thunderstorm warning, considerable threat, 70-mile-an-hour winds, just for the rear flank surge of that storm, back down through Gentry and Springtown. And yeah, it's still showing broad rotation. It's kind of in a weird spot, kind of tucked up into the storm a little more. Broadly rotating, but continue to stay in your tornado safe space there, western Benton County, and almost all, yeah, it's almost out of the Delaware County. Pretty much just an issue right now for areas in Benton County and extreme eastern Delaware counties. Located over Maysville, moving east at 20, east-southeast at 20. I don't right now. I was just looking into it actually earlier today. We might add them. They do have a pretty extensive camera network. They've added some cameras. They're more concentrated in the southeast though. They're not quite all over. I don't even know if there's many in Louisiana. They're pretty concentrated like in this area, especially like Alabama, Mississippi, up into Tennessee, and I think even into Kentucky a little bit. But yeah, I was going to look into that after we calm down in the severe threat. We've been so busy the last few days. Because I did see they added a few more. And they're nice because they're usually on a little bit higher position, so you don't have to struggle to see the storms that much. They're usually a pretty good cloud view. This tightened up briefly just south of Blackwell, between Blackwell and Tyner, and it has gusted back out. That mesocyclone collapsed on itself. We're seeing outflow winds there. Yeah, we're getting winds radar out of that northern Oklahoma radar site. So we'll see. This one hasn't really figured itself out yet. Continue to stay in your tornado safe space there around Tyner, south of Blackwell, and west of Ponca City. We'll see. It may try and reorganize a new area of rotation, and if it does, it may actually be south of the current warning. Nothing really yet there, but it's still a rotating supercell. It's just very broadly rotating. Oh yeah, if you're in Alabama, you're well covered by those has cams. They can probably track you. I mean, they're not for that, but they could probably track you from house to grocery store in some of those locations. They have them almost on every tower in Alabama, I think. Almost every cell tower. As this gets closer to that Lee's Summit radar, we'll get a better view of these. I do see a big bulge of wind in here. We're still a little bit elevated in the storms, but yeah, it's being worked for 70-mile-an-hour winds, potentially. Kind of on that leading edge. And just behind there, the Perry Lake Recreation Area. And then they have pushed that warning through Topeka, down to Centropolis, Carbondale, Burlingame, Linden, and closing in on the I-35 corridor That warning goes to just north of Ottawa. Considerable threat for damaging winds, moving southeast at 60 miles an hour near the Valley Falls area. Most of this has been radar indicated. And yeah, I actually want to, let's take a look. We haven't done this yet on today's stream, but let's look at storm reports. And I'll make those a little bigger and we'll filter them so I don't just have all of them on at once. At least right now, I don't see any tornado reports. Yeah, so we haven't had any like confirmed tornadoes yet today. But behind this line of storms, let's see what it's doing. 63 mile an hour at a personal weather station in Riley County. We had nickel-size hail, 60 mile an hour winds, train spotter report. 60 mile an hour winds there in Randolph and Riley. And then just a new report here, 64 mile an hour, reported at the weather station there, fire rescue weather station in Shawnee. And then let's see, 67 back here, personal weather station on the leading edge of the outflow. So yeah, you may get some strong winds even right on that leading edge. 55 to 60 mile an hour estimate there by law enforcement. Estimates can be a little bit trickier if you don't have even just a personal weather station or some type of wind gauge. 72 reported there, emergency management in Lancaster and Atchison counties. So yeah, 65 to 70 mile an hour winds. This is not like one of those, right now, it's not one of those storm complexes like we saw the other night in Salina that had 100 plus mile an hour winds. A lot of this right now is outflow dominant, especially looks like south and west to Topeka, so not as much of a tornado risk right now. But yeah, we're continuing to watch this cluster come towards some really highly populated areas in the Kansas City metro. And it looks for the most part like Kansas City, it's going to work through pretty much all the Kansas City metro. Here's a look at kind of that shelf cloud look. This is up by the airport. So you can see on the leading edge here, that shelf cloud look to it. Yeah, this is looking northwest towards that severe warning part of the storm. Basically looking towards this area over here by Atchison from the airport, right there. So yeah, it's still a pretty potent complex. Some winds showing up in this part of the storm here too. This is a warning there for 70 mile an hour winds and 2-inch diameter hail. That's lime size hail. If there's lime size hail, it's going to be in little pockets. Not the whole county gets the lime size hail. Same for the wind though too. Little pockets of hail that may, or wind. Yeah, those are slowly starting to make a move. They're pushing a little bit more southerly. So areas around Willowbrook and Hutchinson, Kansas. You may get on some of this action here in a little while. That's all up near Sterling. I mean, there's a low tornado risk tonight across most of Missouri, but right now it's looking like that's more concentrated where we have the tornado warnings right now and the tornado watches. Potentially, if one of these MCSs get going, it could expand a little bit. But yeah, right now, probably the greatest tornado chance is basically within that area. But the Storm Prediction Center does highlight like central Missouri, western Missouri. There is a chance some of this tornado potential expands a little bit as the low-level jet kicks in. And if this convective system continues to organize and crash into that, then we could get a little bit more convergence and spin along that leading edge, get a little more QLCS tornado risk. But for the supercellular tornado risk, that is staying out here in northern Oklahoma and extreme northwest Arkansas. And rightly so, we did lose our tornado warning across the Oklahoma area around Ponca City. It's not imminently tornadic. Still has some pretty strong winds in it. May try and localize again just to the south of Ponca City. Right now, getting some strong winds over Ponca City. You can see that broad rotation in there. Yeah, definitely a rotating supercell. It's just not. We'll see how it fares. This would be one to keep your eye on if you're out here towards Fairfax and Burbank, Ralston, and especially if you're south and east of Ponca City. This could be a problem for like this area here. Here's another view of this tornado warned cell into northwest Arkansas. This is, again, still in the I-49 corridor, so it's still a little bit of ways away. Right now, our only tornado warned cell is in this area here, Decatur, and areas there around Highfill. Take a look at this cell again. Yeah, it is also outflow dominant right now. Big surge of winds coming towards the Springtown area. A little bit of rotation, still kind of broadly in this cell. It's kind of falling apart, to be honest with you right now. It's not as well structured as supercell as it was earlier. And yeah, the tornado threat is almost out of Oklahoma. It's pretty much into the Missouri side of things, or Arkansas side of things. Yeah, pretty much, unless you're in extreme eastern Delaware County, the tornado risk is diminished. So if you're back towards Jay and up towards Grove, Bernice, and the Lake of the Cherokees, less of a tornado risk right now. Still seeing another feisty storm. A lot of lightning, though. So if you're in that area, still don't go on the lake. Small cell, maybe some small hail, right on I-44 near Fairland and Afton. Yeah, a little nasty cell kind of popped up on that outflow boundary. Then other strong storms in northern Arkansas. Yeah, not severe, but flash flooding continues to be an issue. Yeah, there's nothing around it, so it's in a good environment. That's why I'm watching it pretty closely to re-intensify. And it may be trying to do that kind of just south of Ponca City here. Yeah, the winds have picked up. Probably going to get a new tornado warning here in a few minutes if it continues to organize again. Still seeing radar indicated tornado warnings and ping pong ball size hail in that cell that's near Decatur, east at 15. Yeah, we'll keep watching that one. Still seeing that broad and fairly weak rotation right now. Still surprised they didn't kind of center it up a little bit in that warning polygon, but keep an eye on this if you're towards Gentry and Springtown. It's going to be kind of, if there is a tornado and if it localizes, it may be kind of on the southern end of that warning polygon. So I don't know. I feel like they should have had about the same width of the tornado warning as they did the original one, but they've put Gentry, Springtown, and Highfill into a severe thunderstorm warning. Weirdly, not even a tornado possible, which should at least be added in there. But that's okay. This is trying to localize again, just on the south sides of Ponca City. The wind has really intensified there. seeing more brighter of the greens and the reds. These are winds going away from the radar in the red and then towards the radar in the green and the blue color. Our radar here out of northern Oklahoma. Going up in the storm, it's a bit broad when I pull different elevations of the radar beam. So we'll see this try and retighten here. Yeah, this could go for a little while. So Fairfax, Ralston, Winona, even Barnsdall. Keep an eye on this cell. It is its own thing. This looks like a discrete cell if you're just kind of tuning in, but it's actually a left split from the original supercell out of that area around Deer Creek and Bremen. Left splits generally don't produce tornadoes. They do produce large hail. This is at a history of producing larger hail. It's come down a little bit in hail intensity. And actually, I do want to check here. It has had some large hail. It's produced some like social media reports of large hail. Areas around Winfield. So yeah, that checks out. It's definitely had a history of producing large hail. And I also want to look, while we're looking at the hail, I haven't seen many hail reports coming out of this cell cluster since it organized into more of a line segment. That's a good thing as it pushes into these more populated areas around Kansas City, Topeka, and Lawrence. Most of the hail in that cluster of storms was back when they were individual cells. A couple 2-inch hail reports. So some of those lime-size hail warnings looks like verified. And then same for this cluster of storms, now in central parts of Kansas. Earlier 2-inch hail reports there. Some of these are stacked on top of each other because one town gets hit, and there's a bunch of hail reports. 2.5-inch diameter here, tennis ball size hail. That's Atlanta, Kansas. So yeah, not seeing as much hail in here, so we should hopefully transition to less of a hail risk. There was also hail, 2-inch diameter hail at Big Cabin earlier by Broadcast Media. That storm has continued to produce some hail, but the latest was a Storm Chaser report of 1-inch diameter hail. And there still could be in that cell just a little bit larger hail, but nothing like tennis balls or anything. And that may be the problem with this cell and why it has had some problems since it got reorganized. This area here across Bentonville, Rogers, Springdale is just along and behind. It looks like that rain-cooled boundary, especially right there, Springdale, Rogers, up towards Pea Ridge. These temperatures are in the 70s. They have a east wind. It's pretty humid still, but south of there, like Siloam Springs, 87 with a south wind. Same down here towards West Fork, 87 southwest wind. So this may have kind of crossed into a little bit more of that stable air. Not really. It's right along the edge of between more stable air. Yeah, and I guess that outflow boundary did continue moving here because it started to cool down across Bentonville before this storm. So it's not getting warm and moist inflow. It's getting actually this outflow boundary, yeah, continue to sag to the south and west. So it's probably actually crossed the outflow boundary. And that's why it's having a little bit of struggles here. There's roughly a 7 to 10 degree difference between northern parts of the northwest Arkansas and also then south there up into the higher terrain south of Fayetteville. So just some very local differences can have some pretty big differences there. When this storm was out on the other side of that outflow boundary, it was in a lot better situation for tornadic environment. This cell, though, is a different story. This one should be in a decent location. Yeah, I'm looking out ahead of this one. This one still has southerly winds in 86. That's near Washington County. That's Bartlesville. So this one should still have some pretty juicy environment out ahead of it. It's continued to lunge south and east across areas now east of the Ponca City area. Still seeing a big, broad, kind of windy mess to it. That is a little bit of side lobe as well. But the general area of rotation is still generally in there. And this may also try and localize a new area there, new area of inflow. Again, some of that data is side lobe, but that's roughly generally the area that has a little bit better potential there. Still a big supercell. You can see it's actually a little bit better organized than it was earlier. It's fully incorporated both of those cells together. They've added the tornado possible tag back in, so that's a sign that they're looking at that too. It's just a bit broad still, and there is a bit of side lobe that kind of accentuates that. But in general, we have these outflow winds in here and inflow winds wrapping back into there. But yeah, it's still not crazy organized yet. The hail has come up maybe a little bit across the Ponca City area. I wouldn't be surprised if we get some larger hail reports in that area. Yeah, that's probably about right. About golf ball size hail. Golf ball may get a lime size hail report. And then this will be some interesting interactions here. That we have the cells that are coming in from the north and northwest. There are a bunch of boundary interactions in here that could be some localized intensities. Have to watch for little boundary collisions. Those can do some local things that get a little crazy sometimes. And still seeing pretty much outflow dominant storms continuing here. Big gusts of wind coming through the areas around Atchison, or sorry, Alta Vista, Eckridge, Newberry, Auburn, weakening a little bit as it's come across the Topeka area, but that gusty wind had surged out ahead of this. Yeah, coming towards Lawrence, Carbondale, Burlingame, Centropolis, and then a little bit more of an accentuated area there around Tonganoxie, headed for areas around Eudora and Linwood. Here's a look at kind of that shelfier look, looking north at Bonner Springs, I believe it is. But there's that kind of a shelf cloud. It doesn't look as pronounced as it was earlier. Like there's some other low clouds out ahead of it, making it a little bit less contrasty. Nothing yet going on, but this is a little area that you do want to watch on these complexes of storms. That's right where this outflow boundary kind of wraps in. You can see back to the south and west, more pronounced outflow boundary out ahead of the storms. There's nothing really showing yet really on there, but there is a little area to just keep our eye on in case it tries to do anything like it did earlier where it surged out the little QLCS rotation point. A big burst of wind coming out this way. That outflow boundary wraps around in, so you can get little eddy form in there, and that is what creates some of those QLCS tornado situations. We'll keep an eye on it for you. That would be, if it does, that would be out towards the Bonner Springs and eventually towards Lenexa area. Right now, that looks like a fairly pronounced area of wind coming through the Fairmount, Lansing, Leavenworth, up to Platte City, Rushville, and then from there north, just mostly general storms north of there. And then they'll continue to trim some of this watch area back, but Clay Center up to Mankato in Kansas, Concordia, Beloit, and areas like Marysville, Blue Rapids that had a tornado warning earlier, Belleville, you guys are all clear for the night. They'll probably wait a little longer, and then they'll cut some more counties like Riley County. You're going to be in good shape in a little while. Areas around Manhattan, back to Lucas and Lincoln, and down towards Otis and Burdett. We've had a couple other stronger storms also in the Texas Panhandle, 60-mile-an-hour gusts. This area could use some rain out here, so this isn't actually that much of a bad thing as long as the severe weather stays in check. Especially if there's the hail, especially if the hail stays small, this area could definitely use some rain. I think we looked at that briefly on the very start of the stream. Yeah, some of these storms are in some of the worst drought areas in western Oklahoma and the Texas Panhandle around Lipscomb and Canadian Texas, back to Arnett, Oklahoma. So yeah, some rain out here is not a bad thing, especially we're in the growing season. Yeah, good to just stay inside, away from the windows. Let these storms work into the Kansas City metro.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And we're getting a new tornado warning now. That's about right. That's going to be Osage and Pawnee counties. Yep. Osage and Pawnee counties. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado 9 miles east of Marlin, moving southeast at 30. And then there's two different warning offices. So the Norman office is going to warn their portion of Noble County in northern Oklahoma, 9 miles southeast of Ponca City, moving at totally different speed, but should be the same complex here. Yeah, that has continued to intensify area of circulation. Shouldn't have it as much hail. It's still maybe a little bit hail contaminated, but there's your area of circulation in here. Let's take a look at it from a couple different elevations. Yeah, it's still kind of broad, but it is definitely increased in intensity. And yeah, co-located across those elevations too, so that is about right. Big broad mess. These are all going winds back towards the radar site. These are winds that are surging out on the rear flank. And we're up a little bit, but yeah, there's some very strong winds in there. So this could be also 70+ mile-an-hour winds south of Ponca City. about right too. They have it at about 9 miles south of Ponca City. It's more southeast, but tornado warning there. That's going to be for areas like Ralston that we mentioned a while ago, and the measurement tools off the screen. Ralston, Fairfax, is it? Some small communities out here. Yeah, Fairfax and Ralston. It's going to be south and east of Ponca City, south of Burbank, north of Skidee. I think that's called Skidee, Oklahoma. And this warning actually is pretty wide. It does go all the way down to Pawnee, Oklahoma, just in case. It is crashing to the south, southeast. So actually, it looks a little weird at first, but it is probably a good warning to have Pawnee, Oklahoma included in there. Yeah, pretty large, broad mezzo in there, east of White Eagle. That's going to continue to localize. And that is now our only tornado warning in progress. They have added a new severe thunderstorm warning across the entire Kansas City metro. So this is Kansas City, all those Kansas City counties, Wyandotte, Miami, Leavenworth, Johnson, Cass, Clay, Platte, and Jackson counties.
A new PDS severe
Oh
thunderstorm
boy.
warning
And they've
has
also
been
issued
issued.
now a destructive severe thunderstorm emergency management reports 80-mile-an-hour winds in Leavenworth County. So that has escalated rather quickly. I don't know where that report exactly in Leavenworth County was from, but yeah, I assume it's in that bulging wind surge that we've looked at just a few minutes ago. Leavenworth County is this rectangular county here. So yeah, I would guess it was in southern Leavenworth County. There is wind up here near Leavenworth, also showing about 77, 79 mile an hour winds. There's potentially a couple pockets of some stronger winds in here. But if it is right in here, it is showing some 80 mile an hour winds, 77. That's basically coming towards that Bonner Springs area. Wow, yeah, there's the update of that. That's more of a shelf cloud look. So you do want to shelter very similar to a tornado warning for this type of situation. That's Wyandotte County in northeastern Kansas, Miami County, east central Kansas, southern Leavenworth County, northeastern Kansas, Johnson County, east central Kansas, Cass, and Jackson counties in west central Missouri. Again, shelter very similar to a tornado. We have 80-mile-an-hour reported winds in southern Leavenworth County. That includes areas from Kansas City down through Mission and Leawood, down through Lenexa and Highland Prairies, or Prairie Highlands, down through Belton, Peculiar, Westline, Greenwood, and Lee's Summit. So basically, if you're Kansas City downtown and to the south and west, shelter very similar to a tornado warning. A lot of counties with a destructive warning will sound their sirens as well. And so hopefully that gets people indoors. If anyone is not from this area and wondering, Oh boy, this will be interesting because earlier I think we did say there was the soccer game was going on. Arrowhead Stadium does have it. They are part of that destructive severe warning. So if you know anyone at the soccer game this evening, maybe give them a call, give them a quick heads up, and let them know this thing is coming into their area. Completely different view in Topeka, and actually we have a rainbow right in the middle of our camera. You can see it right there. Pretty big rainbow. As this is on the back side of the storms, it's still maybe raining a little bit, but yeah, rainbow right on the back, or right kind of center of our screen. That pot of gold is just off the edge of our screen. But yeah, this is the 70-mile-an-hour winds that are coming, or not, sorry, now 80-mile-an-hour winds coming into the Kansas City metro, Bonner Springs, over towards this is the Kansas Speedway. I don't know if there's anything going on there today, but hopefully you're sheltering very similar to a tornado there. We've had some pretty cool rainbows from now and again on our cameras too. That one in Texas the other week was a pretty good one. Out in West Texas. So tornado warning continues in northern Oklahoma, north central Oklahoma. And then following this destructive tag, again, very similar to tornado warning, you want to treat this across areas there in the Kansas City metro. Let me get some timing on this storm too. It's going to be working through at 55 miles an hour. So it's going to be on you pretty quick if you're in the Kansas City metro. Winds already shaking here at Kansas Highway 7 and 43rd. Yeah, we'll take it out from the leading edge of this. All right, that's Edwardsville in 1 minute. Bonner Springs would be about now. Lenexa, 5 minutes or so. Miriam, 10. Downtown Kansas City, about 10 to Kansas City, Kansas, and about 12 to Kansas City, Missouri. The Arrowhead Stadium, roughly about 20 minutes. Unity Village, 27. Lee's Summit, about a half hour. Belton, 23. Raymore, 27. Spring Hill, 12. Back towards Gardner, about 7. For Olathe, 7. So most of Johnson County, the next 5 to 10 minutes, you're going to be into the thick of it there on the I-35 corridor. Yeah, Stones, you're going to want to treat this very similar to a tornado warning. Lowest level into your room, away from the doors and windows. Put walls between you and the outside. Stones has said on a different stream that he doesn't have a lot of trees on his property, but if anyone else is watching from the Kansas City metro and you have trees around your property, you definitely want to treat that like a tornado warning, because tree falls can do a lot of damage to structures. And if you're in that structure, it can do a lot of damage to you. Yeah, that polygon, that white outlined polygon that covers the Kansas City metro, that is your destructive tag for 80-mile-an-hour winds. The gust front is just crossing this camera position here on 43rd at Kansas Highway 7. So we're about to get into some of the worst of it. It looks like, just from that perspective, the 80-mile-an-hour winds aren't right on the gust front. They're just back up under that actual structure. So it's going to come with the heavier rain. The precip translates some of that wind energy back down to the ground level. Yeah, danger storm coming into the Kansas City metro. And I think that rainbow got more intense in the Topeka metro. All right, here comes the leading edge of the heavy rain. So we'll see how windy how windy this gets here. This camera's a little bit elevated, but you can see some trees down there, so we may be able to get a sense of the wind from this camera perspective. Yeah, Colorado's right. Hopefully Stones isn't out barbecuing right now. About to get pretty windy on this camera. We'll check it in a minute. I was just about to check that tornado warning. They did update it. It's still radar indicated, extending there into Pawnee and Osage counties. They extend that another half hour, but especially with the amount of population in here, we're probably going to pay a little more attention to this area. And those severe winds coming into areas around Lenexa, Bonner Springs, Edwardsville right about now, and then approaching areas around Highland Prairie, down towards Gardner pretty soon. On the Kansas side of things, it's right about at the Speedway, right at 70 and 435. And then, yeah, it should be getting onto this camera perspective in just the next couple minutes. Some of those 70 plus mile an hour winds. It has weakened, at least on radar, just a little bit. At least that leading edge. There are still pockets up here that look like there might be in the 75 to 80 mile an hour range towards Leavenworth. So I would also consider most of this area across the northern parts of Kansas City. Pay attention to this too. If you're up by the airport, Tiffany Springs, Claycomo, North Kansas City, this is potentially some pretty intense winds coming your way as well. It looks like a decent little batch of wind, but especially that leading edge and then extending back a few miles. So it's not going to be like a hurricane where you're going through hours of it, but a batch there, roughly about 10 or so miles wide. It may have bursted out there around Reno. You can see there's a lot more intense winds just a little bit ago. But some of this northern area up towards Leavenworth and Kickapoo, that's also continuing to show some pretty damaging winds. Yeah, back here, 75 at Fairmount, 81 at East Leavenworth. So some of this may extend out past the destructive tag too. We are a ways up just a little bit in the cloud, so not all that may be reaching the ground, but certainly at least some of it is. Not seeing a ton of large hail in this storm. It's mostly just the wind threat. The wind doesn't look as strong on this camera, so I'm actually going to reposition our camera. Where is that? There's some stronger winds. This is at 435, looking north. Yeah, this is at 70 and 435 by the Speedway. Pretty big burst of some winds there on the highway. You can see the car lights especially. These cameras are pretty secure. They're not bobbling around that much. Kind of tuck that back in. That way you can see everything a little better. But yeah, this is some pretty windy batch of storms headed your way into Kansas City. That lead area, that first batch of some of the stronger winds may have gusted out a little bit, but there's still a secondary batch of some pretty heavy winds coming through Leavenworth, basically paralleling the Missouri River right now, about to get into the airport, and then North Kansas City, Tiffany Springs, Farley. This will make it through most of the Kansas City metro. Pretty strong winds. Again, if you're in that destructive tag, and I would mostly across the Kansas City area, even up across North Kansas City, I would probably stay in my safe place. Lowest level interior room away from doors and windows, kind of in this area too. Yeah, pockets in there, 70 plus mile an hour winds. Right here at our camera position, yeah, that probably checks out, like 60 to 65 mile an hour winds. And yeah, the problem is if you're driving, especially if you're driving into it, you're going to get smacked pretty hard from, not much out in front to then some pretty damaging to destructive winds. Another batch of 70 mile an hour considerable threat winds. There's one area there near Emporia, Dunlop, up to about Wilmington. Another pretty good burst of winds. Uh-oh, we may have lost that camera. All right. All right, we'll move that camera to a different location, but let's see. Actually, let's go downtown. Oh, there's a shelf cloud look from downtown Kansas City. That's looking east. Okay, yeah, here's another spot. I-70 at Broadway, downtown Kansas City, looking at that destructive severe thunderstorm. But yeah, that's a pretty nasty storm there. Let's see, what were those counties? Morris, Wabanasi, Osage, and Lyon counties. Generally sagging south towards the Emporia, Kansas area. We also do have strong storms coming into areas around Wichita. Severe warning there. That has gusted out a little bit. And a little bit of spin right on the leading edge of this cell. Yeah, there's a little bit of boundary interactions in here. Oh, yeah. This cell was not that tornadic a little bit ago. It was 70 mile an hour winds and some large hail. But it is slammed into this boundary. You can see pushing up from the south. Oh, they just moved the camera. So this is trying to spin a little bit here in a couple different spots where that boundary has come into this storm. This may be a brief tornado risk. Areas around Cheney, and then just south of there towards Highway 2. See a couple little spins in there. Also showing up on the spectrum width, just where that little boundary is interacting with those storms. That should stay south of downtown Wichita, but heads up around Clearwater, Hayesville, and Derby. Ooh, nice. Yeah, we're watching a destructive severe thunderstorm come into the Kansas City metro. They upped the warning to 80 mile an hour winds after a report from emergency management. It doesn't say what kind of report. It doesn't say it was a measured weather station report. As I said earlier, sometimes I'm even a little bit leery of weather estimates, wind estimates from even law enforcement, because they can overestimate the winds. But Either way, there are pockets, I think, in here of some 70+ mile-an-hour winds, basically coming through Wyandotte County, Edwardsville, pushing out to the I-35 corridor, Prairie Highlands. That area is weakened just a little bit. Yeah, look at that look there from the Kansas City area. Back to the west. Oh, nice lightning strike right at the middle of the screen again. I think that's the second or third time we've had cloud to ground lightning right on the middle of the camera. Other cells, this is that original left split, still severe warned into southeast Kansas. There's some other cells that have gone up near Columbus and Altamont. We'll keep an eye on those. Yeah, a lot of intense light. Oh, power flash, power flash. Right on this. Yep, there's another. I don't think it's a tornado. I think it's likely that 70+ mile-an-hour winds. But we'll check that in just a minute. I do want to check real quick. Yeah, this is still radar indicated. The tornado warning, it is approaching areas like Ralston. We've talked about you guys several times. Ralston and Fairfax. You need to be in your tornado safe space. Ralston and Fairfax. That's Osage and Pawnee counties in Oklahoma. We're covering those tornado warnings. I do want to check here also in northwest Arkansas. That storm, questionably severe right now near Highville and now into areas like Springdale. Looks like it's a lot less tornadic, maybe just a burst of wind. And the hail core has come down quite significantly in that. Yeah, luckily that crossed the outflow boundary into more stable air. Oh yeah, there's still storms on the flanking line. It's kind of stayed out ahead of those. And the one has gone up a little quicker. If it can stay out ahead of that, it has a better chance. Yeah, those are kind of lifting back into Ponca City with maybe some small hail gusty winds. Let's look where that power flash was, because I see where it was. I don't think it was a tornadic power flash. That appears to be there in Wyandotte County. It could have been. Could have been briefly. Could be a small QLCS tornado, or it's more likely just the damaging winds. But yeah, just a couple minutes ago, there was a little bit of a spin in there at I-70 and Victory Hills, but I think it's just mostly damaging winds. Either way, even if it was a small, weak QLCS tornado, or if it was damaging winds, those are coming into the Kansas City metro right now at about 70 miles an hour. Damaging winds there on the western side of the Kansas City suburbs. Seen a couple power flashes there just a couple minutes ago, right kind of at the center of the screen, or left center, I guess. Right about in there. And obviously, yeah, in a city, you have structures, you have power lines all over the place, you have trees all over the place. So even just 60, 70 mile an hour winds can, cause some power bumps, and then also knock trees into power lines, and you get those power flashes. See if this camera holds. But yeah, some of those stronger winds right at the airport as well. I'm still surprised they haven't actually bumped this destructive tag up a little bit. I think the whole Kansas City area, you basically need to treat it like a destructive severe thunderstorm. And yeah, there's Arrowhead Stadium, so keep an eye on that. Hopefully people are taking shelter. I'm sure the stadium has safety plans for dealing with severe weather. Good news, I was looking here, just double checking some spotter reports and stuff. I haven't seen any confirmed tornado reports today. Some spotters and chasers have some really nice structure shots, but of some even low wall clouds and stuff, but I haven't seen any tornado reports, specific tornado reports. Yeah, heavy winds here coming into downtown Kansas City now. Some of this is also towards the airport as well. It's about into this camera position, so we'll see things get downhill pretty quickly here. Those heaviest winds are just west of downtown Kansas City, approaching areas around Grays Park, the I-35 corridor, Miriam, Shawnee, down through Leawood, and then down towards Prairie Highlands, Olathe. Very quickly, it's going to go downhill, and there's a very rapid change between being in the storms and dry, and then heavy rain, a lot of lightning, and a ton of wind in there. Okay, here was that 81 mile an hour wind report. It was in kind of southeast Leavenworth County, Jarballo at 8:02. So that's helpful. I mean, potentially. At least 70 mile an hour winds. It may, I don't know if it's an estimate. What does it say? No, it just says emergency management. I don't know if it's an estimate or usually if it's a weather station, it will say if it's a weather station. It might be an estimate. Like even this one says private weather station, 60 mile an hour winds at Bonner Springs. We've seen power flashes, tree limbs down, Oak Creek Court. So yeah, there's definitely damaging winds in here. I don't know if it's 80 mile an hour damaging winds, but you do need to treat it like a tornado with that damaging wind. Yeah, and here they come into this camera perspective.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Now you definitely need to treat it like a tornado. Some of those areas that I was talking about that needed to treat the winds like a damaging tornado anyway are now tornado warned. North Kansas City, over the Gladstone area, moving east. That's going to be Wyandotte, northeastern Wyandotte, southern Clay, into Missouri, Platte, and Jackson counties. Yeah, there's your heavier wind and rain pushing into this camera perspective. Let's take a look and see. There's a couple different areas, looks like. Yeah, there's kind of two areas of spin in there. We'll see if they see what they look like in a couple minutes. But there's actually two areas of spin. One right there at North Kansas City. The other one is a little bit tighter there near Gladstone. That's the one that's now tornado warned, but there is another area there. They're both covered by that tornado warning, so that helps. Sugar Creek, Independence, Randolph, Glen Eyre, Pleasant Valley, over towards areas like Buckner and Sibley. Tornado warning there. That's going to work through your area really quickly. Yeah, 45 miles an hour. Birmingham, about 5 minutes. Missouri City, 18. It's going to be north. It's going to be northeast Wyandotte County. Like along the river, Fairfax District, east, northeast sides of Kansas City, Kansas. 635, or yeah, along 635 northeast Kansas City. But if you're in Wyandotte County, you need to treat the destructive tag like a tornado warning too. And then now pushing into the Missouri side of things, Leawood, Holmes Park, and then downtown Kansas City. Yeah, we've seen power flashes on this camera perspective. That was likely not the tornado unless it was another little QLCS tornado, but it was likely that 70 mile an hour damaging winds, 70 to 80 mile an hour damaging winds. And yeah, there's a pocket in here of damaging winds beyond those QLCS tornadoes. There's a pretty spicy little pocket of wind in there too. Wow, that's rocking and rolling in Kansas City. Hey, and I think we said earlier about that 8 to 9 o'clock hour. It is 8:37, so this did roll into Kansas City around the time we were talking about, and even kind of broadly yesterday, thinking about that 6 to 9 o'clock hour kind of time frame. So the models had the timing down pretty accurately. I do want to go to that Pawnee storm. They have extended a considerable threat for hail and damaging wind through the areas there in Pawnee and Osage County. It's kind of riding the border between those two, the river in here. That does include Skidee, Blackburn, Cleveland, and Osage, also Winona, and areas around Hominy. And then keep an eye on the storm because it has tried to become tornadic and then it kind of backs off. The last attempt, still kind of going in there west of Ralston, but it doesn't look crazy impressive on radar. And yeah, it's not in the great. It occluded, it looked like again. We'll see if it tries to form a new circulation south there towards Skidee. It's done that several times. Our other previously tornado warned cell, again, crossed that rain-cooled boundary and basically not severe anymore. There is a little spin still, but those mesocyclones can spin for a while. It's not tornadic. And yeah, there's a look out of the northwest Arkansas. Even the sun's starting to peek out on from the clouds there. Still seeing that rainbow also across Topeka. But this is a massive windy storm, and it picked up even the wind even more there. You can see it comes in bursts. It's not solidly 70 or 80, but you can see it definitely peaks several times there. Just got a new report there out of the airport, a 79 mile an hour wind report. So yeah, this is that other area of really strong winds that I was talking about earlier that folks there in northern Kansas City needed to shelter, similar to a tornado warning with the destructive tag. This is a destructive thunderstorm beyond just the tornado warning. And that does include all of the Kansas City metro. So we've had a couple, and this is a report. I'm still a little skeptical about this one. I don't know where it's from. There's no information on it. It was just from an emergency management. It doesn't say weather station. It doesn't even say like handheld or anything, but this is a really accurate. It's going to be the Kansas City Airport station, their measurement station there. So it's going to be a very accurate reading because the airport obviously needs very accurate wind readings for the air control. And so yeah, that's a 79 mile an hour gust. That is going to be 79 on the dot. Still seeing a couple circulations in here, one approaching the areas around Cement City. It's basically following the Missouri River. And then still that other circulation up near Gladstone. Both of these QLCS circulations aren't crazy impressive looking on radar, really on any of our products right now. But the tornado warning is good because it covers these people. Hopefully you're taking your tornado safety precautions. Liberty, Pleasant Valley, Sugar Creek, Independence. And yeah, beyond that, there's going to be this big swath of 70 to 80 mile an hour winds in this blue color working across that same polygon. It's moving quickly. Let's see, moving east at 40, and they have it southeast at 60. They've also smartly adjusted the warning to say the Kansas City area there. the 80-mile-an-hour wind automated weather station, so they have updated that warning. But yeah, they probably need to get that destructive tag up and around this tornado warning. I would have the destructive tag probably looking like this. That way, Excelsior Springs, Kearney, Mosby, and Oric are all covered by a destructive tag there. Yeah. That whole area, basically, if you're in the Kansas City area, needs a destructive tag. Because that part is moving a little more southeast. Blue Springs, Oric, Excelsior Springs, lowest level interior room away from the doors and windows. Put walls between you and the outside. It is working out quick because it's going to start clearing back towards DeSoto and Lawrence. Yep, there's a tornadic circulation. There's one kind of following the river near Randolph. The other one would be just east of Gladstone at 69 and 435. Let's get over there since this camera, I think, has been useful enough. Near Pleasant Valley. All right, yeah, it's right in this area here. A lot of traffic still, so that's a dangerous situation. Pretty weak little QLCS circulation, but still dangerous to destructive winds are accompanied with this, regardless of a tornado risk. You have also the 70 to 80 mile an hour winds pushing through Nashua and Oakview Heights, Clacamo. Oh, you are? All right, cool. Let's go there. I didn't know you were chasing out this way. I thought you weren't chasing yet, Noah. All right, let's see. Yeah, this is a dangerous storm. Noah, we already saw power flashes on the Kansas City tower cam a little bit ago. At about what was it? That was about 8:25, 8:30. So this storm definitely has some damaging to destructive winds in it. Oh yeah, I didn't realize Noah was there. All right, let's get him up too. Okay, it looks like he's right behind kind of that leading edge, about to go into the western Kansas City. So he's catching up to this big batch of strong winds. Looking at it, looks like from the backside, but yeah, that's a good perspective. Yeah, I still gotta. No, I gotta email you or not or send you a message on Discord. We gotta talk further, but it's been such a busy week. I think we live streamed 6 days straight. So I definitely want to talk to you more later. But stay safe out there. Ooh. May have a QLCS tornado in progress at Randolph. That's 210. And near Birmingham, right along the Missouri River, approaching Cement City. That looks to be a correlation coefficient. Let's see. Yeah, that's the latest radar scan just 2 minutes ago. This appears to be a CC drop right in here at 210 and 269. Yeah, they're going to add a new tornado warning also for this.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Covers areas there around Independence, Raytown, Belton, Spring Hill. Or sorry, that's the destructive tag. Where's the tornado tag? There it is. Independence moving east at 40 miles an hour. Radar indicator rotation. That includes Lee Summit, Blue Springs, Raytown, Green Valley. All the areas there east on I-70. That it does also include Arrowhead, where they were playing a game at least earlier. And let's see, where is that circulation again? Looks like that has weakened. That brief QLCS spin up there near Worlds of Fun. So it looks like that area has weakened. That's just south of our location here. Yeah, that camera doesn't work. So yeah, brief QLCS spin up tornado looks like just occurred right at the Missouri River, Randolph, and Birmingham. Tornado warning, though, continues. North sides of Kansas City, as well as now east sides of Kansas City. That includes Jackson County from Unity Village and areas just on the north sides of Lake Summit, or Lee's Summit, over towards Buckner, moving east on I-70. Let's see. And let me get a new screen popped up here. Let's do...
New information. This tornado warning has been upgraded.
And they're going to observe that tag. Let's see. While we're waiting on that observe tag to update, 60 mile an hour winds, emergency management at Overland Park. And we had the 79 mile an hour winds at Kansas City International. There is the observe tag. That's the debris signature that we saw, the radar confirmed. Tornado located over Riverbend or over Liberty, moving east at 40. And there it is, maybe back on the ground. Let's see. No, it doesn't look like it's back on the ground yet, but approaching areas around South Liberty. Wow. It's one of those situations with the QLCS is you're not going to be able to see these tornadoes unless you're right on it. There's the camera at Liberty, so we'll keep that camera up. And then we'll also, I got to pull, let's see. Some live editing real quick. And okay, that should be good. Get that tucked into its box. And we'll put that right up there. Rough and dirty here on the edits, but there it is. Okay, there's Storm Chaser Noah's feed. And then I can also link it up so we can hear him as well. Let's get that also up here. Okay, yeah. Looks like we have his audio as well available.
I'm gonna turn the defrost on.
Oh, yeah.
All right. That looks good. Wow, a lot of lightning on his shot there too. He's coming in from this tornado warning storm from behind. It's maybe easier to catch once he gets out of the Kansas City metro, because chasing over city terrain is a lot definitely trickier. A couple different areas of circulation in here. We've seen at least one QLCS tornado observed just a little bit ago. That circulation has really rocketed up. This is industrial terrain out here, industrial area along the river and the highway 435. You can see their correlation coefficient drop right there along the Missouri River. That continued there near Minneville and Birmingham, and then it basically dissipated over the Birmingham area. Don't see it still in there, but still an observed tornado. This was a radar confirmed tornado as well. And then the other tornado warning continues for areas radar indicated around Independence, moving east at 40 miles an hour. And looks like that circulation is continuing to work mostly to the east. All right, there it goes. All right, there we go. Looks like Storm Chaser Noah is cutting through some of the heart of the Kansas City metro. That makes chasing even extra dangerous. So he's doing a good job navigating traffic along with damaging winds and potential QLCS tornadoes coming through the Kansas City metro now. We have two tornado warnings, one for the north and east sides of Kansas City. That's Liberty, Missouri City, and Birmingham. This was the area that had a at least a brief tornado that did some damage along the Missouri River bottoms. Also a 75 mile an hour wind report at Gladstone. That's by a National Weather Service employee. We had the 79 mile an hour wind gust measured at a very reliable airport weather station at Kansas City International. We also have a broad swath here that's showing damaging to destructive winds, 65 to 70 to pockets of 80 mile an hour winds. They're going to continue to warn that observed tornado. That's going to be for areas there into eastern parts of the Kansas City metro. This is for southeastern Clay, southwestern Ray, and northeastern Jackson counties in west central Missouri. Radar confirmed damaging tornado. It's an interesting warning because then it also says it's a storm capable or producing a tornado. Okay, it's a little bit different wording of a warning. But looks like it is right in here. There is also another circulation in here, also just to the east of Independence on Ripley, the Ripley area along US 24. And then, yeah, there's your other circulation approaching areas just on the east sides of Liberty near Missouri City. That appears to be where they're, yeah, that appears to be a brief, yep, there it is. Just on here, a couple scans, but there's a brief spin up near Liberty and Highway H. And yeah, there the next CC drop was a little bit lower. So a little bit hard to see. It's right on that leading edge interface. Highway EE and Missouri City. You guys are under that tornado safe place. Lowest level interior room away from the doors and windows. Continuing to watch that secondary circulation down by Ripley. That's going to be working its over to Livesey and Waterloo, basically following US 24. And then we have another circulation down here near Lake Tapawingo. That area also showing, showing up on the spectrum width. A couple of these areas also showing up on spectrum width. So 3 circulations. Wow. Big lightning there. They're going to trim that warning polygon up to include areas there in Jackson County, around the Grain Valley area, Blue Springs, Oak Grove. Continuing to take tornado safety precautions there east of the Kansas City metro. Also have some new data coming in. 78 mile an hour wind and power flashes. That's where we saw the power flashes earlier at 8:29 in the central time zone. Power flashes there in Wyandotte. That is on the west side of the Kansas City metro, just north of Shawnee. Some of this energy has shifted more across the Kansas City area on the eastern side. It does look like not seeing as many of the damaging wind or destructive wind reports right now, at least across the southern parts of the Kansas City metro. Yeah, that area has weakened. This has shifted a little eastward, which is interesting. It's different than the model data had showed previously. We have another big cluster of storms that's developed along I-35 south of the Melbourne area. 70 mile an hour winds, New Strawn, Westphalia, Neosho Rapids, Linden down to Olpe, just south of the Emporia metro. We have other storms that are going up, not severe right now, across southeast Kansas. All right, Noah has a tornado on the ground.
Yeah, the night is far from over.
Near Grain Valley. Yeah, right in there.
Oh, no. Those are houses, too. St. Mary's Medical, it went over a hospital. Oh, please, Lord, don't let it. Oh, I hope it didn't hit that hospital. Everybody's still alive. Cruz, if you're alive, you need to be. We're right on this observed tornado. There's a potential that it just hit a hospital.
Yeah, we're watching this near the St. Mary's Medical Center. Looks like a debris signature in here. Country Club. Gardens
A new
Country
flash
Club.
flood warning has been issued.
Seeing that area there. Basically at I-70 and 40, US 40. So a couple different areas of circulation in here. And then we'll see if this recycles. Yeah, you're somewhat on the backside of it, Stones. You should be okay in the next few minutes. Still potentially some gusty winds across these areas. It looks like sirens are still going off in the Kansas City area.
Downtown Kansas City.
Keep going straight.
Might lose you guys under these bridges.
I don't know if Noah can hear me, but this stream's looking good there, Noah. All right, so sirens are still going off across the Kansas City metro. Starting to get a little bit more of a mesoscale convective system look to it. This one kind of leading edge here has somewhat taken over with the damaging to destructive winds, and then you can see this here may get more of a little MCV developing back in here. So if that does develop, it's going to continue that wind risk across the Kansas City area for at least a little longer. Some extended gusty winds, and it does look like that's starting to develop there. So not a tornadic circulation, but just a wake low kind of forms. It accentuates this wind risk. You get little QLCS spins on the leading edge of that. And it looks like that is going to push generally into western Missouri, Lone Jack, Noster, Mayview, Sweet Springs, Eustonia, over towards Rayville and Carlton. Tornado safe place there, especially around the Blue Springs area and down towards Bates City. Take a look at these again. They're pretty fast moving. They're hard to see. There's your latest radar scan. Waiting for an update on the velocity. They're moving very fast. It says 40, but it may be actually clipping at more than 40. Because, yeah, Noah's working safely through the Kansas City metro, but it's hard chasing in the heavy rain, wind, and trying to catch these storms in a city population is a tough task. They've extended the considerable threat damaging winds out through much of the, now into western Missouri, including around Freeman, Harrisonville, East Lynn, Holden, Pleasant Hill, where the radar site is, Odessa, Oak Grove, Wellington, all those areas there, east and south in Kansas City, all the way out to Higginsville. They're warning this in advance, so I think that's a great idea. Let me see where this particular area is. Okay, 270, Blue Springs. Trying to find a... Okay, there we go. There's a look at the Blue Springs area. You can see the heavy wind smashing into those car lights. This is looking to the east, so the wind is coming from behind this camera perspective. That's a dangerous part of the storm here. This is around the area there would be a circulation. I don't see it in here right now. Looks like it has broadened out just on the last radar scan. But still potentially a couple different QLCS circulations in here. And then also back up towards the Liberty area, seeing some 60+ mile-an-hour winds. A dangerous storm working through now the eastern portions of the Kansas City metro. For areas like Stones and western sides of Kansas City metro, they've dropped the warning. So no more warnings for areas like DeSoto, Lenexa, basically Kansas City west. You're okay. You're in better shape west of Kansas City. East of Kansas City, we still need to take those tornado safety precautions. We have 2 different tornado warnings east of Kansas City. The one is still observed, but I haven't seen a correlation coefficient drop in a little while, and it looks like that area has broadened out. Earlier, right there on the east side of Liberty, that was observed near the east side of Liberty, near the William Jewell College, it looks like. And then that has continued to work towards the east and broaden out very quickly as it approached Missouri City. The other area of circulation has also been on and off. It tightened up there near Lake Tapawingo, but then has also broadened out a little bit. And then, let's see, that other circulation showing weaker along I-70. Yeah, Stones, no more severe warning west of the Kansas City. West of downtown Kansas City, there's no more severe warning. Couple different tornadic circulations near Grain Valley, Missouri. Now on the east side of the Kansas City metro. Here's Noah again.
Had to clear that warning out. But yeah, one of those CC drops was right by Blue Springs and Grain Valley. It crossed right over, actually, yeah, it looks like it crossed over I-70. And yeah, it looks like St. Mary's Medical Center, Adams Point Golf Course took a hit. So after we look at this northern cell that is still observed, because we're going to where we saw this CC drop on this northern cell. Once we investigate this northern cell CC drop, we're going to drop south and see if anybody needs help on this southern cell.
I'll just take 210.
Watch here.
All right, so that's the update there from Noah. And yeah, it looks like he's going to go try and investigate some of those tornadoes circulations we saw on radar here a little bit ago, those correlation coefficient drops showing non-meteorological targets. So yeah, and then they may drop back down after they investigate those. They're still working through, it looks like, the eastern sides of the Kansas City metro. Oops, did our Grain Valley camera go down? Oh, there it is. That's at Grain Valley now. Yeah, Stones, there's no more severe weather west of Kansas City. The Wyandotte County area, no more warnings in Wyandotte County.
Has been issued.
Still some gusty winds, still some rain and lightning around, but things will start to calm down there. They've already dropped most of the, well, all of the tornado warnings from St. Joseph and north and west. Pretty soon, they've dropped the tornado warning, or in watches. They've dropped the watches around the Topeka area. So they'll continue to trim those tornado watches into the evening here too. It doesn't sound like it, Kelly. It sounds like he's got a couple people with him. I believe, I believe he's the one on the camera right now. And I believe he's maybe got a driver, because I've heard him giving directions. So I think he's the one holding the camera at the moment. This is starting to pick up again near areas east of Grain Valley. Let's take a look at this on radar. It's a little bit behind on the... These are moving so fast. They're just slightly behind on the reflectivity, just because it's moving at probably 50 to 60 miles an hour, and we get a radar scan every couple minutes. Let's see. So that looks like it's still potentially not on the ground, but very close to see that one. Tricky to see that one. Those are blasting through Grain Valley right now, as well as areas east of Kansas City, Lee Summit, Greenwood, Lake Lotawana, and then areas like Lone Jack are up next. Hopefully, I don't know when that game got out, the Arrowhead Stadium game with the soccer game. Let's see, trying to find out. earlier, I know we talked about it on the chat, that there was a World Cup game at Arrowhead today. I don't know what time that was at. But ooh, big lightning there too. Let me see here if we have any information from the Kansas City area with the World Cup. Yeah. No, it's always good to not chase alone. If anyone's just getting into storm chasing, I would recommend not doing it alone. It's just, even besides the weather, it's just dangerous to be trying to get radar data and drive at the same time and all that. So would not recommend chasing alone. Even if you chase with someone who isn't an expert in meteorology, you can do what Noah looks like he's doing, where he is working the navigation and the radar and the camera, and then he's got a driver, and actually sometimes that's even easier if your driver isn't he or she has to be a good driver in weather. But if he or she is not interested in weather, it's actually better, because then he's not there. The driver isn't looking out at the storm while you're trying to look out at it too. The driver can just focus on driving.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
They're going to bring that down to radar indicated tornado, Lafayette and Jackson counties in west central Missouri. It's a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located over Levasseur or near Grain Valley, moving east at 35. Radar indicated tornado. And that covers a number of areas there. Through the Grain Valley area, there's a couple different little circulations in there. That northern mode has appeared to gust out a little bit. It's not looking as imminently tornadic across that northern. Still observed, but it doesn't appear to be observed anytime soon. This is the more concentrated area along I-70 that is going to continue to have some QLCS tornado risk. See, there's a couple little notch features in there. Those are where we're watching for those QLCS spin-ups right now. And then we have got a new severe thunderstorm watch. Let's take a look and see what that is. Couple of tornadoes possible. Isolated hail up to ping pong ball size, although I think the hail threat will come down. Scattered gusts up to 80 miles an hour likely, so it's a fairly high-end severe thunderstorm watch. That includes southeastern Kansas. It includes southwest Missouri up into about west central Missouri, basically where that tornado watch picks off. Fort Scott, Girard, and Pittsburgh, Kansas, down to areas around Cherokee County, Columbus, and Galena. And then it includes Joplin, Carthage, Goodman, Cassville, over towards Branson, Ozark, and the Springfield Metro. And it also includes areas like Buffalo, Bolivar, Hermitage, Warsaw, and Cole Camp, Missouri, getting up a little closer to that Osage Beach area. And then the I-49 corridor from the Missouri state line up through Rich Hill. That goes until 4 a.m., so it's going to be a late night threat getting through the western sides of Missouri. Interesting compared to the model data that we looked at earlier. This area is a little bit more excited than some of the model data showed, so we'll see how far that makes it to the east. Earlier model data, like yesterday, showed a cluster of storms working more easterly, so maybe that model yesterday was correct. We'll see how far this advances to the east. Most of the more recent models today showed a cluster developing here and working across these areas. So some areas that have already had severe storms across northeast Oklahoma and northwest Arkansas, severe threat is not done. There still is a threat for a couple supercells out here in Oklahoma and Arkansas, and then we're going to get transition into a wind risk as this whole complex of storms tries to organize and move out of Kansas into some of those other states. So it's going to be a crazy, crazy night. Still potentially here across southeast Kansas, southwest Missouri, and northern northern Arkansas. Just had a power flash here for some reason. Looks like the internet stayed, but the lights all flickered. Okay. Oh, thanks, Cruz. So Jared is driving. Yeah, it looks like there was a little CC drop right over that area in the Blue Springs area too. I believe he was going to go check on that area to see if there's tornado damage. Yeah, so he's going to check on that area that had the CC drop earlier there around Blue Springs. And then it sounds like he's going to try and chase those current cells that are activated along I-70 east to Green Valley. So sounds like a good plan. They're working still through the Kansas City area. I believe they're now kind of on the east side of the Kansas City metro. Still chasing, they're literally chasing these storms right now. So yeah, these storms are moving at a pretty good pace. All right, with Noah live, I'm actually going to grab a quick drink and use this as a time to stretch my legs for a second. And also now that we got those severe warnings through the Kansas City area, still getting more severe warnings across southeast Kansas. So we'll go into those in just a couple minutes. And then also still watching this cell also down near, now approaching the areas northwest of Tulsa. This was that tornado warning cell earlier. It does not look tornadic right now and actually has come down quite a bit to be a base level severe thunderstorm warning. So we'll continue to watch those cells in northern Oklahoma, but things are behaving there, as well as northern Arkansas. Things are under control there. No severe thunderstorm warnings right now or tornado warnings in Arkansas. We do have some flash flooding, though, across northern Arkansas, the Ozarks, and some strong storms. They are fading across parts of the Mississippi River Valley. Flash flooding still potentially there around Memphis. And yeah, those storms are slowly fading as they work to the south and east. So that's a good sign there. But let me see here. There it is. There's the Nashville radar. Yeah, it looks like storms are settling down across middle Tennessee. So that's a good sign. Not as much severe weather out to the south and east. So our focus right now looks like it's going to shift back a little more concentrated to areas there south and east of Kansas City, and then also into southeast Kansas, northern Oklahoma, where we still have ongoing cluster storms developing. This is another potentially mesoscale convective system developing. It's going to probably gobble up some of these more discrete cells that are out in front of it, as it's worked now through the Wichita metro. Basically at the same time, we were dealing with those storms in Kansas City, but not quite as severe across Wichita. That was a severe thunderstorm warning, considerable threat, not destructive. And even though it tried to spin a little bit, we didn't have any tornado warnings out of this complex, but it is a little bit more organized. It's also pushing a little further south. So this is going to put a little bit more risk across areas along the I-35 corridor back into northern Oklahoma. So this is going to be
flood warning has been issued.
Probably a pretty nasty night here across parts of northern Oklahoma, especially northeast Oklahoma. And again, I-35 corridor into parts of northern Oklahoma. It looks like we lost that camera at Bremen. So that's unfortunate because that would be right into that camera location. Okay. We'll also get a camera located there in the Tulsa area to look at those storms. So that's good too. Let's check in on Noah for a few minutes.
This 600.
Port Nilo. Might have some trees.
Only 601's going to be on the accident, but one party climbing out of the vehicle, only one patient. Okay.
Not seeing much. I don't see.
Oh, there's some old branches down here.
Yeah. Maybe.
So you got just natural distance back there. Show me just going to the H highway. Dispatcher, they're advising you alert your patient and you can return the truck to service. Showing you in route H. I copy everything if possible. Electrical fire on the roof of the house.
Oh.
Hello, fire crews respond. Reported EMS call 5813 North Garfield Court. 5813 North Garfield Court. Female fall down the stairs. We're available from the car wreck. Good. I copy. Can you respond to 64 Fulkerson Circle? It's going to be across the street on a possible electrical fire on the roof.
That's not good.
There's going to be a few once we get turned around. Dispatch copy. Thank you. Medic unit 56.
We can check out if you want.
600 from 291
Port Nilo.
Fulkerson Circle.
Yeah, we'll stop trying to keep up with
Affirmative. I
these.
got 64
We'll stop trying to keep up with these. We'll just go out and look for damage.
Yeah.
Whatever unit just keyed up your radio's
It's
not
got
going
to
to sound.
downsize anyway a
Looks
little
like
bit.
it might be a 65 Fulkerson.
Yeah, I guarantee there's gonna be a lot of damage.
P2 your status
Just
is
gotta
needed.
find it.
Yep.
I mean,
And we're not gonna find it on.
67th Street, showing you now 5813 North Garfield
Alright.
Court. Female party fall down the stairs. Rescue 2, we're on the way. Dispatch copy.
Oh, this is like a plant entrance. Yep.
It looks like the fire's gone out at our
Oh,
location.
Oh, we got some branches down here. Yeah, this is a plant entrance.
And now turn that away.
I think.
It keeps going all the way through.
Okay.
It meets a suburban neighborhood area.
Okay, then yeah, well, that's fine.
111, sir. Go ahead.
Looks like 121-7303.
The tree branch that was on fire has burned through and fallen down. It looks like the fire is out now.
Sheesh. Tree branch on fire.
Cheyenne service from 6-4. I copy, I'll show you available. Cheyenne out 3 Northeast 74. Sounds like a branch on the lines and it is arcing. Evergy's been notified.
Copy, and we'll head towards Fulkerson Circle.
Dispatch copy, thank you. Engine 2.
Division of Rescue County.
First 2.
Over 42 is on the seal.
You guys 60th in Michigan.
You can show the first.
Whoa!
Looks like it's cleared.
Nice.
Triggersville. After down power line, which is running the road.
Sure, you can report to us, it's 2123. Copy, be advised, I've notified Fly Electric.
Thank you much.
NC 3673.
Hey, quick
I mean, engine 2, you advised that was a 60 in
which
Michigan.
radio are y'all tuned into on the police scanner?
Clay County, right?
Yeah, Clay County.
Clay County.
Alright, thanks.
Dispatch go.
Do you need me to go anywhere particular? We're back in service.
Hey, copy.
Not at this time. I'm just making my way south. Copy.
Dispatch, you're advising fire on the roof. You said you thought it was 65.
I don't know if you're able to look back and see exactly that CC drop again.
64 calls. There's a directly across the street. Electrical fire on the roof. Several trees down. It's going to be on the cover 2 or truck 1. It's going to be on the main.
Oh, well.
Well,
Dispatch copy. There's trees on paper. Dispatch copy.
Phone number is going to be 284683.
going kind of.
If you take a
west.
if you take a left up here, this eventually leads down onto 24.
Okay.
Okay.
I see a left up here.
I think it's gonna be our line. I can't swear, but it doesn't look like it's on the roof. House number 27.04%. There is OC.
2136.
Yeah, you should just keep going straight, and that'll take you onto 24.
Okay.
Battalion Medic 1 is en route to a new power line call 3 Northeast 74th Street.
Dispatch bunker 2's on scene.
Copy.
Truck 1 downgrade. I don't believe it's on the roof. I just gotta get to the back side of the house. I believe it's tire beside it.
Actually,
They were downgrade.
yeah, you're gonna keep going south on the 24, and then 24 will meet 291. You're gonna drop south on 291, and then where 291 and 78 meet, you're gonna turn left onto 78 to go east, and then that's where the CC drop was. There's actually a chaser there now.
Okay.
Circle with 600.
Yeah, okay. 24. Oh, yeah, way down there.
Yep.
Okay.
24 to 291, 291 to 78.
Alright.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
P2, if that's you, I need your kick back here. I just need it to. One house is completely the power stripped away from it. The other one, I can't see anything, but I'd like at least have somebody check with the thermal, and then truck one, if you think you can report available, we'll call you back if we find a hospital. We're dispatching here.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
Where are you, 600?
Whoa! Nice.
Behind my truck. Truck's actually going to be closer. Truck one, I wouldn't go under that power line. I can't swear it's not going to bring that line down.
Two.
All I'll need is a thermal to look at the roof on the one. 601, clear.
Copy. We can't send officers that way.
Place up there.
Do you know where you want them to close it off at? Copy.
PD's going to put some cones up on the opposite side of where this tree is down across the road, and we're going to put up caution tape, and then we'll be in service.
I copy. 2120. Down feet.
So left on 24.
Correct.
Dispatch truck one.
Truck one, go ahead.
Did you guys return to service?
Yeah, we're getting turned around right now.
I copy.
Welcome back, Freddie. But yeah, you missed it. We were right next to two observed tornado warnings, and both of them had CC drops, so we're going around looking for damage.
Yep.
1, 2, 3, 9, 2, 0, 4.
Copy.
That was a curb.
Thank goodness I barely avoided that.
Dispatch 604.
604, go ahead.
So this the
Dispatch
291.
42.
Yes.
Okay.
When you guys are done at that scene, there is another pending call, just about when you're ready. Dispatch 2 battalion.
Yeah, we got a large tree blocking 2509 Magnolia, and then it does involve a power line. The power line is not appear to be energized at this time, so there's no...
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
I copy what street now. Just for information, we've notified Public Works and there's 2 large trees down blocking the roadway, 5807 and 5709 North Highland. National Weather Service says the tornado is over. And battalion, we additionally have another call pending for power lines down 7531 North Wayne Avenue. There's a tree on the power line that is on fire.
Oh.
Copy. Engine 1 route. 7531 North Wayne. Engine 1. The Northeast 74th Street active for now.
Dispatch, we're relieving we have no fire other than a tree
A new
branch
tornado
fire
warning
here in
has
Florida.
been
It
issued.
should be available shortly.
I copy. The call you were en route to at 3 Northeast 74th Street. 3 Northeast 74th Street had branch online that was arcing. And 7531 North Wayne Avenue, he's advising a tree on a power line that is on fire.
Missouri.
Yeah, that's right on 70.
Okay. We'll be going back that way.
Yep.
Okay.
I copy.
There is... All right. Well, that worked. That allowed me to get a quick bite to eat and stretch the legs, which is important. And then let's get back into it. So we just got a new tornado warning. So perfect timing. Back here into western Missouri. It's along I-70, Lake Lafayette, Mayville, Oldville, Concordia, and Knobnoster, Missouri. This is for southern Lafayette and northeastern Johnson counties, west central Missouri. Still moving east at about 35 miles an hour, located near Odessa. Let's go in and take a look at the details. I think I see where it is already, just based on the velocity or the reflectivity. But let's see in here. Oh, big burst of wind. That's a big, nasty burst of wind. And it looks like it was tighter just a scan or two ago. This is actually coming out of that previously tornado warned area between Odessa and Lake Lafayette. Let's see. Hope I didn't miss too much in chat. Let's see. Yeah, chasing at night takes a ton of skill, especially in a heavily populated area in a city. They're navigating a ton, and I believe right now they're still trying to look for some damage from those previously observed tornadoes on the eastern side of the Kansas City suburbs. And then they may start to, well, we'll see what they do. I don't know if they have a plan yet. This may just be a little bit further out of reach, so they may just look for damage around the Kansas City metro, which there should be damage even regardless of the tornadoes. There's probably going to be some tree power line damage. We saw those power flashes that were noted here at a 78 mile an hour report in Wyandotte County at 8:30. So we saw those on our tower cam out of the Kansas City metro. And yeah, dangerous situation here across the Kansas City metro. That is calming down now across Kansas City. So if you're in Kansas City, Lee's Summit, Wyandotte County out to the north of Kansas City, Leavenworth, up towards the airport, Pleasant Valley, Liberty. Things are calming down. You're not in any warnings. And they'll continue to trim off those tornado watches as well as we get into the evening. We right now have the one tornado warning. That still continues. We are starting to see more of a clustering of these storms across southeast Kansas. We'll see if that kind of develops into its own little convective system. And then we're also seeing that also here across northern Oklahoma. These storms basically kind of organized a little bit more following an outflow boundary collision. They've crashed now to the south and east from the Wichita metro across now into northern parts of Oklahoma. They're continuing there through Arkansas City, Bremen, Newkirk, Wakita with 60-mile-an-hour winds and quarter-size hail, except we're not really going to get much hail out of these storms as much anymore. There are some areas to watch, but I don't see a ton of spin in those right now. So apparently NOAA just relayed that in Jackson County, Missouri, where he's located right now, Jackson County, Missouri has over 22,000 people without power. So yeah, a lot of power infrastructure, regardless of the QLCS tornadoes. Some of this is also sagging across the areas there around Kiowa, Alva. Actually, some of this is also outflow dominated because the outflow boundary has now pushed across this radar sweep to Jet, Nash, and Pong Creek. So you're going to get some gusty winds even out ahead of those storms. And some of these areas are going to get gusty winds actually like tens of miles out in front of these storms. Yeah, some of this is like 12 to even about 16 miles out ahead of that storm. So that'll help with the tornado risk across the northern parts of Oklahoma. But yeah, you're going to get some gusty winds even if you don't even hear lightning or hear thunder or see lightning. Although it is getting dark now, so you can see lightning from probably 15 miles away at least. Still another severe storm. This is in western Oklahoma, north of Elk City. Keep an eye on that cluster. It's had some flooding potential. Although, as we looked at earlier, this area in western Oklahoma and in the Texas Panhandle actually needs the rain a lot. So some heavy storms without any tornado risk would hopefully help the situation. The only problem is some of this is coming down too much at one time. And then there is a couple severe storms back across the Texas Panhandle. Areas around Amarillo, 70-mile-an-hour wind, considerable threat. That's a dangerous storm coming through the Amarillo metro. Yeah, you can see that burst of 70-mile-an-hour winds back up in this part of the storm. Pretty close to the radar state, too, seeing that 70, 66-mile-an-hour wind reports based on the radar estimates there. So that's probably going to be a confirmed 60 to 70-mile-an-hour winds there. And then still watching our area out of Tulsa. Let me try and reposition this. Across the Tulsa metro, let's see. Okay, this is a good spot here. We got Storm Chaser Noah out there in the field in the Kansas City area, but still have other storms located elsewhere. So this is our Kansas City, or our Tulsa camera looking to the west towards those storms. So as those approach, we'll likely see some more lightning out of those. But yeah, this is basically downtown Kansas City looking to the west. Or not Kansas City, Tulsa. And still watching Storm Chaser Noah working through the Kansas City metro. Yeah, these storms are going to work its way into the Tulsa area, Ponca City, Newkirk, areas that had some tornado warnings earlier near Ponca City, Blackwell, Tonkawa, Marlin. Those areas prepare for some damaging winds now. A lot of heavy rain, a lot of lightning in that cluster of storms. And generally, it should keep working to the south and east as it gets into the northern parts of Oklahoma. A little bit of a question mark if it gets down towards Oklahoma City. And then our other big cluster of storms across eastern Kansas, still kind of organizing. There's a potential that develops into its own MCS, mesoscale convective system. Right now, it's just kind of a big, messy batch of storms. Most of those 60-mile-an-hour winds, quarter-size hail at best in there. There is a couple pockets of 70-mile-an-hour winds. It looks like in Anderson County, approaching areas around Kincaid, Blue Mound, Centerville, Parker, and Lane. Pretty far from the radar site there. Pockets of damaging wind. Kind of swinging through that Lane and Parker areas. I think I mentioned it as I was running out there the door for a minute to get a break. But there is a new severe thunderstorm watch across southwest Missouri. Severe warnings there. Girard, Fort Scott. Some of these storms that are out in front of that cluster have gone severe. So there's actually quite a bit of severe storms in here. There's this cluster that's going to keep working to the south and to the southeast. And then there's these cluster of storms that has been lifting to the north. Yeah, that's right along that outflow boundary from earlier today. Those storms developed along that outflow boundary. So there's southeast Kansas is still interesting. There's outflow boundary collisions. There's a complex of storms working in from the north and northwest. 70-mile-an-hour winds there in parts of considerable threat for Elk, Crowley, Butler, Chautauqua, and Greenwood counties in southeastern Kansas. So yeah, this cluster is going to start making a move now. We're going to lose most of the tornado risk, at least the supercellular tornado threat, and we're going to pick up maybe some QLCS tornadoes, but more of a damaging wind risk across a bunch of these areas. And they now have added a big severe thunderstorm watch. Looks like it's going to cover most of those areas that the tornado watch previously covered, which is interesting because that tornado watch I thought went till 11, but they looks like they're going to overlay that with a severe thunderstorm watch. And yeah, that may be the fact that the supercellular threat has calmed down quite a bit. Yeah, so even though there's a tornado watch that goes until 11, another hour, looks like they're just going to basically replace that with a severe thunderstorm watch. It's a fairly high-end one, though. A couple of tornadoes are possible. Isolated hail up to ping pong ball size and widespread. This is some pretty powerful wording by the Storm Prediction Center. Widespread damaging wind gusts up to 80 miles an hour are likely. So they are expecting severe damaging wind gusts like we've already seen through the Kansas City area. That does include Oklahoma City and Norman. That includes areas like Holdenville, Seminole, Shawnee, Okemah, McAllister, all the way down to Mena, Arkansas. And then up in Arkansas, Mount Ida. It includes the Arkansas River Valley, Fort Smith to Russellville. It includes all of northwest Arkansas, Bentonville, Rogers, that whole area there to about Harrison. And then does include all of the Tulsa metro area up into northeast Oklahoma around Grove and Jay. And then it basically extends the other watch that they've also added in the last hour that we looked at across southwest Missouri. It's a very similar watch. Talks about widespread damaging wind gusts. Or actually, that one's a slightly less wording. Scattered damaging wind gusts up to 80 miles an hour likely. Isolated hail up to ping pongs and a couple tornadoes possible. That one is till 4 a.m. And the Oklahoma and Arkansas Weather Watch is now until 5 a.m. Still seeing massive amount of lightning there out of that camera perspective on Storm Chaser NOAA's feed. It depends a little where you are, Kelly. Some of the storms across the Mid-South are starting to wind down. There are still some strong storms, but not severe across the Mid-Mississippi River Valley. Parts of Arkansas have some stronger storms. North, Central Arkansas. Those are a cluster that may have an isolated severe storm or two, but they are winding down those two clusters of storms. The storms across parts of the, I keep getting that drawing tool wrong. And it does appear like some of the storms across the Texas Panhandle are winding down, except they just got a 90-mile-an-hour destructive tag at the automated weather station. Penny-size hail, automated weather equipment, 90-mile-an-hour gust. So let's go into this storm. If there's any 90-mile-an-hour winds in here, it's going to be in this little pocket approaching the airport. Yeah, that's an area that's surging out across the Amarillo metro. So Amarillo, you need to treat that like it's a tornado warning. 90-mile-an-hour damaging winds. It's interesting. They didn't add a new warning. They just replaced their original ones. So some of those areas are behind that gust. But yeah, that's a dangerous cell. It's right on the leading edge, approaching Amarillo, Pleasant Valley, Walnut Hills, and approaching the airport there, 2176. That's the Amarillo airport there at the radar station, up along 27, and where 27 comes into 40, and then it extends up to 87, US Highway 87. Pleasant Valley is kind of in that big pocket of damaging winds, right there where it's really surging out. Yeah, that is a big wind surge right in here. So Amarillo, tornado safety precautions, lowest level interior room away from the doors and windows. As we saw earlier on the Kansas City area, most counties will blow their warning sirens and activate those for the destructive windstorms, since that is a situation where you do have to treat it like a tornado warning. Yeah, that's going to cause all kinds of power outages. That can cause some structural issues, 90-mile-an-hour winds. We've already seen that here across the Kansas City area, some 78 to 90, or not 90, but 80-mile-an-hour winds across the Kansas City area in pockets. Not everybody saw those. A wider swath saw 60 to 70-mile-an-hour winds. Law enforcement reports 70 there earlier. Oakview, 75 by a National Weather Service employee. So yeah, there's already been some damaging winds across the Kansas City metro. And we still have that ongoing tornado warning that continues for areas radar indicated around Concordia and Allville, Missouri. Yeah, there's a big burst of wind in here as well, but let's see, that area of rotation was back near Odessa just a little bit ago. Yeah, when it was tornado warned a little bit ago near Odessa and Lake Lafayette, they issued a new tornado warning. And there still is some rotation in there near Robbins, Mount Olive, but it looks like that has relaxed some. Yeah, the QLCS threat may be winding down east of the Kansas City metro. The wind is also coming down a little bit. We don't have any destructive threats across Kansas City. 70-mile-an-hour winds, considerable threat continues. Holden, Leeton, up to Sweet Springs, and over towards Bogard and Bosworth. That's in west central Missouri. Continuing to ride along the I-70 corridor. Kansas City, much better shape. You guys are in much better shape across Overland and Kansas City and all those areas. Back towards Tulsa as well. Or not Tulsa, Topeka. We're bouncing all the T cities today. Let's go down to Tulsa, though. That's what I was thinking. And I do want to check that supercell that's kind of dying off. Yeah. Still diminishing there near the Zinc Ranch. That's in Osage County. Up next there is Sperry and Verna, but they don't seem to be extending that warning out ahead. So I'm thinking this one might be done. Yeah, that continues to diminish in intensity. Still continuing that radar confirmed or radar indicated tornado warning near Knob Noster, moving east at 70 or 35 miles an hour. Sorry about that. Ooh. Yeah, I guess they're just going to let it go. It's not looking super impressive right now. It doesn't look that tight on velocity or on spectrum width. This shows us kind of chaotic winds and speed of those. This can really be helpful in these QLCS situations. It does show the leading edge of that wind, though, pretty well. But yeah, that tornadic circulation has come down. Earlier, you can see it in here. Actually looks fairly impressive. You can see this kind of little swirl in here, a little dog leg. On the last couple scans, that's come down quite a lot, but if there's anything in there, it's still kind of tucked up in there. Still broadly, I guess, rotating. All right, and then focusing back in to Texas. Wow, this is going to be let me see. We may have some cameras in Amarillo. I did not have those loaded up, but let's see. All right, give me a second here. All right, since we're leaving the Kansas City area, let's just put this in here. All right, there we go. That is out of the Amarillo area, thanks to Drive Texas in our destructive severe thunderstorm warning. That continues there, especially it looks like that area just on the north and east sides of Amarillo, really close to the radar site, really close to the airport. This is just south of the airport on I-40. So we'll see if we get into some of those damaging winds in this camera perspective. This is looking, I believe, to the west towards Amarillo. So you can see a lot of lightning also in this camera perspective. And in this particular camera perspective, dry roads. We're just out in front of that storm. So once again, like the Kansas City area, there's a very distinct difference between just being out in front of it, where it's fairly calm, and then you get smacked really hard with them heavy rain, damaging to destructive winds, potentially up to 90 miles an hour. That's coming through downtown Amarillo, Pleasant Valley, especially that area, Pleasant Valley, and the northeast sides of the Amarillo metro. Again, continue to take basically tornado safety precautions. If you're in Amarillo, that's northern Randall or west central Carson and southern Potter counties. As the destructive tag notes, essentially the destructive tag mirrors a lot of the wording similar to like a PDS tornado warning. It talks about how you're in a life-threatening situation. Flying debris may be deadly to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be extensively damaged or destroyed, and potential for substantial roof and window damage, as well as damage to trees and power outages. So yeah, that's a damaging to destructive severe thunderstorm pushing through Amarillo, Texas. And yeah, that's That one is at also looks like an interface between a couple different outflow boundaries. As there were a couple different, looks like clusters of storms kind of working through that same area. Yeah, so it looks like it may have channeled and focused right along that outflow boundary situation. That's what I was talking about earlier, is those outflow boundary collisions can do some very weird and interesting things, and it looks like it's really focused that wind energy across the Amarillo metro, especially like downtown and north and east. Otherwise, most of these other cells in Texas are actually not severe, and then a severe warning storm still continuing there around Cheyenne in western Oklahoma. And most of this isn't headed to Indiana. Most of this is headed, will head south. And in fact, I do want to look at some model data, because some of this looked a little different than the model data we looked at earlier. So I do want to take a look and see what we have here. Yeah, the model runs every hour, so it does update with new information. Okay, so here is our latest model data. I'll back out just so you can see the kind of the full picture. It gets it pretty close. I always like to look roughly. Sometimes I don't describe it to you guys on the stream, but usually when I look at model data real quick, I at least try and see if the model is getting the approximate location and kind of strength of storms. And it does a pretty good job here. It gets this cluster of storms across western Oklahoma and the Texas Panhandle. It kind of sees this messy, slightly organized line of storms across eastern Kansas. And then I think it's doing okay with that northern cluster. It may be a little bit underdone across the northern cluster, but it also sees that little supercell near north and west of Tulsa. And then it sees kind of this cluster here in northern Arkansas, as well as this dying cluster across the Tennessee Valley. It maybe underdoes a little bit of this storm, but it also sees that across west central Kansas. So that checks the boxes. It sees everything kind of mostly pretty accurate compared to current run. Where it's going to go next, and then this is just an estimate of where those storms are headed. And actually, this is the latest model run that's just running now, so it only goes 2 steps ahead. So let's go back. This roughly should do the same thing, but yeah. Shows most of this energy heads south, where we have Tulsa, northwest Arkansas, and southwest Missouri into the heart of that severe cluster of storms. It does try to take some of that right now, it's somewhat messy cluster, and organize it further. As well as it should start to wind down some of those storms out in western Texas, but they're going to be strong for another couple hours. And yeah, it crashes this to the south and west. So those storms die out. It still doesn't want to take storms east. So it may not be modeling that fully properly, but yeah, the severe risk for Indiana tonight is very low. So yeah, that tomorrow though, it may get some storms tomorrow across especially southern Indiana, it looks like. But yeah, most of this energy for tonight is headed south. The latest run is a little bit different. It does take a few more storms across the I-70 corridor, so we do have to watch that area. But the model likes to diminish those storms in general. But yeah, still ramping up storms across southeast Kansas and into southwest Missouri, northern Arkansas, and especially eastern Oklahoma. We'll let that run and then we'll come back to it. Winfield, Kansas, more storms. Let me see where you guys are down. Yeah, you guys are down here. Let's see what we have going on right now. Okay, yeah, Winfield,
A
you're
new
going to be done
PBS
after this
severe
round of
thunderstorm
storms.
warning has been issued.
So it's starting to clear out. They've also dropped the severe thunderstorm watch for areas like Wichita, Park City, up through McPherson. They'll keep trimming this severe thunderstorm watch as this cluster of storms continues to work south. But yeah, once you get behind this line, your severe threat diminishes quite a lot. Yeah, Winfield's there. Did you get some larger hail earlier? I think the Winfield area we saw earlier had some pretty large hail reports from that the one supercell that moved through before the line. Getting more warnings issued into northern Oklahoma. Considerable threats, 70-mile-an-hour wind, Ponca City, Newkirk, to Fairfax and Ralston. Eventually, this will head down towards Barnesdall and Bartlesville. So you guys are kind of up next. Areas around Copan. Oh, geez. Baseball-size hail? Yeah. That's going to do some damage. The good news is for this line of storms now, it's mostly a damaging wind risk. It's not as much of a hail risk. If you're in a sturdy structure away from windows, and especially if you don't have like trees on your property that can fall on your house, and are in a well-built structure, these are, you can ride it out in a severe thunderstorm like this. This isn't, but if you do live in some structures that are, maybe temporary structures, or if you're camping or in a trailer, or certainly a mobile home, you do have to consider some of that in some of these general severe thunderstorm warnings, especially when they get to considerable and destructive. Considerable threat storms can impact trailers and mobile homes pretty well. And then storms like this, destructive tags, you have to treat it like a tornado, not just in a permanent structure where you got to go lowest level into your room. But for a mobile home or trailer, these can really devastate those kind of situations. They can flip mobile homes. I don't see a lot of those heaviest winds on this camera perspective, and it looks like some of that has now become outflow dominant. This is all surged out, which is actually a sneaky risk. There's actually some severe winds out along the edge of this outflow boundary. They probably will add a warning soon, eventually, for that. But some of that has come down in intensity just a little bit across the Amarillo area. Yeah, Amarillo is mostly on that north side of town. There's the 91-mile-an-hour wind, Oro, Potter, Valley to Oro, in Potter County. And that is a mesonet site. So that should be a calibrated, it looks like it's at a recreation area. So that should be a calibrated, fairly accurate wind reading. When they do have wind readings like that, they will a lot of times go out and double check the machine, even if it isn't ready for calibration. They'll just a lot of times go and double check. I think they were going to do that the other day at Salina, Kansas, that 113-mile-an-hour wind report. Although that should be checked regularly because that was at the Salina airport, and airports and aircraft need really precision wind readings. So that one should be, well checked rather than just some site out in the middle of a field sometimes. Yeah, they're not really headed for Indiana. Most of this is basically headed south towards the Arkansas River Valley. So tomorrow you may get some more storms as the front kind of works through. Looks like that latest model data showed some isolated to scattered storms. But it doesn't appear like right now Indiana's in much of a severe risk. Yeah, in fact, they've trimmed back Indiana from the severe risk tonight. There's a low severe chance across parts of the southwest part of the state. And there's a little bit of an isolated severe chance across basically the Great Lakes. But most of Indiana is in just kind of a general severe thunderstorm risk. And then tomorrow, you may get some general thunderstorms, but most of the severe storms should be east of there into the East Coast and the upper Ohio Valley. let's see. They are in Oak Grove, Missouri. Okay, they're still kind of looking on the backside of that storm. I haven't seen any extensive damage that they came across. Otherwise, they probably would have stopped. I believe there a little bit ago they said there were some tree branches and things, but they weren't big tree branches. But looks like, yeah, it looks like Storm Chaser Noah is still working to the east, kind of following that line of storms. They're on I-70, working towards the east. So we'll see if they catch up to these storms. They have a better chance now that they're east of the Kansas City metro. A little bit more of a straight shot. This was a tornado warning storm earlier. It has weakened, at least for the tornadic side of the storm. There's still damaging winds in here. 60 to 70 miles an hour winds. Useville, Green Ridge, up through areas like DeWitt and Salisbury. Getting into some town names that I feel like we covered a lot this last week with tornadoes across northern Missouri. So yeah, some of this area has had a lot of weather this week, and including flooding. I saw some storm chaser reports, and I believe like Reed Timmer was up in here. Whoops. Up in here somewhere the other day where he had flooding along across the roadway and stuff. So this area has had a lot of rain. Some of this severe weather and some of this heavy rain will skirt that area in northern Missouri. Also watching Fort Scott, Nevada, Missouri, down to areas around Liberal, Newport, and Nashville, Missouri. Then also areas around Pittsburgh and Frontenac in Kansas. A lot of lightning in there, tons of heavy rain, and basically a big cluster of severe storms, 70-mile-an-hour winds, some pockets of small hail. Just kind of watch a little bit, make sure there's nothing crazy going on with some of those areas there. It's going to kind of eat these cells in front, so there are a chance of some weird boundary interactions, but it looks like right now it's mostly going to be just kind of organizing this line of storms that it's going to surge towards the south. So areas like Webb City and Joplin and all those areas, Springfield, Branson, we'll get it on the severe weather later this evening. Go with that for a little bit and try and clear out some of the clutter on the radar. Yeah, those airport weather stations have to be accurate, so that's why I do trust those a little bit more than sometimes it'll say like a public report or an estimate. Even experienced chasers and even experienced meteorologists can overestimate the winds just personally. So if it has a measurement with a actual gauge, it's a little bit better. And then yeah, if the gauge is actually a one that's calibrated quite frequently, then that's even a better one. Good news for parts of the Amarillo area, they have backed off that destructive tag. And yeah, so they have backed off that destructive tag somewhat. It's now down to a 60-mile-an-hour severe thunderstorm. Still surprised they haven't actually issued a new warning just for that outflow boundary. Yeah, this outflow boundary is surging out in front. Interesting, there's little tiny rotations in here, but these are, these are not going to be like tornadic rotations, but we're so close to the radar site, we can see some of these little tiny eddies and things. There are little micro vortices that not even cause damage, but they're just understudied. They're similar to QLCS, but they're not quite as convective. This is an outflow boundary that's actually out ahead of the thunderstorm. This one is actually right at an interface between a couple different outflow boundaries. So there could be kind of these little micro vortices.
Warning has been issued.
Not tornadoes, but little weak eddies and almost like strong dust devils or land spout type things. You can get some of those to form along here. Again, they're very understudied, and part of it is because you need to be really close to the radar site. So we kind of have a limited study area. They probably happen quite frequently. And yeah, I've said it on other streams. We probably underestimate the number of QLCS tornadoes in general, because we see more of those closer to the radar sites too. But yeah, that's an interesting little phenomena. Yeah, TBS, it doesn't look like there's a big tornado threat for Indianapolis or Indiana. A small chance at some isolated severe weather. And then the tornado risk is down across the south. Oh, and I'm glad I looked. They did push that down like I thought they might earlier. They did push it down across parts of northern Oklahoma. So yeah, the tornado risk today is mostly centered where our storms are now. And then tomorrow there is a day 2 tornado risk across parts of the Chesapeake Bay region. So we'll keep an eye on that for tomorrow. But yeah, tornado risk tonight, very low elsewhere. Even across the Texas Panhandle, it's very low. It's mostly centered in that area where the storms are working right now.
A new PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
All right, here we go. A new PDS severe thunderstorm warning, a destructive severe thunderstorm warning for west central Osage and western Pawnee counties in northeastern Oklahoma. A line of storms near Burbank and Sooner Lake moving southeast at 50. It is a destructive severe thunderstorm for 80-mile-an-hour winds. So we're again seeing another destructive severe thunderstorm warning. That includes areas here around Blackburn, Skidee, some of these areas that had the tornado warning earlier. Sooner Lake, Ralston, some really beautiful areas in northern and north central Oklahoma. Destructive severe thunderstorm warning there. It's a little bit further from the radar site, so it's going to be a little bit harder to see. But it looks like that area of destructive weather is around the Burbank area and just south of there, pushing into this warning polygon. They've warned it way out in advance, which is a nice way to do stuff, especially since it's moving southeast at 40. That said 50. Yeah, 50. Southeast at 50. That destructive severe thunderstorm is going to work towards Ralston and Pawnee. And then it's going to get a little closer to the areas around Stillwater. So we do have to keep an eye on that, especially north and east of Stillwater. Otherwise, that's surrounded by a considerable threat tag. Blackwell, Tonkawa, Ponca City, Newkirk, back towards Wakita, and then Hunter, Garber, and Covington, also just north of Perry, with a destructive severe thunderstorm. Or not destructive, considerable threat severe thunderstorm. We have a camera at Perry, but it looks south. And it looks like things are calming down across Amarillo, just based on that camera perspective, but keep an eye on it. Let's get a check on Storm Chaser Noah. Definitely, if you give him a follow too. He's at Storm Chaser Noah. But let's see here. He's still moving on 70 eastbound at Lafayette County, Missouri. All right, let's check in on Storm Chaser Noah here.
Pets welcome.
Oh, really? Okay, I might just have to pay a little fee.
Yeah, just ask at the front desk, but yeah, just say pets welcome.
Okay.
So yeah, just talk to the person at the front desk.
Yeah, it's like an extra
right, guys. But yeah, I'm gonna end the stream here.
Yeah, if you want to get that camera on again.
Oh, yeah, I gotta turn that on for you. Oh, it's at 98%. I don't know.
Yeah.
There we go. You guys can't see me. Oh, now you can see me. But it was a good stream today. Yeah, got some amazing pictures. I'll post those later. But yeah, had a good time today. We're gonna be checking into our hotel, getting some good sleep that we definitely deserve. And yeah, then after we're done, yeah, he needs it more than I do. But yeah, after we're done sleeping, let's see. I got some more damage reports up there, but anyway, after we're done sleeping, back to Ohio, and yeah, all day Sunday is just gonna be a rest day.
Yeah, hopefully I won't get back until in the afternoon sometime.
Something like that.
Yeah.
But hope everybody has a good rest of their night. And yeah, these storms are still trucking along. You still got 70-mile-per-hour warnings. Yeah, considerable threats out warned in front of these. And there's also some There's also some flood warnings with these as well. Ugh, excuse me. But hope everybody has a good rest of their night. And thank you for tuning in. And yeah, we'll see you on the next one.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
Okay, looks like they're wrapping it up for the night.
Severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Good work today by Storm Chaser Noah. That was tough chasing. And as we saw, I think they said earlier, the driver, Jared Vogel. So nice work there with chasing those down.
Maybe after what we did today.
All right. Nice. All right. Yeah, so they're wrapped up for the day. Looks like they're going to rest up and do a rest day tomorrow and reset. And it looks like some of the model data showed today some severe weather potential back into some of these same areas, back into the central U.S. in a couple days. So they may just kind of hang out for a little while, rest up, get the equipment all checked, and get back into it, because I think it was not, it must be a day 4. Day 4? There, day 5. Okay, so they might be resting for a couple days, but Yeah, day 5 already has a risk highlighted by the Storm Prediction Center. This is for Wednesday. And some of the model data earlier today and last night looked a little bit juicy again. So we may get another severe weather outbreak across some of these same areas. It's still a little hard to tell. It's still a little far out to get details. There will be people on social media and probably some other YouTube channels that are clickbaiting and saying tornado outbreak and all that kind of stuff. A little bit too far out just to get data. In general, though, it looks like a favorable pattern for severe weather, so I will say that. And it, in general, looks like a pattern that would favor all hazards of severe weather, damaging winds, tornadoes, and large hail. So we'll see. This gets refined daily and even multi-times a day by the Storm Prediction Center. But especially these far out ones get refined usually daily or twice daily. This can shift around within the next couple of days. You know, this can get put back up here. It can get put down further. So we see shifts all the time over a couple of days. But just be aware if you are in these general areas, including areas that have hit hard already today, that there is more severe weather potential. Also, again, these are going to be some areas that have been hit hard, like on Thursday, across northern and north central Illinois and northwest Indiana. But as it appears, we'll keep an eye on it, and if things uptrend, we'll let you know too, on either here or on social media. And it does look like already we'll likely be live on Wednesday. So otherwise, we may get a couple days to relax and to rest up and to do some channel prep on my end. I have stuff I work on all the time. I mean, on days that aren't severe days. And yeah, so we may get a couple days to kind of reset and improve and all that good stuff. All right, let's go back in, though. We do have a lot of severe weather still ongoing tonight. There's a look without the warnings. Actually, I do like that sometimes. Without the warnings, here's a look at this complex of storms. It looks actually quite a bit like the radar kind of estimated earlier. So we have this big bulge of damaging winds down in here, northern Oklahoma. And then we are starting to see probably what is going to be the next big bulge of wind. Right now, it's a complex of storms that's kind of eating a couple of these storms that were pre-frontal. So we'll see how that looks. And that little break I took was just a puppy bathroom break, but I also got outside to see some lightning, and you can see these storms from many, many miles away. Come on, draw tool. Not draw tool. Measure tool. Yeah, you can see these storms from quite a bit away. I think we've also seen them on our camera here, like 80 miles away on that Tulsa camera. So yeah, especially the top of the lightning, you can really see them. They're very electrical storms. Oh, wow. Yeah, this is just in this cluster of storms. There's over... I can see it right here. Over 11,000 lightning strikes from about Kansas City down to areas in northern Oklahoma. That is a highly electrical storm. I'll tell you, I keep my lightning setting fairly low on the strike density. Otherwise, this would just fill up with lightning. If I just if I put it up to like the accurate number of lightning strikes, like the 1-for-1 kind of thing, it would just be, you can't even see the radar data. So yeah, those are highly electrical storms. So yeah, usually I keep my lightning data somewhat down in like the 30 kind of range. That way it depicts the lightning, but it's not exactly 1-for-1. That way we can actually see what's going on. All right, let's get the warnings back on and we'll get you into all these. Christine wants the winter back. Yeah. Stones was saying about that recently too. I don't know. I like snow, but I'm not a giant winter person, but they have backed off this one destructive tag, considerable threat, 70-mile-an-hour winds. This is near the Blackburn area. But while they were doing that, it looks like they reoriented where these winds are going. We now have the destructive wind threat across these areas in northern Oklahoma. That's going to be for northern Osage County, and it's for a line extending 5 miles north of Granola to 3 miles north of Fairfax to near Red Rock, southeast at 30. Destructive storms for Burbank, Shidler, Apperson, and Fairfax. That's a dangerous storm. It is working to the south and east, so we do have to watch out for areas like Barnsdall and Winona, and eventually we may have to work towards the areas like Bartlesville. I think we had a couple viewers in here from this area earlier today. Keep an eye on these storms. They are definitely pretty mean. Let's see. Yeah, they're surging into that area just near Fairfax. So they're more on a line like Barnsdall and Avent, Hominy. I wouldn't be surprised if they issue a warning soon for this area. It looks like that area may be some of the accentuated winds in there. And then again, down here on the bottom of your screen, that is the Tulsa Metro. So we're getting slowly closer to the Tulsa Metro. Looks like we have severe storms into areas like Joplin. So this is a considerable threat for Cherokee and Jasper counties. 70-mile-an-hour wind, $half size hail, and a ton of lightning. Yeah, these are some of those storms that would just fill the radar with lightning alone. There's also a flash flood warning in here. So in addition to the considerable threat, there's a flash flood warning. There it is. Radar indicated flash flooding between 1 to 3 inches of rain, additional 1 to 3 inches more at 1 inch an hour rainfall rates. That's a dangerous flash flood situation. And we're going to get more of that as we get into these areas here in southwest Missouri and the Ozarks in northern Arkansas, areas that have already had rounds of rain. It's going to get pretty nasty. Let's see. We may be able to see some of those storms also from our cameras in Arkansas. Believe it or not. Yep, you can already see them on this Arkansas camera. It blows up a little bit so you can see it better. But watch kind of past the cell phone towers in the distance there. And then also like even back past that south, basically like the center, kind of top center of your screen, right here along the horizon line, you'll see lightning. Every now and then. Of course, it's not going to do it when I pull up the screen. There's some. And that's basically you're not seeing the lightning from the cloud to the ground. That's the top of the lightning. That's the in-anvil lightning and the in-cloud lightning that you can see with these storms. Right before I pulled that camera up, there was a really impressive one. Yeah, there was a little more. All right, back to radar though. I'm sure it'll do it right now. There'll be another super impressive lightning that flashes across there as soon as I put it back to the small screen. But that camera, that's at Battlefield Boulevard. That's like right there. That's looking about 46 miles to get to those closest storms. So yeah, you can see these storms. They are highly electrical, and you can see them from about 40 to 70 miles away, especially now that it's nighttime. Yeah, some of these are over 57,000 feet. So that's why you can see them from so far away. Basically double the height of an airline flies. Let me see. Somehow I need to get recentered. There we go. Something like that. All right, there we go. All right, not perfect center, but that's fine. All right, back into it. We've lost our severe warnings across much of the Texas Panhandle. Still some flash flood warnings in effect. But yeah, those storms are weakening fast. Model data also supported this earlier when we looked at the model data. It did look like those storms would weaken. So yeah, no longer much of a severe threat across parts of the Texas Panhandle. Still potentially a couple stronger storms, but we'll keep an eye on that cluster working into parts of western Oklahoma around Raiden and Sayre. Hey, Cruz, welcome back. Hope you guys are doing good. All right, and still severe warning here continues across northern Oklahoma, Wakita, Alva, Tacoma. Those areas still seeing strong storms. This outflow boundary has surged way out, actually through Enid, Covington, and Perry. So this outflow boundary exists probably about 20 miles or so out of these storms. Let's take a look and measure that. Whoops. Actually, even further, about 39 miles out of the storm. That's a pretty far outflow boundary. Oh, wow. Breaking news from Cruz there, too. Knicks win the NBA championship. That's pretty cool. First time in a while, too, right? I don't follow the NBA that much, but
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
yeah, wow. That's pretty cool. What was the final score? Trying to pull it up, but then let's see. Okay, so that's a really close game. All right, so there's that outflow boundary. Severe storms kind of tucked back behind that. They have dropped that destructive tag down to considerable threat. And then still seeing this destructive tag, Burbank, the areas around Pawhuska. Some fairly populated communities out here. These are some of the more populated spaces in Osage County. It's a massive county. There's quite a bit of ranches out here as well. So there are people that live out here. That includes those areas around Ralston. Yeah, it is, I think, one of the largest counties in Oklahoma, if not the largest county in Oklahoma. Yeah, and it's one of the larger counties around in any of the states around Oklahoma, too. So, massive county. And part of that, the northern part, is under the destructive tag. But yeah, there are areas here out here, the Pawhuska area, Shidler, 4 Acre, and then over towards Burbank in north central parts of Oklahoma. Logan, how's it going today? Yeah, this was a busier day. Last night, I started looking at model data. I don't know, probably around this time last night, like 10 or 11 at night. And I was like, you know what? It's actually trending up. And yeah, it looks like that did verify. We still have 70-mile-an-hour winds into central Missouri now. This is around Howard and Boone counties. Approaching areas around Marshall, Hughesville, Slater, Armstrong, Fayette, Pilot Grove, and Booneville, Missouri. Up next, one of the larger communities in this part of the state is Columbia, Missouri, just on the edge of your screen there. So these are basically still driving down I-70 and 70-mile-an-hour winds. They are, I think, working at about 45 miles an hour. They might be still a little bit quicker than that. And there are potential there. There's a couple areas that have a little bit of inflow, a little bit of spin, a little bit of vorticity. We do have to watch, but in general, some of those are coming down in intensity, and we're not seeing much of the QLCS threat anymore. We have a big mess of storms south of Kansas City along 49. Severe warning continues Lowry City, Deepwater, down to Stockton, Missouri, and then on I-49 from Adrian down through Rich Hill, Sheldon, Lamar, and then into the Joplin Metro. Joplin, Carthage, these are highly electrical storms. Yeah, they're pushing about 55,000 feet to probably closer to 60,000 feet in some of those. And that complex is starting to now push towards the south and east. That was where some of that line segment was interacting with some of those storms that came up on the outflow boundary. So now this whole thing is starting to get a big shove. And we're starting to get a little bit more severe weather across southwest Missouri. This is going to get into areas like Veneta, Oklahoma, Afton, Grove, Jay, Granby, Missouri, Monette, Purdy, Cassville, and then eventually back into the northwest Arkansas metro. Yeah, I was in standby mode last night in case we needed it, and was very close to going live a couple times. There was a considerable threat, severe thunderstorm across Washington, D.C. yesterday. Our East Coast storm stayed pretty isolated, severe yesterday, so we did not go live. And then I was going to go live for a convective system working across the western parts of basically like the northern Texas Panhandle and Oklahoma. And then that weakened really quickly once it got into western Oklahoma. So we didn't go live, but I was in the background monitoring the situation and mostly looking at model data and stuff for today. And then it started to uptrend for today. So then I really dove into the model data deep and started actually going into like the really nit and gritty of it. This is slowly getting close to that Tulsa radar, so we get a better wind estimate out of these, but there are pockets in here, 70 plus mile an hour winds, Burbank, down to areas now pushing towards Blackbird or Blackburn and Hominy. They've also extended the considerable threat severe thunderstorm through most of the western parts of the Tulsa area. That's Osage County, Creek County, Northern Creek County, Southern Washington County, Pawnee County, and now northwestern Tulsa County. And I haven't seen much lightning, but we may just not be angled for it on this camera perspective. Actually, let me switch cameras to the Oklahoma one. Yeah, this is looking west from downtown Tulsa, so should start seeing more lightning in that perspective. That's right on the edge. Tulsa downtown is right on the edge of the current warning polygon. Yeah, it was definitely nice to get a break. And still, this was, I think our stream, we did 6 days straight, which might be the longest time we've ever streamed. I don't know for sure. We did 6 days in a row. This would be 7 out of 8, so that's pretty good. I think Cruz, you've done similar. They're updating a couple of these warnings in here, basically just extending them. Considerable threat, 70-mile-an-hour winds. They've also extended down into northern parts of Oklahoma, areas around Lenape, Welsh, Blue Jacket, Commerce, Fairland, basically all those areas north of 44. Interesting, they split it basically right along there. But, and then into areas like Loma Linda, Baxter Springs, Galena, and just basically extending that warning from the Joplin Metro down into northern Oklahoma. Yeah, that's pretty good then. this week may have been kind of the peak of severe weather season. We'll see. I know for a lot of people across parts of northern Illinois and Indiana, it definitely was a peak severe weather event. They also, I reposted it on our socials a while ago, I think this morning, they did officially declare the, is it the 9th or the 10th? One of the days that it was northern Illinois, they declared officially one of them was a derecho. Let's see, June 10th. It was Wednesday's severe weather was a derecho. And then they put out a long explanation of the derecho event, but it went a wind swath over 400 miles, 100,000 square miles, and the highest known wind gust was 94 miles an hour. That was on Wednesday. So, yeah. And then I assume at least the one other one was a derecho in North Dakota the other day. Not the second day, but the first day, I think it was. Was that Monday or Tuesday? Apparently, looking at the data, they haven't announced it yet, but the swath of wind that hit Salina really hard, that had the 113 mile an hour wind gust, and several, I think, were 90 to 100 mile an hours. That is probably technically not going to qualify as a derecho. I thought it might, but looking at adjusted wind data, it only went, I think, about 886 miles, and the derecho has to go like 250. So it's even though it was a super crazy powerful storm, it looks like it's not going to qualify. Yeah, he reached out a little while ago, and we were going to talk, but then this last week hit, and I think he's been busy, and I've been busy, so I want to connect with him more further too. But his streaming setup looked good tonight. I think he was getting a new streaming setup or renovating and adjusting his other one or something. And yeah, it looks like he has a solid streaming setup for mobile streaming. It's a big cluster of storms. Yeah, he seems good. And yeah, I like how he had a chase partner, especially like a night chase through a metro area. That's a positive that he had a chase partner today. This is really starting to crash more towards the south. That's going to be interesting. Some of the worst of this may actually miss the Springfield-Branson corridor, and it's headed more on a beeline for northeast Oklahoma, maybe also into western northwest Arkansas. Yeah, looks like severely turned directions from earlier more of a southeast to now more of a south. 70 mile an hour winds. That's going to be coming into Craig, Ottawa, and Washington counties, also Nowata County. Oh, cool. Yeah, probably a good chase that they teamed up today. I've heard of Jared. I feel like I've heard his name, but I don't know much of his work, so I'll have to look into him too. They have backed off the destructive tag. Considerable threat continues across all of the Osage County, and then a bunch of those other counties there, north and west sides of Tulsa. Yeah, this is still a dangerous storm. It does appear like it has now a little bit of a gust front. It does. So some of that wind is just along and also just behind the gust front. So you're going to get gusty winds even before you get the lightning and thunder, which that's a dangerous thing sometimes. Starting to see that lightning pick up on this camera. This is out of Northwest Arkansas at Battlefield Boulevard in the Rogers and Bentonville area. And yeah, even though those storms are like 45, 50 miles away, there's a pretty big bolt there. You're still seeing the cloud to cloud and the top of the anvil. But yeah, those get closer, we'll start to see more and more lightning out of that perspective. I see a plane on that camera too. It's probably, you probably can't tell, but there's a little tiny dot that's moving. I've never been in a plane at night and saw lightning. I don't know how I'd feel about that. I don't know if it'd be cool or if it'd be a little terrifying. I don't know. Because, yeah. That has really surged out in the last little while. What do they have this moving at? Southeast at 50. That's probably pretty close. Yeah. Yeah, I think it would be a little bit freaky. All right. I'll test this out and see if it works, but there's a little bit of a poll. You guys can go on and we can see how many of us have seen lightning while flying. I'm guessing it's going to be probably high on the no side, but yeah, I don't know for me if that's a bucket list type of thing or if I don't want to be there. Okay, 50 miles an hour, Commerce, 3 minutes, Granby, 13, Nawada, 21, Monette, 25, Purdy, 31, and then Jay, Oklahoma, down kind of the center there, about 45 minutes. That'll also put it into Bentonville in about 50 minutes, about an hour. So yeah, that's a pretty nasty complex of storms. Our other big complex working towards the Tulsa metro, southeast at 45. This one has a little bit of an outflow boundary, so I'm going to take it from that leading edge of the outflow, just to, there are severe winds there too. 45, right about there.
A new flash
flood warning there too.
Issued.
Puts it into downtown Tulsa, about 33 minutes. Jenks, 42. Mounds, 45. Catoosa, about 50 minutes. And then about an hour to get down to Beggs, Oklahoma. Lawrence Creek, about 15. Sand Creek, about 10 minutes away. And Collinsville, about 34. So yeah, next hour, it's going to work through the Tulsa metro. Oklahoma City is under that new severe weather watch. It's going to be a close call to see if this gets down through the Oklahoma City metro. I think you have a better chance of at least storms, especially like the north and east sides of Oklahoma City, because some of this I think is going to swing down at least across some of those areas. So like Edmond and Logan County, Cimarron City, Edmond, Chandler, Hera and Sparks, like those areas I think have a little better chance at getting not just severe weather, but storms in general. There are some other storms across the eastern Texas panhandle. They're going to work into western Oklahoma around Texola, Eric, Sweetwater, Raiden, and Cheyenne. They're also outflow dominant right now. They are slowly on a weakening trend, although some of this has built up a little bit near Wheeler. There it is. There's our Tulsa camera. Still waiting to see lightning on that camera for some reason. Okay, we have looks like. All right, I guess I'll end the poll. Yeah, Christine, I kind of agree. It'd be scary but cool. I think you guys can see that. Oh, not everybody voted. So not great stats, but 67% said no, 33% said yes. I bet that could probably extrapolate out a little bit.
A new
All right,
PDS
newest
severe
destructive
thunderstorm
tag.
warning has been issued.
Craig and Nowata counties, 80-mile-an-hour wind gusts, and radar indicated. So Craig and Nowata counties, radar indicated destructive severe thunderstorm. Again, treat that like it's a tornado, especially if you live in a mobile home or are out camping or anything, recreational activities. You definitely want to seek sturdy, permanent shelter. Yeah, and it notes that in the impact statement, flying debris is dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes can be extensively damaged. Expect considerable damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles, as well as extensive tree and power line damage. I mean, that sounds kind of cooler, especially if I guess if you're up at altitude. It'd be a little bit more intimidating if you were kind of like the plane I saw earlier on the camera, like kind of landing and you see the big, shelf cloud or wall of clouds coming at you and lightning. Let's get a, I want to check an update. Southeast at 40. They've slowed it down just a little bit. There's the leading edge. Let me grab the line here. All right, there's some of the locations there. Welsh, about 14 minutes. Nowata, 20. Fairland, 34. Grove, 52. Langley, about 56. Yeah, and as we mentioned earlier, this is the Lake of the Cherokees around Grove, Langley, that stretches down to Langley, just kind of removing some of the warnings. And if I zoom in here, you can see it's not a city, but there are a ton of lake communities in here. And this time of year, a lot of people are, at the lake or spending time at the lake. So if you have a lake property, or if you're somehow still boating at night, it's definitely time to get off the water around the Grove area. That extends all the way up. I didn't realize the lake went all the way up to about Wyandotte, so that's interesting. But yeah, this is the main part where, yeah, if I zoom in, you can see all those lake communities along here. So Grove in the summertime becomes a bigger place than it does in the wintertime. and some of those other communities around there, Grand Lake Town, Disney, Bernice, and all those areas. There we go. That highlights the lake a little better. So yeah, that destructive tag doesn't quite get down to the lake yet, but it includes areas there just north along I-44. Looks like the heaviest wind is tucked back a little bit. So it's not right at the leading edge like we saw earlier. Hey, Aces, how's it going today? I'm doing well. How are you? Yeah, we've been doing a ton of streaming today, or not today, but like this week. I think I'll have to do some math on the hours later. Replug these in. There we go. Yeah, starting to see kind of what the models really picked up on is that cohesive MCS, and this would be part of that. It's now working across areas just on the Oklahoma state line with Kansas, and then also just into far western Missouri right now, about into Bartlesville, through Columbus, Kansas, and then up across parts of just about into Joplin. Yeah, just on the north side of Joplin around Carl Junction, Carthage, about into downtown Joplin, and then Galena, Loma Linda, eventually down here into Oklahoma Commerce and Peoria, Welsh, and Blue Jacket. Oh yeah, you guys are in Chanute. Where is that? That's up here. Yeah. How'd you fare? Aces, did you do okay? You guys had actually a long time in storms because those storms first fired on the outflow boundary. I think it's probably been storming there for probably at least 3 hours, right? Yeah, this goes back 2 hours. Looks like that area around Chanute, it's been storming basically since about 8:30, and it's 11 o'clock. So watch out for some really heavy rainfall and flooding too in that area. Yeah, looks like you guys avoided some of the larger hail. Those storms that popped up on the outflow boundary probably prevented some of the larger hail getting your way. And yeah, that's crashed through Chanute. So yeah, worst is over there. If you're north of that 400, especially if you're north of 400, it's heavy rain, a lot of lightning still. And, but yeah, things will start to settle down. Ton of lightning strikes. This cluster of storms has about 5,000 to 6,000 lightning strikes alone. And then the other cluster has another 3,000 or so lightning strikes. So this whole giant complex of storms from about Boonville, Missouri down to Alva, Oklahoma has roughly about 10,000 lightning strikes. It's a highly electrical storm system. Yeah, no problem. Happy to help. Let's see. This is getting into that central Missouri radar hole. So we're not going to get as much data out of this, but still seeing strong storms surging in there through Marshall, Pilot Grove, Brewston, and Tipton. That area is through Sedalia and approaching areas around Boonville and then Columbia, Missouri, the University of Missouri there. Do we have Mizzou radar? No, no, we don't. And just looking at this, some of this probably will work towards the St. Louis area. Models have been a little bit iffy on it. They've gone back and forth on storms working towards St. Louis.
A new flash flood warning has been
At the
issued.
very least, I don't know if they're going to be as severe, but you're probably going to get some types of storms, especially west of St. Louis, into the overnight hours. They're going to continue diminishing in intensity as they get through Missouri, but and they are back down to considerable threat. But St. Louis under the gun there. No weather watch or anything. Let me see if they've. No, there's not really any mesoscale discussions out except for this area that's existing. I'm mostly just talking about the damaging wind risk. Yeah, I'm hoping I get a little break because I gotta go through some stuff and update a couple of the stuff too. I need to do some optimizing for some chasers and stuff. They've updated a flash flood warning across this whole area. So is that back up? Not quite to Chanute, but similar conditions exist. So anywhere here, I think in southeast Kansas, there could be some localized flash flooding. But that green polygon in here is for areas like Girard, Columbus, Baxter Springs, Carl Junction, Joplin, Carthage, Nashville, Lamar. I think that's Lamar. There's so much lightning on those screens, and I have the lightning turned down. Okay, this is backing down fairly quickly. They're down to a standard severe thunderstorm warning. This was the destructive one earlier. There's a decent amount of storm reports, so I'm going to filter them by type, and actually probably even turn some off. Let's see, what have we had recently? We've had a 70-mile-an-hour wind report at Independence, Kansas. 79-mile-an-hour winds at Coffeyville. So that's the reason why there's a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. And that's another one that should be a fairly calibrated measurement because it's at the Coffeyville airport. So another one that you have to take very seriously as a destructive severe thunderstorm. 68 there at Independence. So yeah, there's definitely a swath here of some pretty heavy storms. This must have been from earlier storms. Campers, and we were just talking about how campers aren't good in considerable threat or destructive severe storms. Campers were flipped over at Indigo Sky Casino Resort, just west of the Missouri state line. Dime-sized hail was also reported. And that was, I think, just a standard severe thunderstorm or maybe considerable threat. It wasn't destructive. Some trees and power lines down near Gentry in western Arkansas earlier. And then this area is probably going to light up with a ton of different reports. But we had the 78-mile-an-hour winds and power flashes. We saw those on our tower cam.
A new PDS severe thunderstorm warning has
All right, well, let's get back to it because we got new PDS warnings. And that may have just been a repeat report for this one. This looks like it's our only PDS report, but let me see. Yeah, that's all I'm showing right now. Oh, nope. There's the newest one. It just came in. Wow, look at that. Okay, PDS severe thunderstorm warning. Cherokee County in southeastern Kansas, Newton County, southwest Missouri, and southern Jasper County in southwest Missouri. And it is radar indicated destructive severe thunderstorm located on a line from Carterville to near Shoal Creek Drive and Commerce, moving southeast at 75 miles an hour. That's a super high speed severe thunderstorm. Yeah, it is definitely surging. So that's in here. That's the Joplin area. Continue to basically take tornado safety precautions if you're in the Joplin area. Some of this is now through the Joplin area, though. They've already issued the warning after the storm is starting to blow through. Who issued this? The Springfield office. Yeah. Shoal Creek Estates, Loma Linda, Diamond, Wentworth, Ritchie, Newtonia, areas around Goodman. You can see that surged out quite a bit. And on the last couple of radar scans, this is also shifting a little bit south and east too.
A new
So
flash
this
flood
may
warning
put
has
a
been
few
issued.
more areas in play, especially like the Branson area. May get down towards Branson. Still think a lot of this is headed towards northwest Arkansas. Let's get a new and yeah, look, the flooding is already filling in too. I don't know if it's officially going at that speed. I think that's too fast, but it might be at like 60. I don't know. It's a little fast, I think, but Diamond would be about 4 minutes or less. Wentworth, 15. Wheaton, 19 minutes. Goodman, about 13. And then if it holds together, Cassville, 27. Bella Vista, about 30. I don't know. I don't think it's at 75, but did I read that right? Is it just late at night? Did I just read the mileage wrong? Let me check again. Okay, this is the old warning. The old warning was at 40 miles an hour. The destructive, no, I read it right. Southeast at 75 miles an hour. I don't know if that's right. That could be a typo. Nice. Yeah, I want to reach out to them after this weekend. Because I just had a couple questions for them, but they've been good. Everything's working again tonight too. So since I got that latest update, in fact, Cruz, I woke up the next day yesterday. Was that yesterday? I woke up yesterday and got another update. I'm on 5.8.16. So yeah, they put out a bunch of updates, like I guess because it glitched out or something was funky, and I was happy they were putting out updates the same night, which is really rare. Even against other apps that put out regular updates, I don't know many that put out like multiple updates a night. Let's see. This was coming through the Tulsa area now. Seeing that surge of wind in here. Sperry down towards Sand Springs and Sepulpa to eventually get through Jenks and Glenpool. It is down to a 60 mile an hour severe thunderstorm warning. Outflow dominant, but let's see. It's still a pretty strong storm, and I was just looking at the lightning. The lightning hasn't really come down in intensity. So it's still a very strong storm. There's also going to be some training thunderstorms back here because we have severe storms all the way back through Nash and Lahoma. This is a big complex of storms now, and it's just kind of training on each other. So yeah, there's, in addition to this leading edge, There's very heavy rain. There's pockets of gusty winds. There's kind of like this area, and that area. There's kind of 3 clusters in there, 3 main clusters with some other convection kind of between them. Yeah, that's just a big mess. That's going to be some flooding issues across northern Oklahoma. The severe threat may diminish overnight, but yeah, the flood threat may increase. And then let me check quickly the parts in central Missouri. Still pretty nasty complex of storms here. Yeah, this is surging out towards areas like Jamestown, Centerville, Russellville. This is Jefferson City and Columbia, Missouri.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, they've tornado warned part of this storm. Yeah, there is rotation in here. Towards the radar, away from the radar, over the Webb City area. Wow. 59,000 feet. I think the storm has actually gotten even taller. Yeah, there's rotation. You can see it also on the spectrum width. This little dog leg in here. Right in there. Pretty, actually shows up really nicely on spectrum width. But yeah, these leading edge vortices are really easy to see, or more easy to see on spectrum width sometimes than in the velocity. Let's see what they have this moving at. 40 miles an hour. Okay. I think this warning is a glitch then. They have it moving at southeast at 75, but they had the other warning at 40, and they have the tornado warning at 40. So I do think there is a glitch in the warning. But anyway. Oh, and I love this. You can actually shrink the cone. Sometimes the cone is worth having wide, but especially if it's more of a QLCS, I can skinny it a little bit. Yeah, that's about right. All right, Scotts City, about 39 minutes. Hoburg, 47. Verona, 52. And then areas like Duwang. Don't know how to say that. Sorry about that if you're from there. 0 minutes. That's about now. And then also it's going to... I don't think it's going to work up, but if it does... Carthage, about 11 minutes. Avila, 24. La Russell, or La Russell, 29 minutes or so. And yeah, like Pierce City, about 34. Aurora, 57. So Joplin area, you're in it now. You have a destructive severe thunderstorm for all of the city, up to Carthage and all around there, down to Goodman and Stella. And then we have the tornado warning that continues there for Webb City and Fidelity, just north of Silver Creek. This is I-44 right in here. And this is I-49, so some really heavily traveled interstates. This is 49 South. Yeah, this is a populated part of the Joplin Metro. Just on the northeast side of Joplin along 249 and also near the Missouri Southern State University. Let's see, correlation coefficient. We've seen a couple confirmed tornadoes in the Kansas City area. I don't see anything crazy in there. There is a weird little CC drop right there. That is a little interesting. But I don't know. That could be it. We're waiting on the velocity update, but that could be Could be the circulation. Yeah, I have to get a bunch of business stuff done at some point when all this severe weather is done. We might get a couple breaks here. Tomorrow might be a good break. And then potentially even on Monday. Might even get a couple breaks. It looks like the next more widespread severe weather may be Wednesday. Although we'll have to kind of reassess and see Tuesday too. This is a severe wind is coming into areas on the northwest side of the Tulsa metro. You can start to maybe see right under the west symbol. I think there's a little bit of a shelf cloud right in there. Yeah, I was working on it before this big stretch of severe weather, like last weekend. And then I just had to pause. But I got to figure out, I don't know if I want to make a public Discord or if I want to make like a members only Discord. I want to figure out what, I don't know. I don't know if we need everybody on Discord. We might do, I have to figure out if I want everybody or if I want maybe more of like a members and regulars type of Discord. Bauer, I haven't seen you on all day. You're a regular. Have you just been lurking this whole time, or did you just get on now? Yeah, I'll let you know if I do. I'm still kind of figuring it out. I have to figure out kind of what's the best. Ooh, sick. Okay. Well, that's not good. Hope you guys are doing okay. I got sick for a little while, like 2 or 3 days last summer. Being sick in the summer is way worse than being sick in the wintertime. I don't know. I think it's probably because we expect some of that during the wintertime, but that's also just an excuse to be nice and cozy in the winter. But yeah, being sick in the summer just really sucks. Cruise. Yeah. Pretty heavy winds in here. This is actually close to probably considerable threat in here. Likely kind of, yeah, downburst, outburst winds. 68, only about 1,000 feet up. 71, about 1,000 feet up. 73. In here with the heavy wind and rain, this is potentially some considerable threat, severe thunderstorms. That would be Hunter, Kremlin, areas around North Enid. We'll keep an eye on that complex. Yeah, headed down towards maybe even Garber and Billings in northern Oklahoma. They have bumped this back up to a 70-mile-an-hour considerable threat. I was kind of questioning that for a while. Yeah, seeing pockets in here closer to 70, at least 65. Yeah, ginger ale when you're sick is pretty nice. They've backed off that destructive tag across northern parts of Oklahoma. Still seeing some really strong winds in here, 70-mile-an-hour winds. They're basically along the I-44 corridor, Veneta, Afton, areas like that. Actually, let's go. I forgot. We have our new camera we can use. This camera caught some severe weather earlier today. We were 1 for 1 with it. Let's see if we can get some more on it. This is out of Big Cabin, Oklahoma, which is just south of Veneta, right there. Flash flood warning already in effect. And yeah, those heavy winds, that surge of wind is headed basically down I-44 right towards this camera. We have our tornado warning that continues across parts of, ooh. All right, yeah, I don't see anything on correlation coefficient that says it's on the ground, but it does look a little more intense than it did just a few minutes ago. There is definitely a spin in there. Yeah, it started basically over Joplin, northeast Joplin, near Airport Drive and Webb City. Got a little stronger right there at Missouri Southern. That's pretty strong. Along 249. That's when it was tornado warned. Yeah, it's still in here. The circulation is near Scotland or just along I-44, right about to the I-44 and 49 interchange. Sounds good, Cruz. Have a good night. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do tomorrow, I think, too. Have a good one, Cruz. There's your donut hole right here. Let's see. I got to probably update my title. I don't know what we have the title at right now. It's still probably right. Destructive storms. Move it down a little bit. All right. Try to keep my title updated, just to also grab as many people as we can. Oh, geez. Okay, we're good. We're good. Oh, Bauer got the mod blocked Bauer for yelling that I was muted. I'm sorry. No, you're good. Sorry about that. No, I was saying this is a good camera because we can see the trees as well as the Tulsa skyline and the road conditions. So I don't think you guys missed much. I was just talking about the camera. But all of northeast Oklahoma under a severe thunderstorm warning. Not considerable threat, but the Tulsa area is. Tulsa has the considerable threat for 70-mile-an-hour gusts. Most of that looks like it's into Tulsa right about now. And then also on the north sides of Tulsa. Yeah, kind of right in this area. Tulsa and points north has the strongest gusts. But those storms are slowly sinking towards the 49 corridor, Decatur, Bella Vista, Sulphur Springs, Southwest City, down through Adair, Pryor Creek, Colcord. Basically, severe warnings everywhere in northern Oklahoma from 412 north. Actually, that probably extends out even further along 412. Yeah. And then these are really nasty storms. Kremlin, Hunter, Billings, down to Garber. Potentially some considerable threat storms in here. There's a pocket of some pretty nasty winds up in here. Maybe. I don't know. Yeah, it shouldn't have blocked. It's probably because you said it twice. Because I have it set so it doesn't. It shouldn't block on a couple different. Like if you just say it a couple times. I still have adjusting to do with the bot. Let's see. But even the channels that have like human mods though do have the bot mods usually too. Yeah, this destructive threat is coming through the areas central here, just east of Joplin, around Ritchie. I don't know if it's destructive, but there's at least some 70-mile-an-hour winds in here. It looks like they're actually backing it down to 70-mile-an-hour winds. And then still seeing that circulation just riding along 44. It has kind of broken up a little bit, just near the Fidelity area in Missouri. Yeah, it's broadened back out. Nasty storms, moving a little more easterly. They've kind of turned directions again. Yeah, we have a pretty big complex of storms. They're riding the outflow boundary that was set earlier, so that's why there's been a little bit of an erratic motion to them. Yeah, you can see, oops. This one part kind of broke off and has dove more southerly. But it's this part kind of merging in here that comes down, starts to dive more south, and then it's started to turn a little bit back towards the southeast because it's riding this outflow boundary created by morning storms kind of up in there. So it's going to start turning back kind of along that outflow boundary back across northern parts of Arkansas. If I follow that outflow boundary with the dotted line, like right in there. So we'll see. These may keep diving south a little bit, and then I bet they'll start to turn back kind of parallel to the 40 corridor. Come down kind of like that. Just a guess. We did have a couple isolated supercells earlier, tornado warned across northern Arkansas and also northern Oklahoma. Those have all diminished. It's now a damaging wind threat through the squall line. We had a big supercell for a while near Ponca City and Fairfax. And then, yeah, we also had the other northern piece broke away with some 80-mile-an-hour winds across the Kansas City area, a couple QLCS tornadoes, a couple confirmed QLCS tornadoes. And then that's continuing to weaken, but still severe storms through Jefferson City and Columbia, Missouri. Yeah. Quarter-size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds for areas there around Jefferson City and Columbia. All the way down 63 there, Ashland, Holt Summit, and Hartsburg. We have a few viewers from that area. So if you are listening, let me know. And we'll keep you safe here. Some non-severe storms now through Gravois Mills, Barnett, and then some strong but non-severe storms right now across central parts of Missouri, or I guess west central parts of Missouri. Max Creek, Osceola, Wheatland, Humansville, Stockton, Fairplay. I don't think so. Most of this has been south. Yeah, nothing really north of I-80. Couple stronger storms maybe are potential here overnight across parts of the Great Lakes, but yeah, most of this energy has been down here. We're fairly localized now. So we've also lost our warnings and our watches across Texas, and starting to lose those storms across western parts of Oklahoma. There are some other storms not severe, though, all the way back to Clovis. And even still, storms still ongoing across northern parts of Alabama, northern Mississippi. All right, I don't know what it's doing. Hold on, Bauer, because you didn't type that much. I thought I adjusted this the other day. Hold on. Caps protection. What is it doing? It shouldn't, though. Let's see. I mean, that last one might have been above the caps limit. Let me change it again. All right, I changed the settings again. So hopefully that works. But yeah, the caps protection was a little bit high the other day. And yeah, I want people to yell at me when I'm on mute. I want people yelling at me that I'm on mute. So that that should fix. I don't know. If it doesn't, then I might turn it off, but I hope I don't have to do that. Yeah, that's better. Okay, that worked, I think. Yeah, that seems to have worked. All right. Let's see. Where is this tornado warning? Still kind of in here. It's still rotating, but doesn't look as interesting as it did just a minute ago. This is over 30 minutes. It'll be interesting to see if they... Okay, they have continued the warning. 70-mile-an-hour winds, Anderson, Pineville, Washburn, Emerald Beach, Cassville, Purdy, Monette, Aurora, Frystad, Scotts City. Well, they still have it going at 40 miles an hour to the east. So it's continuing to work in here. We have severe storms across this area. Let's get a new camera up. Yeah, this should be a good camera too. I don't see those winds across the Tulsa area yet, unless I missed them. But those trees are fairly intact.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
They have issued a new tornado warning covering parts of now southwest Missouri, Newton, Lawrence, Jasper counties. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado over Sarcoxy, 13 miles southeast of Carthage, moving east at 40. And we'll get some better radar data once this gets over towards the Springfield area. But yeah, it's right in here still. Let's take a look at... may have just moved. Still kind of broad. There's actually two areas of rotation. Looks like the lead area is the one that's maybe being warned right now. That one has a little bit more feistiness on the spectrum width. I'll take it from the lead, and if it is the rear cell, then whatever. East at 40. This has turned east along that outflow boundary, so it is actually posing a threat more towards the Springfield metro. Scotts City, 13 minutes. Frystad, 16. Hoburg, 21. And then areas like Verona, 25. Billings, 45. Republic, 51. And then at the end of the warning polygon, it gets into the western side of the Springfield metro. That's up by the airport. I think the National Weather Service office is also up this way, right at the airport. A lot of National Weather Service offices are located at the airport. But yeah, that's about an hour away. So Springfield, roughly about 70 minutes or so. And then we also have strong severe storms coming through Grove, Veneta. Looks like there's the storms into parts of the Tulsa metro. Yeah, about into, there it is. There's the update. About into the Big Cabin location. And yeah, there's the strong storms coming into Tulsa. You can see the rain hitting the camera perspective. Still don't see a ton of wind on that camera, but those are through now downtown Tulsa, approaching the airport, Jenks, Glenpool, Sapulpa, down to areas around Depew and Bristow, also closing in on the areas near Stroud. And then other severe storms, Perry, Red Rock, Covington, Wacomas, Marshall, all the way up to Hunter, Nash. And yeah, flood threat is going to be a little bit higher here into parts of northern Oklahoma. And here comes the heavy rain. Now I'm starting to see more of that wind across this live cam. You can see, especially into the street lights, you can really see the rain curtains sweeping through there. Yeah, that's starting to look a little more like a severe storm. Some 60-mile-an-hour to 70-mile-an-hour winds down here near Wheaton, Butterfield, approaching areas around Cassville, Pierce City. And then we have that tornado warning circulation approaching areas around Scotts City, basically riding along 44 right now. Yeah, actually, you can see it even in reflectivity a little bit. There's a little bit of a curly Q in there near Reeds. That is a dangerous storm because it's riding right along I-44. That is a nasty, nasty storm. I want to test something out from earlier too. They've let that tornado warning expire across the Joplin area. And they have dropped that destructive tag. But yeah, you can see that spiraling and right at Sarcoxy. Now probably just to the east of there. Get new radar data in just a few minutes, but nasty storm. Oh, there's some really heavy wind now on the Tulsa camera. That's getting a little bit nastier too. It's a pretty strong wind.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Okay. Sorry about that. Just had to go check a couple things. Wow. Let's see. We've gone downhill here on a couple different cameras. That is our current camera out of the Tulsa area. It looks a little bit better than it did earlier. But take a look at the Arkansas camera. This is some nasty winds and heavy storms coming into the northern parts of our not Little Rock, but the Northwest Arkansas metro. They now have extended that warning down through Greenland, Elkins, Goshen. It includes all of Rogers, Springdale, Fayetteville, Bentonville, all that area. And also down to the south, as well as areas like Wagner and Stillwell in Oklahoma. We also have continued warnings here around Tulsa, Bixby, and Coweta, likely up next. Still severe warnings out in north central Oklahoma. Those are now through the areas around Stillwater. And then we did get more tornado warnings. Let's go into here. So now it looks like our energy is kind of focusing in on the Springfield metro. A couple different areas of rotation, it looks like, noted here.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
That's going to be for Berry County in parts of, oh, that guy, they're going to warn the whole thing. They're going to warn the whole thing. Oh boy. Yeah, there's a couple circulations in here now. There's the original circulation near Sarcoxie. That has weakened. There's a new area of circulation near, looks like Missouri Highway 37 and US 60 near Monette. It's an area that had a tornado we covered a few years ago on the stream. Actually had a tornado that was on camera, I believe, there. And then this is near Butterfield, and also there's a circulation near Exeter. Let's look at those in the spectrum width. They're moving so fast, the spectrum width is actually just a tiny bit behind, even though that is live radar. We get a radar scan every couple minutes. Sometimes the products don't align with each other, and actually a lot of times velocity does show first. But okay, there it is. There's the latest updates on the spectrum width. One circulation there, one circulation there on spectrum width. There is also another one still kind of in there near Exeter. That has weakened a little bit. The original circulation has also weakened along the I-44 corridor. Yeah, look at that. You can barely see anything. Oh, the bot got Bauer. It looks like. I wonder if it just kind of scans every now and then. It might not be fully live. It's like the bot got Bauer after I hit the socials tag. So maybe by hitting the socials tag, it kicked in to also take a look and see what was going on the stream. I don't know. Anyway, yeah, one area of rotation here, the other one near Butterfield, the other one near Exeter. Tornado warnings there. Radar indicated tornado warnings. And wow, look at that. You can't see anything on that northern Arkansas camera. We may have to go offline for a few minutes. If I go offline for a few minutes, we'll be back on, likely. We'll see. This is coming into Bentonville right about now. Tons of heavy lightning and heavy rain, and then back through Wagner, Stillwell, and now some good news here for the Tulsa area. This is outflow dominant across the Tulsa area. There still are severe winds in there, some pockets of gustier winds. I didn't see anything crazy on that Tulsa camera. This is worse on the northern Arkansas camera. And then let's see, we can probably go down and get a different look. This is a little bit of a wider sky shot. This actually looks towards that tornado warning section too in northern Missouri, or in southern Missouri. Yeah, areas around Cassville. Yeah, I think it might have kicked in once I hit the socials tag. I might have like once it was done posting what I wanted it to, it might have just been like, hey, we got to check this too. But yeah, there's Butterfield. And there's the other area of rotation. So 2 areas of rotation They are moving to the east at 60 miles an hour. So this is also increased forward speed to the east. That also includes areas there. Considerable threat. Surprised they haven't issued a tornado possible tag for those. Newton, Taney, Christian, Stone, McDonald, Barry, Lawrence, and Jasper counties. Severe thunderstorm warning there. Considerable threat. 70 mile an hour winds. They've also put that through the Springfield metro, looks like. 60 mile an hour winds. Dallas, Polk, Greene, and Dade counties. East at 50. And east at 50. All right. I'm going to track this out from kind of the leading edge, and we'll take it across those tornado warnings right about like that. And I'm going to track it out at about 55. Since the tornado warnings are warned for 60 and the rest of it is warned for 50, I'll kind of split the difference. But Aurora, about 9 minutes. Billings would be about 20 minutes, which is up there. Crane, 18. Ozark, 35 minutes. Nixa, about 29 minutes. And then downtown Springfield, also about a half hour. So half hour to downtown Springfield, similar to Willard, 20 minutes. And Stratford, 45. Branson, also about 40 minutes or so. Please get off the lake if you're somehow still boating on the lake or out fishing late at night. Table Rock Lake is in here. Please get off the lake. Dangerous thunderstorms approaching Table Rock Lake with potentially 70 mile an hour winds, tons of lightning, and some embedded QLCS spin-ups. Have a good night, Bauer. Thanks again. Let's go up the line a little bit. I do want to check some of our other locations. Still seeing a severe thunderstorm located around the Mizzou area. That's around Columbia in Missouri. Down to Pierpont, Ashland, and areas just north of Jefferson City, the capital of Missouri. I think we talked about this on another stream, but Jefferson City is, I believe, the worst capital city, state capital, for being in a radar hole. They are on the very edge of the St. Louis radar. And they are also outside of the usable data range for the Springfield radar. And they're about the same to Jefferson City for Kansas City. They're basically on the outer edge of the usable data range. So yeah, they're in a radar hole between 3 local radars in the state. And yeah, I don't think any other state, at least in tornado or in severe prone areas in the Midwest, has as worse of a radar hole as Jefferson City. Still a couple different tornado potentials in here. There's one near Cassville. We'll take a look and see if any of these are on the ground at the moment. But yeah, one near Cassville, one up here near Pierce City. This one is the strongest one near Butterfield and just north of Cassville. Let's take a look. And, ooh, that one might actually be on the ground. Star City, east of Purdy. Yep, that is right there. There's the tornado debris signature. Yeah, that was right where it was. Tornado in progress there near Cassville and near Purdy. We'll see if that gets warned as a confirmed tornado. It seems like every National Weather Service office is different. It seems like the Springfield office is less prone to warning small QLCS tornadoes. Some Weather Service offices warn every single one. Others will sometimes just warn the line segment, and then others just kind of let them fly. So we'll see if they convert that over. But that is a strong circulation. Another circulation still over Cassville. We'll keep an eye on this one. It's going to move here in just a couple minutes. There it is. We're getting the newest scan in. We'll see here in just a minute. But yeah, that was a tornado in progress at least a couple minutes ago near Butterfield and near Travers. There it started right there at Highway 37 near UU. And it's continued on near Star City. And yeah, just waiting for the next radar scan. Should be coming in just a couple minutes. But tornado looks like in progress near Butterfield, Missouri. That's going to be headed up towards areas like McCord Bend. Just individually tracking this cell at about 55. So we'll extend it out a little bit. There we go. Here's like McCord Bend. Here comes the latest radar scan too. Yep, tornado in progress still. Crane about 36 minutes. Hurley 19. McCord Bend 18. Reed Springs 24. Miriam Woods 35. Potentially up towards Nixa about 30. 35 to Ozark and 42 to Sparta. Sparta had a tornado on Monday. Was it EF1 or EF2? Might have been like EF2 tornado. Yeah, seeing it very clearly on velocity scan as well as the spectrum width. I'll check those other ones. The other one is in there near Cassville. I don't see that one as much. And then there's also the broader one east of Pierce City. That one doesn't look as impressive either, but it does look like there's a QLCS tornado in progress just near Star City, Missouri. So continue to take tornado safety spaces. Hey. Nope. They've trimmed it up, but instead of trimming it up, it'd be better to actually spot the tornado. Just my personal preference. Instead of worrying about the trimming of who's still in the warning polygon, like over here, maybe spot the tornado. But that's okay. That's what we're here for. Yeah, tornado in progress. It looks like just near areas east of Butterfield near Star City. Probably not a super strong tornado, but it is doing some types of damage in there, and it has been for at least a couple minutes. There it was at 12 o'clock, and there it was just near the Butterfield area, right? Yep, Butterfield at 11:56. And I don't see anything on the latest on that 11:52. So it does look like this has been on the ground for at least a couple minutes. Oh, that's not a long message. Sorry, Thunder Burlet. Still got a lot of lightning around the Winfield, Kansas area. Don't know if something is going on and pop out of nowhere. Let me check for you. That was not a long paragraph. I don't know what it was doing. All right. We'll have to fix the bot. It's sometimes a little tricky. Sorry about that. Yeah, let's check on Winfield, Kansas. I don't believe there's anything in there. There's a ton of lightning still around. These are very electrical storms, but you should be okay. Where was the Winfield area? Yeah, there's tons of lightning in this storm. You can see these storms from over, in some spots, you can see these storms from over 50 to 100 miles. Yeah, okay, Winfield is in there. I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, you can probably still see those storms, especially back down towards your south. That's within that 50 to 100 mile range. So yeah, your storms are done. You're just, you still may have lightning around. These are just highly electrical storms. And then also seeing some severe storms pushing through Stillwater, Ingalls, Cushing, Perkins, Tyron. And then the outflow boundary is going to surge south. So areas around Oklahoma City, you're going to start getting some breezy, gusty winds here around Edmond, Luther, Hera, Prague, Okima, and even into the Oklahoma City metro. We're seeing also those storms move in from the west. So this is to be some interesting dynamics here. We have the MCS crashing in from this area, and we do have the other kind of part of that MCS crashing in from the west. So there's going to be an area here that gets squeezed off. There could be some localized areas that get some enhanced wind, as well as maybe a brief tornado risk. Ooh, excuse me. Kind of got stuck in my throat. I just need a drink. There's the heavy rain and wind approaching the Bentonville area. That's at 8th Street. That feels better. My vocal cords were just kind of getting dry and they just got like stuck on each other. So that feels much better with some water. Yeah, there's some interesting stuff going on here. Once this all kind of combines together near Pryor Creek and Wagner, we'll keep an eye on you guys. Severe warning continues Garfield down to Gentry, Colcords, over towards Pryor Creek. It's getting really nasty everywhere, basically north of 412 at the moment. And then back in here, let's take a look and see if our tornado is still in progress. It does not look like it is anymore. Looks like it has weakened. There may be some debris still tossed in there, but the latest radar scan does show that there's likely not on the ground anymore. Yeah, there it was. Last radar scan, likely still on the ground. You can see there's still some CC lowerings in there, but those are likely just carrying some debris, some leaves and twigs and stuff with it. Hopefully it didn't hit much across its path, but it is in a tornado warning at least. It's just not in a observed tornado warning, which it should have been. And then that other warning, there's not much going on in that part of the warning. Yeah, that area has come down in intensity. Earlier, you can see there was a circulation back in there. That was the first circulation. This is raced off to the east and southeast. Some of this is actually, some of the worst of this is headed a little more towards the Branson area. It's through Seligman now, Cassville, up through Purdy. Yeah, that's going to put it into Branson Branson West, about 23 minutes. Downtown Branson is going to be about 32. So next 20 to 30 minutes, it's basically everywhere there along Table Rock Lake. Closer to the storm, Emerald Beach, about 7 minutes. Holiday Island, also in there, about 8 minutes or so. And then, Reed Springs, 22. Hurley 15, Clever 19, Nixa 29, Ozark 34, Sparta 41, and about 25 minutes to downtown Springfield. That's kind of from the leading edge of the really severe stuff, so you may get some storms already. It looks like there's lightning and stuff across the Springfield area already. Some showers and storms popped up, but the really severe stuff is back to your west. And especially your southwest. Still seeing a couple circulations in there. One just to the east of Cassville. They've been around for a while too. And then the other circulation is in there to the east of Purdy, northeast of Butterfield. That one was a tornado that likely was in progress for roughly about 7 or 8 miles. Oh, you're good, Sarah. I hope you're doing okay. We've had a busy night, but it's been a good one. We've seen actually quite a bit today. And we had our first live storm chaser on earlier, so that was very cool for the channel. I've been wanting to incorporate a few more chasers. I've been pretty picky to find some ones that are pretty professional, and hopefully get a couple also additions that have some science missions as well. That's something I'm looking for. So I'm being very picky before I just add any chaser. And there are still some that are a little more in it for the clout than for helping others. So trying to weed through that too. But yeah, happy that we had our first actual live storm chaser on tonight. And they did good. They found some looks like tree damage or something across the Kansas City area. And most importantly, they had a nice high def stream, so that data was coming in well. Trying to catch up to those QLCS tornadoes. That can be really hard for chasing. Chasing these QLCS tornadoes is very, very difficult. Because one, they're very hard to track. They'll go away and then new ones pop up in a different location. It's much easier to track and storm chase for the supercells. They just re-upped this. I think they dropped the hail size a little bit across Willard and Springfield, Mooresville, Pleasant Hope. Oh no! I'm sorry, Sarah. Hold on. The bot's going nuts. Why? I thought I turned off the paragraph stuff. Hold on. I think when I saved one setting, it actually backed up another setting. So I'm sorry about that, Sarah. Yeah. Well, you know, I don't know if it's true, but like Bauer was testing it a little bit ago, and I feel like it increases its testiness after it blocks a few people or blocks someone a couple times. I don't know. I feel like it's on like high alert or something. Let me go back, and I don't know if I can repost the message, but I can see your messages. You said it was a hectic night for you. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm good. DoorDash or anything? No, I'm good. I had a really good meal tonight. Yeah, I have been. I don't know how long. How long have we been live? Oh, we're going on 7 hours, I guess. I don't know. I didn't realize it was that long. Thanks for the offer, though, Sarah. I appreciate it. I know. No, Sarah, you're one of the good ones. You're one of the first like really active chat people that we've had since last year. So I appreciate you. Because some of the first people to really start chatting, like Sarah and a few others, I think we talked about it on another stream. Like when you're a new channel, even if you have like a decent number of viewers, if the chat isn't working or if it's quiet, like no one wants to really be the first person to talk. Then it's just a little weird. But Sarah was one of the first like really active chatters and really kind of helped build up the really supportive community of weather enthusiasts and our followers and fans. So I really appreciate you, Sarah. Yeah, I gotta keep adjusting the bot in the background, but I do think it must recognize when it blocks a few people, because then it seems to pick up and start blocking more. And I'll double check after the stream and make sure no one's like permanently blocked or anything. I don't think it can do that, but just in case. Here's a random warning. It's a new warning in the Chicago metro, Dalton, Hammond, Lansing, and then across into Dyer, Indiana, St. John. Some of those areas that had tornadoes the other day near St. John and Merrillville. Quarter-size hail, 60-mile-an-hour wind. Oh, yeah, that's just been kind of rubbing along the Chicago shoreline there. A couple other strong storms, it looks like, across areas like Grand Rapids. And some strong storms across areas in central Michigan, it looks like, too. Hey, Brenda, how's it going? Vancouver, very nice, very beautiful part of the North American continent. I've not been to Vancouver Island, though. Some of these circulations have diminished in intensity a little bit. Not the wind field, but the the actual tornadic circulations, I'm seeing less indications that those are on the ground. We did have a brief QLCS tornado a few minutes ago. Yeah, right in here near Butterfield a little bit ago. This is at this is right around midnight. Yeah, midnight. And then back further, you can see the next one. Yeah, it was warned as a tornado, but it wasn't ever actually confirmed. Should have been a radar confirmed tornado. And then it looks like it diminished after about 12:06 near McDowell. And yeah, still seeing no new circulation in there. So some of these tornado warned areas have weakened just in the last couple minutes. There still are some remnant spins in a couple of these areas, but it does seem to be, at least at the moment, not as tornadic as it was just a few minutes ago. That line of storms pushing through Emerald Beach, approaching Kimberling City, Reed Springs, Branson, Highlandville. Severe thunderstorm warnings continue there. 70-mile-an-hour winds and small hail in the last cell. And power outages in Winfield. Trees down too. Yeah, that checks out. Thurber, when did the bot block you? I don't remember you said anything. Oh, you get the long message too. Yeah, he said still had lightning and thunder around. All right, guys, I'm sorry about the bot. I'll keep adjusting it. I might even switch to a different bot that maybe has a little bit better sense of things. Yeah, this Winfield area, let's take a look. Winfield, Kansas. Nothing else is coming towards you guys, but oh yeah. Just looking at the storm reports, it looks like you guys got hammered pretty hard there. Winfield, 70-mile-an-hour winds by a trained spotter. 71 also by a public report. 63 at the station in Arkansas City. 71 just down the road in Arkansas City. And then there are, looks like, some tree down reports. They're kind of all overlaid on top of each other, so it's hard to see. And yeah, some hail. Inch hail on the south side of Winfield. It looks like some 1.5 inch diameter hail. It's about ping pong ball size on the west side, and then north side, 2.5 inch diameter hail. And Thurber, I think you said earlier baseball size hail. That'd be a little bit higher than this. Oh, and there is a baseball size hail report from north of Winfield. Oh, and actually north of Winfield. 4 miles north of Winfield in Crowley County, a social media report of 4 inch diameter hail. That is some serious hail. Alex? Okay, cool. Yeah, it looks like you guys, depending on where you are around Winfield, it looks like that north side was more of the hail. And it looks like maybe the south side was more of the wind. Or was this the wind this way? Probably the line segment. Yeah. Nasty night there. Still seeing severe thunderstorms. They've dropped the considerable threat across the northwest Arkansas metro. But Siloam Springs, Springdale, Johnson, Fayetteville, Greenland, West Fork, still going strong. And then, yeah, there's this area back here where the line segment from the west is going to kind of crash into the line segment from the north. Could get some weird boundary interactions just around this area. I'm just kind of watching. There's a new pizza place in Johnson that I heard was really good, like New York style pizza. I got to try some of that. Yeah, here's this line crashing in from the west. And then here's the line crashing in. So there is a little, like, it's right near the radar site too. There's a little area where you're going to get some type of collision here. Yeah, these can do interesting things. They're almost like little boundary interactions, but yeah, they can do little interesting things. They can kind of simulate basically like a supercell. I don't know if it's going to, but sometimes it can. Almost like you have the RFD. This southern surge is surging out. You have this northern surge just kind of crashing in. So it funnels in this inflow region. So you can sometimes get these very brief. But we saw one on a stream one other time, maybe like a year and a half ago. It produced a brief, pretty strong tornado at one point when in a situation like this. So we'll have to see what happens right in this area, kind of in this general area here. No, you're good, Sarah. I hope you're doing good. Let me look at eastern Missouri for you, too. I keep doing that. These have been slow to advance to eastern Missouri.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, the Little Rock office or Tulsa office, this is still Tulsa's office. Madison and Carroll County, Northwest Arkansas. Let's take a look here. This is over by Holiday Island, Berryville. A little bit further from the Tulsa radar and from the Springfield radar. But yes, there is a little circulation in here. Seeing it on the spectrum width, it shows us wind speeds, but it also correlates to chaotic winds. It's not just straight line. So it helps us show us like the wind pattern as well as the speeds. So when you see these little, like here, this is more of a straight line wind. It's all just a line, but the spectrum width really highlights these little eddies and things. And yeah, right there where it correlates with the velocity scan, you can see the velocity also, the reds and greens. Right in there at Arkansas Highway 23, Carroll County Green Forest, down through areas like U or Yo. And that is rocketing south and east at about 50 miles an hour. Oh, like the radar app? Alex? Yeah, I can give you that. That's, let's see. Radar. That should pull up. The bot is useful for these kind of things. I can quickly link stuff if it works quickly. There it goes. Yeah, Aguacero Weather. They do have a free version. The free version actually is pretty beefy. And then they have a couple different paid tiers that do some different stuff. They mostly just add extra layers and stuff. Seeing a pretty powerful storm coming into the Willard area, really close to the radar site. At least about 60 mile an hour winds in there. Yeah, those storms are pushing into the Springfield metro at a little quicker pace. Continuing to warn that, 60 mile an hour winds near Oak Grove, Holiday Island, Garfield. Winslow down towards areas like Summit, Coweta. Yeah, if they've made a ton of updates too. Sometimes I get multiple updates a day, so they're working in the background. Some of the updates are bigger updates, but a lot of them I don't see any physical changes to the app, so they must just be background and performance related things. Yeah, seeing a little bit of spin in here where it's kind of simulating these combining of these two storm segments. So we'll keep an eye on that area. Still seeing decent lightning also on our Tulsa camera. I may move that camera. Let's actually go to the areas. That southeast Tulsa area must have got hit pretty hard because these Oklahoma cameras are usually pretty sturdy. But they are not doing it. Okay, it might be like an Oklahoma thing. All right, never mind. All right, they're back. They must have had like a system update or something because they all went down. Let's see, West Plains. Oh yeah, you guys might get some storms. Yeah, this is coming to West Plains. Maybe not as severe as it is now, but it's coming towards West Plains. How far away is it now? It's roughly about 90 miles. Regardless of how severe it is, these storms have a ton of electrical energy. They have a ton of lightning in them, so definitely make sure you might want to do it now, like unplug your computers or, you know, stuff like that. Make sure you got, you know, stuff that you want. Make sure it's in like a either unplugged or in one of those I'm blanking on what they're called. The power boxes. I've been streaming way too much, I guess. I'm blanking on what it's called. Yeah, like the power strip things. Yeah, power strip. Yeah, but there's a technical term for it. I don't think it's power strip. But yeah, these things have tons of lightning. Surge protector. Thank you, Alex. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Surge protector. Yeah, West Plains, it's about 12:30 right now. Timing's a little different than the model, but all right, that's 12:30. 1, 2 o'clock kind of time frame. Looks about like that kind of time frame, 2 o'clock in the morning. But yeah, it does look like the model kind of starts to weaken them by then. And yeah, they may push over towards areas in southern Missouri too, towards Sarah, but not quite as... The worst of it looks like it'll miss that St. Louis area. Yeah. That was bad. That was really bad. I knew what I wanted to say, but I was totally blanking on it. Yeah, neat little... There is one of those little neat little eddies right in here, just near the radar site. So that is something to watch right here at this little boundary interaction point. Actually, it just picked up just on the last scan even a little more. So yeah, these can sometimes produce little tornadoes right here where the boundary from the one storm system that's working in from the west is crashing in with the other system to the south. They've just re-upped considerable threat tornado possible tag across southern Missouri. Includes everywhere there from Frystad. Okay, they dropped the tornado warnings. That's what they're doing. That's probably a good way to do it, because I don't think this is imminently tornadic anymore. Yeah, there's the line of the heavier wind and rain, but... Did they update speed much? 50 miles an hour. So right now, our only tornado warning is in progress is in Arkansas. Yeah, zooming out just to double check, but yes. Only tornado warning in Arkansas right now. East southeast at 50. Carroll County, parts of Madison County. This is a less populated area, but there still are some communities. Looks like most of this is going to pass just south of Berryville, Arkansas. Green Forest is also on the edge of the warning polygon. Whereas there's around Coyne, Middleton, and areas there south of Middleton along 103. This also crosses 412, a pretty heavily traveled part of the highway system. So I don't know. Hopefully no one's doing that in the dark right now, but yeah, Berryville, it's going to be about the next 5 minutes, and if it makes a turn, probably not. It'll probably keep sliding south of there. But Rule, about 14 minutes. Rudd, 14. Middleton, 11. And Delmar, about 24. If it holds together, Belfonte is the next kind of larger community in that. About 42 minutes, you're outside of the warning polygon. That's the next county over. It seems to have weakened a little bit as well. Yeah, it's still in there, though. You can see those QLCS circulations really strong earlier. They've really lined out and weakened. Yeah, I was thinking about it. I think I was talking to Cruz about it earlier. I started to make one the other day, like right before all this severe weather started, and then I started to do severe weather prep instead, and then it's just basically been severe weather every day. So I haven't had the chance to really work on the Discord much. I'm trying to decide, Alex, if I want to make the Discord for like just the general public, or if I want to do more like a members Discord or something like a little more special. I don't know. So I'm still thinking about it. Not really thinking about how to make it, but just kind of what I want to make it into. But until then, and whether I do make a Discord or not, you can always do the socials, X and Facebook. Maybe, I mean, that might be the way I go. I mean, I already have one made. I just need to make it live, I guess, and share it with people if I want. So I was kind of building it out the one day. I guess it was last Sunday, Saturday. It was sometime last weekend. And I was starting to build it out, and then I just got busy with some other stuff in the prep for severe weather and stuff. I just had to decide which way I want to go with it. I guess that's the biggest thing, and I'm not sure which way is better. Because obviously for a somewhat small channel, I don't know, there's benefits, I guess, to either way. If I make it totally public, it keeps building the community and hopefully continues to spread our channel word and, you know, get more people involved. So that's a good thing. If I make it more of a maybe like some of the original people plus members or something, then I can start actually, like, you know, if people pay for a membership, they want to usually get a little something extra. So maybe that's the something extra. I just haven't fully decided yet. So yeah, or maybe do something like that. Make it subscribers only. Yeah, I'll let you know. Interestingly enough, this is actually weakening a little bit as it's approaching the 65 corridor. Highlandville, Reed Springs, Branson West, Kimberling City, Branson, Taneyville, Sparta, Nixa, and Clever. But this has weakened. Yeah, especially since it was back here. See that, see it on velocity too. Not quite as organized. There still is a pretty nasty line of storms in there, but it's not quite as organized as it was earlier. And now some of it, actually, it may be also the appearance of weakening some because there is a heavy storm over the radar site. So that may be a factor. Actually, yeah, that probably is the factor because it went from strong to weak in a very short time. So that may be the factor, actually. Scratch that. It may be doing a little bit of weakening, but in general, it is still a pretty potent system. Pushing through Fayetteville now. Let's actually grit that camera. It's one of my favorite cameras. Actually, you can see, this is just from a couple minutes ago. You can see the Fayetteville lights illuminated the shelf cloud just a few minutes ago. This shot should have a decent lightning shot. As yeah, this is approaching this camera position. Yeah, that makes sense, Stones. I'll finish building it once the severe weather calms down. Which might be this week. Looks like this week might be less busy than last week, that's for sure. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. I could make 2. But then it's like double the then it's double the work. I don't have like a Ryan Hall type of team here. I'm not there yet. He has like his own Discord manager that he pays like a full-time wage. I'm not there yet. Heavy winds coming to the Springfield, Missouri area, Greene County, Missouri battlefield, Republic, Clever, up to areas like Stratford and Marshfield. Yeah. Yeah, I think I might start it small and do either like subscribers or members or both of those and keep it somewhat contained. And then, yeah, maybe as the channel grows, then we can maybe add a public one that doesn't have as much goodies or something. I don't know. Surprised I haven't seen a ton of lightning on that camera yet. Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense then. Yeah, so maybe I'll just set it to subscribers or members or something. Well, this is a close call for Oklahoma City. Not severe weather, but this is slowly starting to work towards you guys. Looks like some storms are building back towards the city. Edmond, Choctaw, Jones. Yeah, they're building up right on that outflow boundary from earlier storms. There's still a decent southerly flow out ahead of this, so that outflow boundary from earlier has kind of reinforced that, and there's convergence right along that outflow boundary. Stones, I was pretty crazy with tornado warnings and stuff earlier. Are you guys okay? Did you fare okay? Because a lot of the Kansas City area had pretty significant winds. And Storm Chaser Noah on earlier, they were saying, I think 22,000 people were without power in Jackson County, Missouri. And yeah, we had some more 75-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Oh, there's a new one, 76 at Riverbend. Yeah. Yeah, I'll do something like that then. As those storms have worked to the east, you can see there are a lot less of those storm reports. I don't see a ton of new storm reports in here, but that's because it's still storming, so generally there's a little bit of a delay between them. Yeah, this flash flood issue is going to be a growing problem. They've added a couple new counties, Humansville and Osceola, areas around Greenfield, Pennsboro and Everton. Oh yeah, I did see that. You can do the voice chats and stuff. Yeah, so maybe we do something like that. We can do some I don't know, we can do something with it. Long range forecast, or I don't know, something. Extra time, or I think Ryan does some membership videos sometimes where he does like a pre-stream or a post-stream kind of thing. I don't know. Maybe we can do stuff like that. I don't know. Still seeing a little bit of broad circulation in that tornado warning cell. And it's working towards the areas around 412, Green Forest area in Arkansas, northern Arkansas, Carroll County. Primarily, they still have the warning for parts of Madison County, but primarily that is a Carroll County problem out there in the Arkansas Ozarks. So that's a dangerous thing. I wouldn't drive those much at night anyway, but especially with flash flooding and a powerful MCS working that way, I would not want to drive the Ozarks right now. They just trimmed it up. We're still radar indicated tornado warning. This complex should start to weaken, especially on this leading edge. It's going to run into this rain-cooled air a little bit more stable back behind here, where like that flash flood warning is in effect. Jasper, Marshall, Melbourne. Some of the this area here down towards the I-40 corridor had boundary recovery. So this area is a decent area for severe weather still, but yeah, this northern part right now is actually the feistier part, is going to weaken as it works into some stable air. And that will probably be the same also as it works east. Like this area around Springfield, it works towards the West Plains. That area is a little bit more rain-cooled and stable too, towards the border there with Thayer. So I do see that on the weakening trend. Oh yeah, I have seen that. I think Ryan's Discord has NWS bots or something that repost warnings and stuff. I'll look into that too. I haven't actually looked at how much, like how to actually do that, but it must be fairly easy. Yeah, not severe, but a pretty nasty line of storms. Central Missouri, Lebanon, Buffalo, Richland, Crocker, Dixon, up to areas there south of the Jeff City area. And yeah, storms are weakening as they approach the St. Louis metro. Cuba, Steelville, Vienna, stronger storms, but just a lot of lightning and heavy rain, mostly in those. That's what we were thinking, because, well, people keep asking me about a Discord. I started to build one, but I was thinking, Sarah, I don't know if I want one for the public, because that just seems like a lot of work. So I might do, yeah, more of what they're thinking too, is either like a subscriber one or a members one. Something that's a little bit smaller, more intimate, and maybe something that members might enjoy. I don't know. Something like that. Regulars are regulars and members or something. I don't know. I'm still kind of thinking about how to build. Well, I know how to build one. I'm just thinking about what I want to build for the Discord. Or like Alex said, I mean, I could build two. Start with the members one and then build to the public one. A little bit of convergence right in that Springfield metro. Yeah, showing up right there too. Northeast Springfield has a little bit of a convergence area. Nothing crazy right there, but strong winds in there through Springfield. Sarah. Yeah, there's the YouTube memberships. I don't have them activated yet. I got to do some business stuff for the channel later. Not tonight, but like another day this week. But if I activate memberships again, it's kind of like the Discord thing. I have to figure out what I want to do with the memberships because, you know, I don't know. I got to figure out what actually would make them special. So I'm looking into it. I'm brainstorming, I guess. I'm in a brainstorming phase for that kind of stuff. Yeah, still seeing this crash through areas around Greenland, Fayetteville, Elkins, and then up onto Lincoln. This is also, if anyone is in the Fort Smith area, this is going to head your way here in the next little while. Southeast at 45. Yeah, that puts it into Fort Smith in about an hour, 50 or 60 minutes or so. Up towards Mulberry, 42. Mountainburg, 27. Winslow, 14. And also Ozark, Arkansas, down to 46. Clarksville, Missouri, or Clarksville, Arkansas, about an hour also. And they're probably going to be some type of strong to severe by the time they get down to the Arkansas River Valley. This tornado warning continues another 9 minutes. Still seeing some rotation in there. Yeah, right along Arkansas Highway 103, just south of 62. That's going to continue working to the south and east. I think it's about 45 miles an hour, so let's check that out. I guess that will get towards Harrison. That's a bigger community too, just outside the warning polygon. Harrison, about 26 minutes if that holds together. Bellefonte, 31. Everton, 42. Western Grove, 40. Sounds good, Stones. I hope you guys are okay again. Glad you can still have power and stuff. So take it easy the next couple days. Looks quiet until Wednesday. Well, that's not an official forecast. No widespread severe weather, it looks like, is on the table till about Wednesday. At least for like the Kansas City. Stones is in the Kansas City area. We may have other severe weather somewhere else, but the Wednesday forecast looks like this. Basically a lot of the same areas. And this will change and adjust a little bit. Those strong winds are pushing through Springfield right now. Springfield and Nixa, closing in on Ozark. And then, yeah, it's still down towards Branson, Coney Island, Reed Springs. Tornado warning there continues in Arkansas, Carroll County, Arkansas, southeast of Berryville, west of Harrison. And then strong to severe storms back through West Fork, Westville. A bunch of rain and lightning and thunder across the northwest Arkansas metro. Yeah, you can see, look how dark that has gotten on that camera. A little less lightning on that leading edge, apparently. Strong storms now through the Tulsa area. Tulsa looks a lot calmer right now. This is south sides of Tulsa around Jenks. It's starting to dry out just a little bit. Yeah, that's looking east on areas around Jenks. Still wet, but not as crazy as earlier. Awesome. Glad to hear, Stones. Hey, Christian, how's it going tonight? Christian, I just saw your good night, everyone. I'm sorry if I missed your comments earlier. I didn't know you were in the chat. Christian's another one that's been on quite a lot this week. Sounds good, Sarah. Yes, thank you as always. Severe weather in your area is not as likely. You may get some storms overnight, but I think that's good sleeping weather. If you can get some storms with some rain and thunder and lightning at night, like that's just a perfect sleeping night, especially in the summertime. Most of this strongest part of the storm is going to stay kind of along that Missouri and Arkansas border and across the Ozarks. Probably get down into the Arkansas River Valley before it'll start to weaken. Sounds good, Alex. We'll see you on the next one. Yeah, glad you guys are okay too there in southeast Kansas. You guys got hit pretty hard too. All right, they have updated this severe thunderstorm. They've dropped the considerable threat, so that's a good thing there. Getting into some populated areas in southern Missouri, Taney, Christian, Stone, Berry, and Lawrence counties. Severe thunderstorm warning continues. It looks like this is weakening. At first, I thought maybe it was just the radar, and the radar is being covered by the stronger storms over Springfield, but it actually does appear like this area is weakening. It was tornado warned a little bit ago. Yeah, I guess the other indicator that it's weakening too is earlier when this was all tornado warned, over 1,700 lightning strikes. This was about 30 minutes ago, down to about 800. So we've cut that in half. Yeah, close to half. So that's still a strong storm, but not as severe as it was earlier.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
Thanks again, Sarah. Appreciate it. You guys rock as usual. If anyone's watching and you're new here, feel free to join our chat. And they're not going to bite. They're really great chatters that we've had. Our regulars are awesome people. And feel free to ask meteorology questions or science questions, or also just check in on where your location is. I can let you know if you're going to get some severe weather tonight. But yeah, if you're new here, we have a great weather community that we're building. And yeah, we'd love to have you join. And it's free to chat. Ask questions, all that good stuff. Commercial-free streaming severe weather for you. Hopefully we've added to some warning times today. I think for a couple areas we added, I think, 30 to 40 minutes to the warning times. Talked about a community, and then within the next hour they got a tornado warning, a couple of those up in northern Oklahoma. So yeah, I think we've been pretty productive today. Talked about severe weather, I think roughly an hour before it got into the Kansas City metro. So yeah, I do feel like we've had a pretty successful stream. And then early on, we were hitting them out of the park. I was saying like, hey, this probably needs a tornado warning. Bam. Tornado warning came out by the National Weather Service, or severe thunderstorm warning, and then another one came out. So we were all on the same wavelength tonight. This is probably the nastiest part of this storm system now. It's working across eastern Oklahoma around Locust Grove, down towards Muskogee, and then out into the Boston Mountains and Ozarks until the areas around Berryville and Green Forest, where that tornado warning is. It's going to get into some really sparsely populated terrain up here in the really high elevations of the Boston Mountains. But then there's more population down here across the southern part of your screen. This is all like the Fort Smith metro area and areas along I-40, and then even down towards Russellville and Clarksville along the Arkansas River that you may see on the map kind of winding its way around here. But yeah, that's a much more populated area, lower elevations, and some interesting meteorology. There's some research into it, but the terrain rises really high on the Arkansas River Valley and the Boston Mountains and the Ozarks in here. This is some pretty high mountain ranges. 49 south of Fayetteville and West Fork has some tunnels and some super crazy high bridges and stuff. And sometimes moisture actually gets pooled up. Low-level moisture gets pooled up in the Arkansas River Valley. There is some research. There's a lot more that needs to be done in there, but it is a localized corridor that can enhance storms. We're losing those severe storms across Oklahoma, much of central Oklahoma. Strong storms, a lot of lightning, some gusty winds. Okay, and I was checking. There are some special weather statements for some of those. The gusty winds up to 50 miles an hour. Not even special weather statements north of 44. So even those don't have special weather statements in them. Hold on, I'll be right back. Okay. Thought my light was flickering, but I think a moth got in, so I was chasing it around, trying to get it out of here. Okay, we're good. Yeah, no special weather statements even across that area in southern Missouri. There could be some pockets of gustier winds in there, but otherwise, just kind of general thunderstorms. Stronger ones, but general. So seeing those severe storms from Springfield, and they've actually trimmed the warning, so it doesn't include the Springfield metro. Yeah, it's all east and south of there, across areas around Ozark, and back across the 65 corridor, 160 corridor to Viola, Emerald Beach, Arrow Point. This is all down on Table Rock Lake, Kimberling City, and the areas around Branson. We have lost our severe warning there at Berryville, so some good news there. And then areas around Johnson, Fayetteville, Greenland, West Fork, Springdale. All this area has heavy rain, lightning, thunder, gusty winds. Even behind that leading edge of severe, there's still heavy rain, lightning, thunder across areas around Joplin and Carthage. Yeah, all the way back here. So it's going to be a rainy, stormy, very flash floody night. We have flash flood warnings all in these areas. In fact, let me just do it a different way to show you guys how many flash flood warnings we have right now in effect. Go to flash flooding. These are all the different flash flood warnings in effect. You can probably see them a little better since there's a lot of green on the map, but places south of Kansas City, and then many areas here in northeast Oklahoma, southwest Missouri into west central Missouri, and then a few others also into north central Oklahoma. This is still a considerable threat warning across eastern Oklahoma and into northwest Arkansas. Considerable threat warning continues. Hey, Logan, how's it going? Oh, yeah, still live, Storm Team. We're going strong here. I don't even know how long. I think we've been along 8 hours. Solid day's work. Yeah, just past 8 hours. It's been a good stream. I didn't even know Max was on. I mean, that's how it always works streaming. As soon as I step away for a minute, if I step away to go get a drink or a snack or dinner, as soon as I step away, a tornado warning will go off. Like, it's almost a guarantee. I didn't know Max was streaming. I don't know. I didn't really check. When I was starting my stream, I think I was the only one when I was doing all my stream prep and stuff, so he must have popped on later. Yeah, they did add a couple special weather statements across the Oklahoma City metro, so that's about right. These are special weather statements, severe thunderstorms for about 50-mile-an-hour winds. In fact, let's actually reposition this camera.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
And that must be a pretty feisty storm right over Oklahoma City if the camera's having trouble connecting. Evansville storm team. Yeah, you're looking okay. Let's see. Let's pull up the latest HRRR. You guys might get some storms tomorrow in Evansville. I feel like models have maybe uptrended on not severe weather, but at least like convection across Indiana tomorrow. But yeah, for the overnight tonight, some isolated showers and storms. It's going to be very humid, I guess it looks like overnight. Hmm. Yeah, it basically weakens. There's a couple storms that are feisty in northern Indiana. It weakens those. Starts to build some storms up tomorrow, like late morning across southern Indiana, and then builds in some more if I go to the longer run. This one is a little bit more aggressive, but maybe not. Yeah, chance of storms tomorrow afternoon. Oh, let me check it out. First, let me check the models while we still have the model up. Okay, taking it through. Yeah, it's gonna get into the Fort Smith area pretty feisty. And then models do kind of they do start to bring it down after it gets to the I-40 corridor. Maybe more isolated severe weather, but yeah, by the I-40, it should start to diminish. And it may make its way down into the Arklatex by tomorrow morning, but all right, let's see here. All right, we'll just use that one. It seems to be working. There's Oklahoma City, downtown Oklahoma City, and the considerable threat severe thunderstorm. Other storms pretty feisty: Okmulgee, Muskogee, Haskell, down to Lake Eufaula and Carlton Landing. And they've continued this. They've dropped the considerable threat. They've also dropped Benton County, Rogers, Garfield, Gentry, all those areas. Still, again, there's tons of thunder, lightning, heavy rain. But yeah, Wagner over to Muskogee, down to Winslow. They haven't really extended it out past Mountains-Burg yet. No tornado warning right now. So we've dropped that tornado warning around Berryville. Still strong storms coming through areas around Harrison. And then still have the severe warning across southern parts of Missouri, the Branson area. It is starting to break up a little bit across Branson. Still seeing a pretty strong storm across those areas north of there towards the eastern sides of Springfield. Curious to see what this looks like as it gets a little bit further away from that Springfield radar. Yeah. There's a weird little... Let's see if it shows up. Yeah, it shows up in spectrum width too. Actually shows it up better in spectrum width than it does in the velocity scan. But yeah, right there south of Springfield, it kind of curls back in on itself. And you can also see it in the motion when I put the reflectivity into motion. We'll keep an eye on that one. It has this little weird S shape in it. Okay, yeah, you sent me something. Let's see. What in the? Oh, geez. That is not a good idea. Yeah. It's a video of a guy riding a scooter with an American flag in a I guess in a tornado warning. Is that one of the Kansas City tornado warnings? Do you know, Logan? From earlier? I do not recommend that. Yeah. Oh, geez. I mean, at least it was like a QLCS tornado warning, but it wasn't like a, mega twister or a supercell, but those are dangerous too. They're both dangerous. On a scooter, that's not advisable. I wouldn't do that just for the lightning safety too. Would not recommend that for the lightning safety alone. Especially with how electrical these storms have been today. I want to see here. Let me look at the National Weather Service while I'm on the social media. I just want to see if there's any new updates. Okay, apparently I was trying to see if there's any filtered reports for tornadoes. I have not seen a lot of pictures of tornadoes today, so that checks out since most of them, I think all of them were probably QLCS tornadoes that are very hard to photograph. But apparently the looks like the World Cup was going on when there were the severe warnings and tornado warnings across Kansas City. So the British team had a shelter in the tornado warned area. So welcome to
A new flash
Kansas
flood
City for
warning
most
has
of
been
those
issued.
World Cup fans. That's probably a big awakening. Starting to watch this little broad area of circulation in here east of the Springfield area. We'll see if that tightens up around Cody, Palmetto, areas around Mentor, over towards Fordland. We'll keep an eye on this as it follows US 60. It's right on the edge of that warning, and it just has a little weird spin that I don't love, but It may all just be kind of a little bit of a bookend that's still in there. In general, those storms are diminishing in intensity across southern Missouri, but that little area south and east of Springfield is an area to watch. Hey, Mr. J-Bon. That's how you say it. Hopefully didn't screw up your name too much. St. Louis, you're looking okay. Not a severe risk really for St. Louis. You may get some rain and storms later. But they're weakening off to your west. And in fact, they're weakening fast enough you may not even get storms. If you're south of St. Louis and west of St. Louis, you have a little better chance at storms. And southeast of Missouri also has a better chance at storms tonight. But not severe. Isolated severe risk, maybe across southern Missouri. Yeah, those are going to miss St. Louis for the most part. Starting to see outflow dominant storms there near Council Hill, Braggs, into east central parts of Oklahoma. Special weather statement is extended out through Eufaula Lake, Canadian, the Carlton Landing area. This is another area that, especially this time of year, probably pretty packed. A lot of lake homes and things to do out there. So definitely take these seriously. The storms are diminishing, though. You can see there's an outflow boundary extending out from there. So outflow dominant storms, not a tornado risk. Still some damaging wind isolated and lots of heavy rain, lots of thunder and lightning. That extends back through areas in Oklahoma City. Some of these areas do need the rain in Oklahoma, so not the worst thing. It just hopefully it doesn't all come down at once. And then we still do have some severe warnings across north central Arkansas and the Boston Mountains, Huntsville, Arkansas, down to Jasper. That's in Newton County. Some pretty strong storms in here, 60-mile-an-hour winds, quarter-size hail, maybe, but there's probably not much hail in here. I think we're past the hail point. I know this watch area does warn for some hail up to ping pong ball size, I think it was. But I doubt we're going to get many hail reports.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
We may get more of these. We're probably going to get a lot more of these. The flash flooding reports. I wouldn't be surprised if most of this area is covered with flash flood warnings in a little while. Yeah, there's just lots of heavy rain. But weakening storms, couple little areas to watch. Some of that hillier terrain across the southern parts of the Missouri region is also really susceptible to flash flooding. And yeah, I think we talked about it earlier. This is headed for areas around West Plains, Bakersfield, up through Willow Springs, Missouri. This is all kind of eventually going to get your way, but it is starting to diminish in intensity some. Yeah, looks like they're going to die out. Well, at least the ones on I-70. These ones down in here are going to get into southern Missouri, but not as severe. So I know earlier we had some questions about like Poplar Bluff, Farmington. Those areas are going to get storms overnight, but just mostly general storms. Yeah, not even any special weather statements up there. So really just general storms. You still have to watch. You still could get isolated damaging winds, even out general non-warned storms. And obviously a lot of lightning. Lightning is going to be a a factor. If lightning hits a tree or your house, then that's a big problem. Mr. J Bond, though, not an official forecast, and I'm not going to get into too much today, but I brought it up a couple times. This area does have a severe risk for Wednesday. The Storm Prediction Center already highlighting a day 5 risk. So we do have to watch that for Wednesday. Too early to tell. There's other YouTubers and there's other people on social media that are already like, you know, blowing up their graphics and saying there's going to be a tornado outbreak and all that kind of stuff. Calm down a little bit. We don't know that yet. Parameters do look like they're conducive for an all hazards risk, but it's a little too early to tell. And then also this area is going to shift around. So I generally don't go too much into day 5 stuff, other than it's kind of like just you don't even need to be prepared, but just kind of be aware of weather conditions for that time frame. But that's probably St. Louis's next potential severe threat would be Wednesday. Oh, you're good then. Yeah. You may get some sprinkles, but most of that looks like it's going to stay off to your south. Franklin County, sliding down to Steelville and Cuba and Owensville. Maybe down towards DeSoto, Hillsborough, Farmington area. We'll see. Part of it's making a little bit of an eastward push, but it's weakening as faster than it moves east, I think. Yeah. Yeah, that's a great way to say. Yeah. I mean, they can be feisty. They can bring down trees. Especially if there's already, you know, saturated soils, they can do some damage. You can get some tree damage and stuff in special weather statements. And sometimes like these, they're very borderline. This is for 50-mile-an-hour winds. Some are even for 55-mile-an-hour winds. Cali. Yeah, if anyone in St. Louis was looking for a thunderstorm, it looks like they're not going to get it. Strong storm still pushing through the Huntsville area. I still am a little bit interested in this area here. Mentor, Palmetto, down to areas around Sparta. There's a little bit of spin still in there. Has kind of weakened. See, there's areas that may have some boundary collisions from earlier. There may be some outflow that left in here. I don't know. That area is still a little weird. Yeah, this area right in there, kind of a little weird area surging out. And then, yeah, we've lost our warnings across northwest Arkansas. We have a lot of storms still, but it does look like the special weather statements are taking over. A couple stronger storms in northwest Arkansas. I would say you can get some isolated warnings out of any of this cluster of storms in there from Jasper, Humansville over towards Wagner. This whole area still probably the more potent area of storms. This is uptrended a little bit, but it does seem to be behaving itself right now. This has uptrended as it's kind of gone up around the Oklahoma City area. And still watching this storm. east of Springfield, or now on the east sides of Springfield. But I think we'll wrap up the stream and just yeah, because looks like the severe weather is going to be more isolated. Flash flooding is a giant risk, but and that's going to continue for quite a while, even after the storms, as things kind of funnel into some of the creeks and streams and all that. So flash flooding, continue to turn around, don't drown. Creeks may even rise after that leading edge of heaviest rain. And yeah, we'll see on the next one. I don't know if there'll be a stream tomorrow. If things really go nuts and things uptrend, we may have to look at tomorrow. Let's see. Oh, we just got the new day 1, so let's actually take a look at this real quick. There also are a couple special weather statement storms across mid-Michigan, 40-mile-an-hour gusts. But tomorrow, they have bumped back that tornado risk. They've expanded it a little bit back into the upper Ohio Valley. That's probably for some of that modeling that showed a little bit more storm activity across the Ohio Valley tomorrow afternoon. So we'll watch for a stream tomorrow. There may be one that's needed, at least briefly. They also did up the wind risk a little bit and expand that out back into areas mid-Atlantic up to New York City area. And then hail, I don't believe is much of a factor still. Yeah, hail, not much of a factor, but I will keep an eye on that. And yeah, especially tomorrow morning, if we start to see more uptrending, we might need a little bit of a stream tomorrow. Which one, Logan? Take a closer look real quick. I'm sure, just like you said earlier, I'm sure as soon as I close the stream out, there'll be a tornado warning, but that one, is it the one in Springfield? I think it might be more like a remnant MCV in here. Yeah, it's kind of gusted out. There's a little bit of an interface right there, but that's not much anymore. Yeah, I wouldn't, Mr. J-Bon, I wouldn't, I'd be a little cautious if I was in a low-lying area, especially across like south central Missouri. But in the St. Louis area, you should be okay. Let me look at the latest model data too. Just make sure it doesn't regen. Yeah, latest model data pretty much keeps it consistently south of the St. Louis County. Couple showers, maybe a rumble of thunder, but yeah, most of the heaviest stuff stays way south of St. Louis. And this is like latest model data just in. Potentially a shower tomorrow, like mid-morning. That latest model is uptrended across parts of Michigan and southern Ontario also tomorrow. I was kind of selfishly hoping to get a day off, but we might need a little bit of a stream tomorrow. We'll see. Okay.
A new flash flood warning
I'll keep an eye
has
on
been
that.
issued.
If model data trends up, we might do a stream tomorrow just based on some of that latest model data for storms being a little feistier out east. Yeah, I think it's more of a remnant MCV in here, but there is a little bit of spin. Just over that area around Sparta. It still shows up a little bit, but not tornadic right now. Would I be shocked if it tightened up and strengthened and we got a warning out of that? Probably not. Keep an eye on that if you're out towards Douglas County, Mountain Grove, Ava, and those sort of areas. Let's see, they've extended a couple of those warnings across north central Arkansas. Still moving on. the good news is for tornadoes too, this looks like some of this is getting more outflow driven, and that will start to weaken also over time. There is also still this little interface point where you have some southwest movers and also some south movers. So there's still a little area there that to be watching. But yeah, I think we'll call it tonight, and then TBD tomorrow, probably likely on Wednesday. And we'll see about any other severe weather Monday and Tuesday, but we might get a break. And if I do, I'll be able to get some business stuff done on the channel. And also, I do have non-channel work to do as well. So as much time as I want to put into this channel, I still do have other obligations too. But yeah, get those done, and then we'll likely be back on Wednesday. Thanks everyone so much for joining us. It's been awesome. Our chat's been great tonight. A lot of great questions, a lot of good comments. If you're new here, like and subscribe. Click that bell icon. Get notified when we go live, when we post forecast videos, and also morning discussions. And there's the subscribe link there. Should pop up in just a second. Also holding on just a second to make sure we don't get any warnings about the 135 mark. There's the subscribe link. So yeah, click that bell icon. Get notified when we go live. And also follow us on socials. Our social link is essentially the same as our current handle on YouTube. It's WXCast Live on Facebook and on X, and coming soon, I guess, on Discord. So thanks everyone for joining us, and have a great evening. Stay safe. If you're in the Ozarks, in northern Arkansas, eastern Oklahoma, even into central Oklahoma, and also southern Missouri, just have ways to get warnings overnight in case you get an isolated severe storm or tornado warning. And then certainly this area here, southern Missouri, central Missouri, northern Arkansas, northern Oklahoma, southeast Kansas, please, please, please turn around, don't drown. Do not drive into flooded roadways. Just take the long way. I know it's inconvenient. Just please take the long way. And also just be cautious if you live in a flood-prone area. You may have to make decisions to get to higher ground before the water comes up. So just be cautious about that too if you're in a flood-prone area. Thanks everyone. Stay safe, and we'll see you on the next one.